I, 49 male, need advice on how to apologize to my son, 27 male, for kicking him out for being gay. So, I'm new to this sub, but I decided to use a throwaway because I'm embarrassed about what I did to my son. 11 years ago, I was a very conservative Christian. I was the type that would go to church with my family every Sunday and actually look forward to going. If you would have told me that I'd consider myself atheist in the future, I would have laughed in your face. I'm not proud of the man I used to be, but at the time, I really thought that I was being the best person I could by living as a Christian and following God's rules. My son was outed when he was 16, and I reacted the way that you would expect a conservative Christian father to react, with hate and anger. At the time, I didn't think of it as hate, though. I thought of myself as a good and loving father for being so upset that my son had chosen a sinful lifestyle. I forced him to go to counseling, but it didn't work. I know now that's because it never works, but at the time I blamed my son for not trying hard enough. I eventually kicked him out of the house because I couldn't have him there as a bad influence on his younger brothers and sisters. I never contacted him again, and he never contacted me or anyone else in our family. His mother died 2 years later, and because of the way that she died, I started to question my faith. I started researching Christianity and science on my own, and eventually I stopped going to church. I gradually became less conservative, and now I consider myself an atheist. I've been thinking a lot about my son the last couple of years. I just feel so horrible for the way that I treated him and for forcing him to live on his own as a 16-year-old. Every time I think about him, I feel like crying, and to be honest, I've shed a few tears while writing this. There's nothing I can do or say to make up for what I did, but I found his address online and also found his Facebook profile. When I started looking him up, I was scared to death of what I would find, but it looks like he's doing good. I've been thinking a lot about how I should contact him, and even if I should do it. I'm so worried about how he'll react that I've written him about 15 letters and never actually sent them. I think that's the best way to go about it. Sending a letter, but every time I wrote one and read it afterwards, I just imagine him reading it and throwing it in the garbage and check it out and throw it away myself. I haven't talked to my other kids about him, and they've never brought him up, and I just feel like I should keep them out of this until I actually find out if he wants to have any contact with us. I just need advice on how to actually send the letter, what to write, and if I should even send it. Any advice at all would be greatly appreciated. Edit, I just wanted to add a thank you for all the great advice. I know some of you think I come across as if I'm expecting him to forgive me and have a relationship with me straight away. This is not the case. I'm very much aware that the chance of him never wanting any contact with me is pretty high, but I'm not sending the letter just because I want to possibly have him in my life again. I feel like he deserves to hear that I know what I did was wrong. He deserves an apology. What he does with the information in the letter is his choice, and whatever choice he makes will be accepted and respected by me. I've called all my other kids and invited them to dinner tomorrow so that I can tell them about their brother in the letter. I'm very nervous about it, but it has to be done sooner rather than later. I, 49 male, need advice on how to apologize to my son, 27 male, for kicking him out for being gay. He wrote this letter, and I'm going to read it. He said, I've written the same letter a million times, but I would love to get some objective thoughts on it, because every time I read and write it, it never seems like enough. Quote, Lucas, I don't even know where to begin when I write this letter. I've written it many times, but it never seems good enough to send to you. The first thing I have to do is apologize for not telling you that your mother died. She was diagnosed with ALS and passed away 9 years ago. I never contacted you to let you know she died, and I don't know if anyone else in our family did. Either way, I'm really sorry for not telling you and robbing you of the chance to say goodbye to your mother. Your mother's death was extremely difficult for all of us, and it made me start to question my faith. Everyone at our church helped our family through her death, but I still had a lot of questions. So I started doing research on our religion and science. After a while, I realized I couldn't continue following the word of God the way I was brought up to do. It might be very hard for you to believe, but I no longer consider myself religious. Which brings me to how I treated you. At the time, I did what I thought was right for our family and you, but that does not change the fact that what I did was unforgivable. Not only did I kick you out when you really needed our love and support, but I made you go through some counseling, which I've learned is closer to torture than actual counseling. I don't know what you did once you left home, but it truly breaks my heart to think of the things you might have done to survive. No one on earth deserves to go through what you've been through because of me, and I want you to know that I'm so sorry for what I've put you through. I completely understand if you never want to hear from me again, but I had to send this letter to let you know that if you want me in your life, I'm here. Whenever you're ready, in any way that you want. If you just want contact with your brothers and sisters, that's fine. If it takes you years to talk to me, that's fine. If you never want any contact with me, that's fine. Of course, I want to be a part of your life again, but if that's not something you want, I completely understand. There's no excuse for what I've done, and even if you are able to forgive me, I don't think I can ever forgive myself. I've known I should have sent this letter for years, but I've been too ashamed of myself to send it. I hope you feel no obligation to contact me. I'm only sending this letter so that you would know that I'm here for you now, if you want. I love you so much, and I'll do whatever to make up for what I've done, even if that means never reaching out to you again. Dad. Unquote. I think I have to tell his brothers and sisters about this before sending the letter, and if they want, I'll include their contact information so that he doesn't have to go through me to reach out to them. Whoa. Reading that letter just made me so sad, honestly.
Story time about how my boyfriend found my Tinder. Yeah. So a little background information. I was 26 whenever this whole situation happened, but we're gonna rewind a little bit so that way I can tell y'all about my ex. Long story short, we got together whenever I was 24 and he was 31 and I was obsessed with him. Like, this man was a boss. He looked good, he made good money, he liked to have a good time. My type. But then, fast forward a few years, he became boring and I started to feel neglected. He was putting way more time into work instead of me. It's not my fault you're in your 30s. I'm not gonna stick around, waste my 20s. I don't got time for that. Anyways, that relationship ended because one of my friends came to visit and she wanted to go to this bar that was on her daughter's college campus. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I miss having a good time. Let's go out to the bar. As soon as we walked into that disgusting, sweaty bar, I finally felt like myself instead of a 40-year-old housewife trapped inside of a 26-year-old's body. Anyways, I see this guy sitting across the bar taking shots with his friends. Fast forward later in the night, he comes up to me and he goes, all right, where's the ring? I'm like, what? And he points to my ring finger and he's like, where's the ring? And I'm like, I don't have one. And he's like, okay, so then where's your boyfriend? And I'm seeing where this is going. So I'm like, oh, he's at home. He goes, your boyfriend let you out the house looking like that? And I was like, what? You don't like my outfit? And he's like, no, it's just if you were my girl, I wouldn't let you leave the house. And I know that shit sounded corny as fuck, y'all, but I was eating it up. I was eating that shit up. Fast forward, I go home with him, but no, I did not sleep with him. Once I found out that he was 21, I was like, I don't know about all this. But then I realized I really don't care because I've been having more fun with him in the past few hours than I have been with my boyfriend in the past year. Fast forward the next day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I finally go home, and as soon as I walk in, I see my boyfriend's ass planted firmly on the couch staring at me when I walk in the door. And that's when I knew that something was up because he was supposed to be on a golf trip. Yes, he was. And the whole time that I spent at Mason's house, which was the boy's name, I told him about my man and he didn't care. So keep that in mind. He kind of knew what he was getting himself into. And listen, y'all, shit wasn't looking good for me because I walked in, heels in hand, makeup smeared everywhere, hair looking a mess. He's like, so why didn't you come home last night? And as I'm about to come up with an excuse, he goes, oh wait, I know, because you were at the bar with some 21-year-olds and then you decided to go home with one of them. Apparently one of his friend's daughters saw me there, took a picture, sent it to her parents, and then they sent it to my man. Yeah. And then he was like, you know what, we can fix this, just promise me you'll never see him again. I say, okay. Fast forward like a few months, he finds out that I'm still texting him whenever he goes through my phone and he kicks my ass to the curb. At first, I loved it. This man worshipped the ground that I walked on. And what kind of woman doesn't want that? I feel like I hadn't had that in so long. But then fast forward a little bit, my mom and my friends start getting in my head. They're all like, oh, you need stability. You need somebody to financially take care of you. And you know what? They were right. Not only that, but I did miss being taken care of financially. Like, it was not fun having to contribute. Fuck no. So I end up downloading Tinder. First it was just to see who was on there. Then I got bored with that and started messaging guys. Then I got bored with that and maybe started going on dates with them. There's no maybe. I did. I went on 4 dates with 4 different men before Mason found out, and no, I did not sleep with any of them. Every Tuesday night, Mason would go play basketball with his friends, and that's whenever I would go on my dates. This night, I was going to meet a guy named Jerry. He was older, successful, exactly like my last boyfriend. I felt so bad, y'all. I was getting ready. Mason came over and he's like, hey, I'm gonna leave now. I love you. Have fun with your friends. And I'm like, ugh. Anyways, 20 minutes later, Jerry comes to pick me up. We go to this nice restaurant. I had my phone on silent because I did not want to see Mason's text coming through to me. I didn't need the guilt ruining my date. But the thing is that he had my location because when him and I would go out together, we would always lose each other, which you'll see how that ties in here in a second. Because while Mason was at basketball, one of his friends goes, hey Mason, isn't this your girlfriend? And shows him my Tinder. Y'all. Yup, that's what happened. Obviously, this humiliated Mason. And if I were him, I would have crashed the fuck out. But when I tell you, this kid did not blow up my phone at all. I'm talking, I didn't get one call or text from him. Nope. Instead, he left basketball, came to the restaurant looking a sweaty mess, and sat next to me at the same table as Jerry and I. And he's like, hey mom. And I'm like, oh my God. So I excused myself from the table. But before I get time to leave, Jerry's like, I didn't know you had kids. put him in a home already because clearly he doesn't see what's going on here. Anyways, Mason and I go outside. I'm like, what the F is wrong with you? He's like, what the F is wrong with me? And then he shows me the picture of the Tinder profile, my Tinder profile. And I was like, I'm sorry, I just felt a lot of pressure dating a younger guy. I need stability and somebody who can take care of me. And he's like, oh, so you miss rich guys? And I'm like, no, I definitely didn't say that, you little shit. He's like, yeah, you didn't have to. And then he broke up with me. Yay. After that, I was like, well, I might as well not let this be a waste. And I started going on a lot of dates with a lot of rich and successful men, and I wasn't happy. So then I got really in my feels. But a few months later, Mason texted me and he was like, hey, I saw this and it made me think of you. And that is how him and I started talking again. But now to all of you haters who are about to hate on me, him and I are back together, so I don't give a what you say. Mwah.
Am I the asshole for canceling a family camping trip after my nephew broke his leg? I, 26 male, am the youngest of 6 siblings and the only boy. I have 5 older sisters. I'm single, have a pretty good job, and because I don't have any kids of my own, I love to spoil my nieces and nephews. I'm known as the fun uncle. I take them out, buy them birthday and Christmas presents, and I generally enjoy spending time with them. I love all of them equally, but I'll admit that I have a bit of a soft spot for my sister Jerry's 2 kids. Jerry is a widow, and out of all the children in the family, her son Andrew and daughter Emma are by far the most polite, respectful, and well-behaved. The other kids are good kids too, but they can sometimes be a lot. A few months ago, Andrew's birthday was coming up. I asked him what he wanted, and instead of asking for a game console or some expensive toy, he told me that he wanted to go camping with all of his cousins at a family campsite that he'd seen on Instagram. The campsite was pretty far away. We'd have to take a train for about 5 hours and then a bus for another 2. Still, I thought it sounded like an adventure, so I agreed. That's awesome. But that's also a fucking lot. 7 hours of traveling just to go and sleep outside is crazy to me. But if that's what little Drew want for his birthday, that's what the fuck he gonna get. The plan was for me, Jerry, and 2 of my other sisters to take all 7 kids there for a long weekend. I was paying for everything. Transportation, campsite fees, food, activities, everything. The kids were absolutely thrilled. For weeks, all they talked about was the camping trip. Then disaster struck. 2 days before Andrew's birthday, he fell off his bike and broke his shin. The break was bad enough that he needed surgery and was told that he'd be recovering for quite a while. Once I learned that, I immediately canceled the camping trip. I don't think you're the asshole. Not at all. The only reason we're going on this camping trip was for Andrew's birthday. If the birthday boy is not able to make it to his birthday celebration, we cancel said celebration and arrange something else that he's able to actually do. No, you're not the asshole. Instead, I bought Andrew a birthday present and organized a family beach day at a beach that we all visit regularly. This way, Andrew could still be included and all the kids could spend time together without him having to travel for 7 hours each way while recovering from surgery. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like I said, cancel the birthday camping trip and organize something else that he's able to do. I don't think you're wrong at all. I thought this was the obvious thing to do, but apparently not. My sisters are furious with me. They say their kids have been looking forward to this trip for months and that I crushed them by canceling it at the last minute. Oh, well, this could be a learning experience for everybody. This is the perfect time for you to teach your children that, yes, things can be planned and in motion for months, but sometimes life happens and things don't work out according to plan. It's okay. All we do is make another plan. Instead, you want to bitch about how your kids are missing out on a trip that no one was fucking paying for, but OP, that no one was interested in going on until Andrew suggested it. Andrew was asked what he wanted to do for his birthday. Instead of asking for material things, he wanted quality time with his cousins while camping. Andrew's unable to go now. It is not fair for everyone else to get to go to do the one thing that he wanted to fucking do because he physically cannot do it. I don't give a damn how long it's been a plan. It's not fucking fair. And it's not like OP just said, too bad, so sad, y'all will get over it. No, he canceled the trip, but still arranged something else. Your sisters are fucking selfish. My sisters argue that Andrew being unable to go shouldn't mean that everyone else has to miss out. That's exactly what the fuck it means. Unless this is a special campsite that fades away after this specific time that you guys were going to go. It's not like this trip can't be rebooked. It's not like next year is not a fucking option. They will be okay. Remember, the only reason we are going on this trip is because Andrew suggested it. Andrew wanted to go on a trip to go camping with his cousins. That's the only fucking reason. So yes, Andrew not being able to go does mean that everyone else is going to miss out. It's not the end of the fucking world. I completely understand the kids being disappointed. I understand they've been wanting to go to this. They've been talking about it for months. Everybody had it burned into their brain. We're going camping. But unfortunately, that's not it anymore. Andrew is hurt. Andrew can't go. It would not be fair for anyone else to get to go enjoy his birthday thing while he can't. My reasoning is that this trip was supposed to be Andrew's birthday present. If the birthday kid can't even attend because he's lying in bed recovering from surgery, I don't think it's fair to send all of his cousins off without him, period. You're absolutely right. The beach day is a good alternative. I still want the kids to have fun and spend time together. My sisters think that I'm being unreasonable and that I should have gone ahead with the camping trip anyway. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. Like, the only logical thing, in my opinion, would be to cancel the trip. This was Andrew's trip. The whole reason anybody was even going anywhere was because we were going for Andrew's birthday. Now that Andrew's unable to go, cancel the fucking trip. I also think you handled this absolutely perfectly because you didn't just pull the rug out from underneath them after they were excited for months. You fucking put something else together. You still wanted them to be able to get together, have fun, and enjoy each other. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. OP's sisters are so fucking selfish and so goddamn entitled that I know for a fact if the roles were reversed, they would lose their minds. If Andrew was one of their sons and they were being told by everybody else that they're going on the camping trip and their son just has to stay home and recover, they would lose their mind. OP would never hear the end of it. You're choosing favorites. There'd be phone calls, voicemails, text messages, Facebook posts. They would lose their goddamn minds over the fact that their child is being left out. But that's exactly what they're suggesting for Andrew. These bitches fucking suck. My personal opinion is that the sisters are upset with OP because they were planning to use this time as a vacation, so to speak. OP is the fun uncle. They were 100% planning to push their kids off on OP the moment they got to the campsite and just go do what the fuck they were gonna do. Now that it's a beach trip, they can't do that. All in all, OP, no, you're absolutely not the asshole. I do hope that you guys are able to reschedule this camping trip for another time, maybe even next year, if Andrew still wants to do that. Do not listen to your sisters. Fuck them. Tell those bitches to build a goddamn bridge. If they want to go camping, all they need to do is reach in their pocket and pay the fucking fees.
So my husband left me for my daughter, and it's probably the most embarrassing and horrific things that have ever happened to me. Me and my husband actually have 4 kids together, but only one of them is a daughter. He was actually our last born, and I'm not gonna lie, we did keep trying for a kid until we had a daughter because I wanted one. Now, I really thought our family was complete, and to be honest, to blow our own trumpet, our family life was pretty solid. Kids were doing great in school, personality wise and grade. The family, we all got on really well, obviously some more than others. Came as a massive shock. But randomly, about a year and a half ago, my husband said to me that he wanted a divorce. Came out of nowhere. I was so shocked. I actually thought he was maybe going through like a midlife crisis because it came out of nowhere. However, I did respect his wishes and I said, absolutely okay, like let's work through the divorce papers you want, basically thinking that he was going to come around to the idea and realize it's crazy. Anyway, it took him a whole year to eventually file for this divorce, which was not expecting him to go through with. At the same time as these divorce papers came through, my daughter went no contact with me. Again, out of the blue. To go call her on FaceTime. We call each other on FaceTime a majority of night. My number was blocked. I was super confused, so I ended up reaching out to one of her best friends. I found out through her best friend that my daughter and husband have been dating for the past year. I don't need to tell you that this came as a massive shock to me because what the hell do you mean? 1, you've been dating our daughter. 2, her best friend knew about it and I didn't. Anyway, it took a little while just to kind of digest what the hell I have just been told. And then finally got in contact with my husband or ex-husband. Honestly, what the hell is going on? Situation to me, he said that it happened really organically. Not sure how that's a thing. I asked him the burning question of, have they slept together? She replied yes, and it actually happened under our roof. My daughter's bedroom whilst I was in the house. It's the most embarrassing thing, obviously, to ever happen to me. It's also just the most disturbing thing I've ever heard in my life. Their goal is for, like, their life, I don't know, to get married or, like, have a family. I don't really know. I don't know if I want to know. All I know is, like, thank God I'm out of that relationship because
I told my best friend that it was her fault she couldn't see her kids while she was in the hospital, and she ended our 17-year-long friendship. Is it worth trying to save? I, 28 female, have been best friends with Sherry, 28 female, for about 17 years. Since our first year of middle school. We grew up by each other's side and have been through thick and thin. We are usually blunt with each other, but maybe you can tell me if I cross the line here. For some background, near the end of last year, Sherry was rushed to the hospital with a flare-up of a lifelong chronic illness. She spent nearly a week in a medically induced coma that we were told she may never wake up from. Her boyfriend / father of her youngest, Jim, male 36, seemed to be lost in the shock of everything and needed help. As godmother of her oldest, male 2, I took it upon myself to help arrange care for her youngest, female 6 months, and drove Jim to and from the hospital every day after work. This meant over an hour and 40 minutes one way, about 4 hours visiting, the drive back, and then back to work on about 2 hours of sleep if I managed to sleep at all. I also helped clean her house and did her family's laundry. I even took off work to help care for her and her daughter when she was released home. I did all of this without question. It was a very challenging time. In hindsight, a big part of why I did all of that is because I was so scared that she was not going to make it, and staying busy helped me feel useful during a powerless time. She and her boyfriend were incredibly grateful, and I was thankful for the needed distraction. Fast forward 3 to 4 months after she returned home. I get a call from her boyfriend saying that they called the ambulance for Sherry and needed someone to watch the baby. I rushed over and waited at their house for most of the night. Once she was admitted to the hospital, Jim came home. He asked if I would be available the next few days, and I had a whole week off because I asked off work for an anniversary / birthday trip I had arranged with my husband. I did not tell Jim this. I simply said yes, I was available for anything they needed. I knew my husband would understand because he would drop everything for a friend or family member in need. This took priority in my mind. The next day, her baby was dropped off at my place and I spent the whole day setting up activities and playing with her. I took lots of pictures and videos and even helped her make a get well craft for her mom. I sent these to Sherry and she seemed to love them. Jim picked up the baby at the end of the day, and in the passing comment, he mentioned that Sherry told the doctor she hadn't been taking her preventative medications for her chronic illness, even though Jim had been led to believe that she was taking them, the same illness that she almost died from only a few months prior. This information did not sit well with me. I was really upset and I was thinking Sherry took all of the sacrifices I was making for granted, and that she didn't care how scared everyone was to lose her. I thought it was selfish and incredibly irresponsible of her as a mother of 2 young kids. I knew that I would have to have a firm heart-to-heart with her about this, but I also knew while she was sick and in the hospital was not the time to do it. The next day, I was texting Sherry while she was in the hospital, and she said she missed her kids so much. Here's where I messed up. Instead of waiting to say anything, my emotions got the best of me and I said, well, you know, to say this with lots of love and a little sass, but maybe if you were taking your preventative medications, you could be with them right now. And then all hell broke loose. She was livid that I said that, and I immediately apologized for bringing it up while she was obviously feeling low and while she was sick in the hospital. I said I was not sorry for saying that she needs to take her medication, but that the timing was inappropriate and I understood that if she needed space. Well, she blocked me and unfriended me on every platform of communication, and then her boyfriend started angrily texting me. She had never blocked me on anything before, but I felt like I probably deserved it, and that we could talk it out in a few days when she cools down and returns home. Then I started getting messages from mutual friends asking what I did, and I was confused. It turned out that Sherry had been posting about how unsupportive and cruel I was on social media for all to see. After about a week went by, she unblocked me only to tell me to return her house key to her mailbox. At this point, I went off on her. I told her that I was so angry about how she was treating me, how she was completely cutting me out of her life after 17 years, all over a poorly timed comment about her medication. After everything I have done for her, everything we have been through together, and all the unconditional love we shared, her response was completely indifference. She didn't address anything I had said. She repeated to return her house key, and then I was blocked again. In Sherry's defense, she had a lot of trauma in her family recently, and she's been very open with me about the difficulties of postpartum depression. I have never been pregnant, but I have had my fair share of mental health struggles. I can see how it would be difficult to take care of your basic needs on top of your children's needs while being depressed. However, after a traumatic near-death experience, I would consider taking preventative medication a top priority. But I am a medical professional, so maybe I'm seeing it through that lens, or maybe I'm not understanding because I have never experienced the rise and fall of pregnancy hormones. It has been months, and I'm still blocked on everything. My heart is absolutely crushed and I lost my best friend unexpectedly. I feel like I have been mourning her death, but she lives less than 10 minutes away. I don't see myself being able to move past this, even if she did reach out to try and mend things. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but her willingness to cut me off so suddenly really fucking hurts me. I don't know how to move past this. It still hurts as if it all happened yesterday, and yet I can't help but to feel like I'm not being a good friend to her during a difficult time in her life. This is out of character for her after all. For some additional context, she has lashed out towards and or cut off other mutual friends and some of her family members in the last year as well. Some for valid reasons and some for very confusing reasons. Part of me wants nothing to do with this version of her, but another part of me is worried about her. What if she is isolating herself because of a mental health crisis? Do I try harder to get in touch with her to work this out? Or do I respect the boundaries that she placed by blocking me? My gut tells me that there's more to this than what I can see, but maybe I really don't understand the severity of what I said to her. Can someone give me some unbiased advice here? Story time about how my sister and I got stranded in the middle of a lake. My dad was really sick from short bowel syndrome and was going to be in the hospital for a long time. One summer, he was having surgery, so my sister and I went to stay with our grandparents. They lived near a lake and we'd always go tubing with my grandpa. One morning, he asked my sister and I if we wanted to go on the boat. On the way there, he warned us that the currents would be a lot stronger than what we were used to, but my sister and I would swim all the time, so we weren't too worried. When we got there, we would always go to the beach area first to swim, and then we would go to the middle of the lake to tube and swim in the deeper parts. The currents ended up being stronger than what we thought, but it wasn't really concerning, so we put the anchor down in the middle of the lake and started having a great time. This is when my grandpa decided to jump into the water too. However, instead of jumping off at the front of the boat like my sister and I were doing, he jumped off at the back and the current started to pull him away. My sister immediately jumped into the water with a rope to try and get him, but he had already drifted away. I tried to flag down other boats for help, but it took about 15 to 20 minutes before anyone came by. Thankfully, this man and his son came to our rescue. The son got on our boat to try and get us back to the docks while his dad looked for our grandpa. Later, we found out that our grandpa had died from a heart attack in the water and there was nothing we could have done. Our grandma couldn't have us around afterwards since she was going through the loss of our grandpa. We ended up staying with some random family members that we didn't even know. It was all unexpected and our dad was the most broken up about it since he couldn't attend the funeral. It took a long time for my grandma to heal, but the funeral was beautiful and we were really thankful to those kind people who helped us on the lake that day. I've been dating my boyfriend for a year. We matched on Tinder originally and he sparked up a conversation with me about my career field, which is in the funeral business. I'm a licensed cosmetologist who prepares deceased people for their funerals. It might sound weird to some, but I enjoy my job and it brings me joy to see the family's reactions to my work. It also doesn't bother me to do makeup on deceased people. My boyfriend's always been supportive and interested in my career. I always thought he was just a sweet and supportive person. We would always talk about my job and my clients. He always asked me specific questions about how people look and what it's like when I'm touching them or doing work on them. I was always happy to answer his questions and talk about my work with him because it was nice to have someone who was genuinely interested. I also have a portfolio with before and after pictures of work I've done on my deceased clients with their family's permission, of course. My boyfriend asked to see these pictures, but I never showed him or anyone else besides potential employers because I felt that 1, it was disrespectful to the memory of the person and their family, and 2, because it was unprofessional to do so. Originally, my boyfriend respected me when I told him my reasoning as to why I wouldn't show him, but over time he's gotten more and more agitated about it. It slowly came up more often and it was starting to make me question why he gets so upset over this. However, a month ago he stopped bringing it up and asking about it. One day when he was sleeping and his phone was out, I had the craziest gut feeling to go through it. I had never done it before, but I couldn't shake this feeling. I finally gave in and checked his photo album. I was shocked to find that he had gone through my portfolio and snapped pictures of it. I woke him up in anger and confronted him. This is when he broke down and admitted that he was into necrophilia. Things only went downhill from here. Part 2, I found out my boyfriend is into necrophilia. When my boyfriend broke down and admitted it, I was shocked. Everything from our first conversation up until finding the pictures on his phone all made sense in a different light. He explained that me being a mortuary cosmetologist is what drew him to me in the first place. All the conversations we had about my job and experiences further fueled his fantasies and made it all more realistic. He also enjoyed that I didn't mind being around deceased people. He admitted that he thought eventually he might be able to get me to roleplay in the bedroom with him and give him a realistic taste of what it would really be like. As he said all of this, I could see and feel the excitement slowly radiating off of him. I'm not one to shame people for what they're into, but this just creeped me out. I think he could see the terror on my face because he quickly tried to change the topic. However, it was too late. Knowing all of this knowledge now, I couldn't turn a blind eye and it wasn't something that I could accept. I grabbed his phone and wiped the pictures. Then I told him that I needed the next few days to myself. He gathered his things and left. However, he spent the next few days blowing up my phone with apologies. They started out sincere at first, but when I didn't reply, they got more aggressive. He tried to shame me for not being an open-minded person and accepting of his interest. By the end of the week, I told him our relationship was over and his actions were unforgivable. He continued to pester me for a while after that, but eventually backed off when I threatened to out him to his friends and family if he didn't leave me alone. I met my girlfriend at a party one night. She seemed like a total daredevil type of chick who grabbed life by the horns. The night I met her, she jumped off of the roof of the house into the pool. This instantly caught my attention and I was immediately attracted to her. I quickly took my shot and started talking to her. We got along really well right off the bat and things started heating up quickly in no time. We would go on adventures all the time and it was great, until it wasn't. We've been together for 8 months at this point when I started questioning what was really going on. There were multiple times when we went on an adventure and I felt like she almost got me killed. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but over time, it became more of an occurrence on her part. For example, we went hiking on a rocky and dangerous trail with a huge drop-off. If anyone fell off of the side, they'd definitely be toast. At one point, when I was making it across, she ran up and tried to push me. Thankfully, I saw her in the corner of my eye and ducked so that she'd miss, but I was shocked. She started laughing and acting like it was a huge joke. I was genuinely terrified, but I moved past it because I thought she had a dark, twisted sense of humor. There's no way she'd actually try to push me, right? Well, my theory was definitely solidified when we went hunting together. She has expertise in this area as she grew up doing it, but I've only been a few times. At one point, she literally aimed the rifle at me from afar. When I yelled at her to stop and started freaking out, she had the craziest smile I've ever seen on her face. It was almost like a switch flipped. I really thought she was going to go through with it until another hunter in the area heard me yelling and came to see what was up. When she realized someone else was around, she quickly changed her aim and once again laughed it off like it was a big joke. After this, I knew I needed to get away from her and end the relationship. However, most of my things were still at her apartment and I didn't know how to go about it because at this point, I wasn't sure what she'd do. Part 2, I think my girlfriend is trying to unalive me. I borrowed her apartment key while she was at work and quickly grabbed all my things, including my laptop that I had let her use for school. When I got on it, I was shocked at what I found. There were a bunch of websites I didn't recognize, but after visiting them, I was terrified. She had frequented websites that included a lot of gore and death. From what I could tell, she was particularly interested in acts of torture and so on. She had even Googled different ways to make unaliving someone look like a complete accident. Additionally, there were also Google searches for how to fake certain emotions and empathy. Shortly after going through all of this, I got a text from her asking where I was and why I had taken all my things. I wasn't sure if I should go all in about the things I thought or if I should play it cool. I had a bad feeling that this girl was dangerous and I didn't want to just let her think that she was safe to keep doing these things. I confronted her and told her about everything I found. I also told her what I think she's been doing in our relationship. At first, she tried to defend herself and once again act like it was all a joke. However, when she realized I wasn't buying it, she got angry. That's when she started spewing threats and told me that she should have pushed me off of the cliff on our hike. After this, I started ignoring her texts, but she kept blowing me up. Her texts were getting even more aggressive. I decided I'd deal with it the next day and went to bed. However, at 2 a.m. I heard banging on my apartment door. I could tell that it was her. I could hear her angered breathing behind the door and she wasn't leaving. I called the police and had her arrested for harassment. That's when I also made a police report about everything I had found and turned it over to the police. The last time I saw her was when I was granted a restraining order against her in court because she started stalking me. The judge also sentenced her to mandatory therapy after all the evidence was brought forth. Ever since then, I've moved far away and I always watch my back.
Am I the asshole for not giving my adopted daughter a stuffed animal for her high school graduation when both of my biological children got one? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 49 female, have 3 children, 22 female, 19 male, and 18 female. My oldest are my biological children from a previous marriage, and my youngest I became her mother at the age of 2 when I married her widowed father. She's only ever called me mom, and I officially adopted her at the age of 12. Years ago, when I was only 20 and in college, I worked at a children's museum. I adored the job and working with kids and had the idea to buy a stuffed animal from the gift shop to be my future kids' first stuffed animals whenever they were born. I had gotten a stuffed bear at birth that was very special to me growing up, and on my 18th birthday my parents gifted me a duplicate they had bought way back and kept for me all these years. I found this so special and wanted to do something similar. So I bought 6 stuffed animals from the museum's gift shop, 3 to be given at birth and 3 duplicates. I had no idea at the time how many kids I would have, but I knew I wasn't planning on having more than 3, so I didn't get any more. Am I the asshole for not giving my adopted daughter a stuffed animal for her high school graduation when both of my biological children got one? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My first daughter received the stuffed animal I selected for her while pregnant, then between her birth and the birth of my son, I miscarried. It was deeply traumatic for me, especially because I miscarried in my 2nd trimester. I buried the baby with the stuffed animal they would have gotten. I kept the duplicate for comfort. When my son was born, he received the last of the stuffed animals I had set aside. For both my daughter and son's high school graduation, I surprised them with the duplicates. My youngest never received a stuffed animal, so when her graduation celebration rolled around, I had no duplicate to gift her. I watched her unpack all her gifts and her face fell when she got to the last one and realized. She had a super sad look on her face and excused herself to her room. I followed and asked her what's wrong, but she didn't want to talk to me, so her father went in instead. According to him, she cried to him that she didn't feel as loved as me by her siblings and as much a part of the family. She's been cold to me this entire week and I feel so terrible. Am I the asshole for being upset over my girlfriend lying about where she lives? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 23 male, have been with my girlfriend, 20 female, for 2 years. We have an amazing relationship, she's my best friend, but the only problem is that she lives a little away. It's a 40-minute drive from my place to hers, and because of this, we only spend 2 days a week together. I've always wanted to hang out with her every day and told her to move a lot of times. The places we like to hang out are just generally nice places to go to or activities to do are around where I live, and that's why I asked her to move and I didn't. There have been many days where I get very upset over us not being able to spend a lot of time together and that I wanted to have more time with her, but the effort of the drive seemed too much. My girlfriend says she doesn't mind the drive, but I said no because I feel guilty. 4 months ago, my girlfriend told me she moved closer to where I live and I was so happy. We started hanging out every day and I grew closer to her than I've ever been. Our relationship went to a whole new level and it was obvious how happy this made us. Am I the asshole for being upset over my girlfriend lying about where she lives? Disclaimer, this is not my story. The only thing was that she never invited me over. I would go pick her up and we'd hang out around the front gate, but never inside. I didn't think much of it. Recently, I've been demanding to have a sleepover at her place and she kept saying no. This became a huge argument and she eventually told me that she lied about moving to the place to make me happy, but never did. I was very taken back and was extremely mad. She lied to me about moving and had been spending energy driving every day here just to make me happy. She said that she didn't mind the drive that much to spend time with me, but knew I wouldn't agree to it and just wanted me to be guilt-free and happy when with her. I called her a bitch and told her she needs some therapy for this. After a week of no contact, she reached out saying yes, it was her fault and that she needs to work on herself and she's getting help and told me it's best to never see each other again. My friends are calling me an asshole and said I treated her like shit when all she did was try to put effort in so I could be happy. I miss her and regret making a big deal of it.
She invited her dogs, but not her to the wedding.
What? Am I the asshole for getting my sister-in-law arrested on her wedding day? Throwaway. I, 24 female, and my husband, 24 male, have 3 dogs, 2 corgis and a Pomeranian.
Aww.
I rescued them from a puppy mill that was shut down about 6 months ago. They were all in horrible condition and had numerous medical issues. They are very friendly dogs and have adjusted to their new lives extremely well. My now sister-in-law, Amy, has met them a few times before the events occurred. Amy said she wanted them to be her ring bearer and flower girls for her wedding. Amy and I don't get along at all. She has said numerous hurtful and cruel things about me to my family and really anybody who will listen. I'm not even invited to the wedding as I would, quote, ruin the vibe. I told her she would not be using my dogs for her wedding for multiple reasons, including me not being invited, and they were all to have
fair.
surgery a few days prior. They were all getting spayed as well as dental work. She wasn't happy about being told no. Now, to the event that happened a couple of weeks ago. All of my dogs had their surgeries on a Thursday. The wedding was on a Sunday in the evening. My husband and I left the house to go run some errands Sunday morning, and the dogs were home asleep. I got a notification on my phone about motion at my back door. I check it, and it is Amy opening the door and walking into the house. I started panicking and telling my husband we need to leave now and go back to the house. I show him the video, and he agrees. I start calling my brother and demanding for him to get his wife out of my house. And if she leaves with my dogs, I will call the police. He hung up on me. I got home and all of my dogs are gone and their cones were left in their crates. I called the police for theft and breaking and entering. The police arrived and I showed them the video of her getting into our house and leaving with the dogs.
Did she leave the door open?
Doesn't mention.
Okay.
I told them where her venue was as I had seen a copy of the invitation. The police made it to the venue and were able to locate all of my dogs. One had opened her stitches and was bleeding from the wound.
Oh.
My husband rushed her to an emergency vet to get the stitches closed. Amy was arrested in the middle of getting ready for her wedding and has been charged with a class 1 felony and a few misdemeanors. Now everybody is saying I ruined the wedding and I overreacted to the whole situation. I am also being told that I need to pay them back for the wedding since it never happened.
What the fuck is this? What?
I am refusing to pay anybody back as well as drop the charges.
How does this happen?
What
Wow.
in the world is going on here?
Oh my god. Like this I want to like watch a Netflix series on this family because I'm like, how did they even get to the place where the brother is like, oh yeah, don't invite my sister to my wedding?
But like, I would love her dog.
But like her dogs, definitely steal them.
Am I the asshole for calling my brother's wife a neglectful, financially irresponsible wife? Well, the original user is 32, the brother is 36. My brother had a serious accident in his truck 4 years ago, resulting in him being disabled and wheelchair bound. Damn. My sister-in-law, his wife, used to be a stay-at-home wife. She is currently handling his care and are essentially living off of his Social Security benefit payments, which admittedly isn't a lot, but my parents pay for the house's mortgage, so there's enough money for them to get by. Okay. My sister-in-law and I have never really gotten along, but we stay civil. However, my biggest argument with her happened days ago when she told us that she was going to pursue her old job again to be able to earn money. My parents and I were confused, and we asked how she's going to go back to work when she has my disabled brother to care for. She told us she's going to hire a carer to handle my brother's needs, which triggered a very negative reaction in me and my parents. I told her she chose to become a stay-at-home wife, but she explained that the circumstances have changed and she had to go back to work, and she left years ago to be able to provide for herself and my brother, and the carer is better qualified to care for my brother since she feels overwhelmed and exhausted. But I pointed out how a personal career requires so much money and that her new commitment of a job cannot be put before her husband. I told her it was a bad idea, but she argued that she's in this situation and not me. She's trying to improve it while I'm judging her from a distance. I told her she was wrong since this is my brother we're talking about, and I help with the mortgage, so in response, I called her a neglectful, selfish, financially irresponsible wife, for throwing money, my brother's money, away on a career when it's unnecessary and she is available, but she chose to go back to work. She acted shocked and lashed back at me, saying that I shouldn't have called her those cruel things and that I should show some empathy. I said I do have empathy for my brother and her too. And now that she's going to pay a caretaker, because I hate the word carer, that just sounds stupid. Sorry. Using my brother's social security benefit, then I can't help, but I feel she's slowly checking out of her own marriage. She got highly offended that I questioned her love for my brother, and now that he's disabled, and left in a rush, calling me nuts and awful. My mom agreed partially with what I said, but she told me that I went out of line by calling her neglectful, especially since she said she wants to go back to work in order to improve her living situation. But my dad is 100% on my side. Was I the asshole in this situation, or was my reaction justified? What do y'all think in the comments? What do y'all think? Don't have a lot of time, but I definitely think that you're the asshole, because why are you doing that? She's obviously trying to do the best that she can for her and her family. Child.
Am I the asshole for kicking my sister out for sleeping in my son's bed? My younger sister, 38 female, moved in with my family half a year ago after a horrible divorce. We've always been close, so I was more than happy to have her with us. I live with my husband, 45, my son, 21, and my daughter, 15. She slept in our guest room, or so I thought. My sister and son got really close, bonding over a shared hobby. And obviously, I thought nothing of it. I mean, how on earth could I? She held him as a baby. But early yesterday morning, when I thought my son had gone to work, I went into his room to check for something for renovations, and they were sleeping in his bed. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. You are not the asshole. I freaked out. I had the absolute, oh my gosh, worst feeling in my gut. Me too. I am nauseous as shit. Absolutely not. She claimed they were only sleeping, but her face was bright red and she was wearing a skimpy nightgown. I told her to get out and never come back. My son immediately started defending her, repeating that they were only sleeping and that I needed to stop being mean to her. In my anger, I told him to go with her. They're now out of my house. I have no idea where. Oh, hell no. That is giving me the biggest ick. That is so fucking oh, no. Oh, no. Girl, the fact that you allowed her to walk out of your house is fucking crazy. Because I do not possess that amount of control. I've been a mess. My sister has nowhere to go besides her cheating ex-husbands. He's already moved in his mistress, but I can't get the image and feeling out of my head. Did I overreact? Absolutely not. You didn't react enough to me. Update. My son refuses to come back if she can't come here. He says that he'll go wherever she is. It's like he's in love with her. I'm so sick. Oh my God, me too. Oh my God. Update 2. I found lube on his bed. I'm done. I don't want to see her ever again, and I want to break from seeing him. I'm sorry, I genuinely just can't look at him right now. I'm wondering where the fuck I went wrong as a mother. He still refuses to come home without her anyhow. I've told every single living family member that we have. They're all disgusted with her. She's dead to the family. I hope in time I can talk to my son. Honestly, I know it might sound wrong, but when you talk to your son, I would ask him how he would feel if one of their uncles was doing the same thing that he's doing with his aunt, with his little sister. I would ask him. Because you're so in love and you think this is okay, baby. You're not listening to me try to explain reason to you. How would you feel if one of your uncles or one of your male cousins was doing the exact same thing with your little sister? This entire situation, it also makes me wonder, how long has your sister been grooming your son? How long has she been doing this? Because this is absolutely terrible. She was only staying with you guys for 6 months. I highly doubt it happened just like that. I don't believe that it did. It may have, but me, in my heart of hearts, I do not believe that this happened just over the course of 6 months. Unfortunately, your son is 21 years old, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do to force them to stay apart. So the only thing that you can do is wait and hope that he, comes to and you're able to talk to him.
My boyfriend likes to block me. I'm 22 female and he's 27 male. He told me once that he likes to block me in weeks. 1 week for the first time, I'm dramatic. 2 weeks for the second time. 3 weeks, etc. It got up to 2 months with no contact. What kind of behavior is this? He prefers to not talk and then go back to normal with enough time. He doesn't talk it out unless I bring up the issue again. That's all they wrote.
So he does that when he's mad at her?
Yeah, so the first time I get mad at you, I'd block you for 1 week. The second time you piss me off, I want to block you for 2 weeks.
That's toxic.
I don't know if I've ever heard of a more unhinged conflict resolution tactic.
He's also 27 and she's 22, which is kind of a red flag.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Especially depending on when they met.
Yeah. Girl, yeah, if you really think about that. Yeah, that's toxic. That's, and like, obviously manipulative and like, there's probably a little bit of gaslighting in there too. Well, you did it. What did you expect me to do?
Yeah.
You know?
Also, if someone blocked you and didn't talk to you for 2 months,
we're not together anymore.
Wouldn't you just think you broke up?
Yeah, I would. I don't have a boyfriend anymore.
I don't have a boyfriend. Hell no. I'm getting my ass back on Hinge.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a good time.
He's
Get
like,
some
what
free
are you
dinners.
doing? We're still together. No.
What do you mean you didn't talk to me for 2 months?
Yeah. Well, and then do they not hang out for 2 months too?
Yeah, nothing.
That's weird.
Nothing.
I don't like that.
He's probably got a whole nother girlfriend, and he
He's
rotates.
flip-flopping.
He rotates the block schedule.
Yeah. I've had that where people talk to me like on Instagram, and then we start texting, and then they only talk to me on Instagram. I'm like, oh,
something's off.
You're juggling, girls. That's fine, but don't make it weird.
I had an ex that would like literally ghost me every weekend and like disappear for weeks at a time, and I put up with it.
So weird.
Who was I?
I know. Well, and then you like normalize it. You're like, oh, it's just one of those things, you know?
I did.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, he lives in Canada. He said his phone service isn't that great.
You don't know any better. Yeah, at the time.
I'm not fucking Canadian. I have no idea.
You're like, there's not even a time change. I should have known that.
I was so messed up. I was like, I don't know what was wrong with my little brain back then, but don't put up with stuff like this, you guys. This is weird.
Yeah.
It was only posted a day ago, and there's not a lot on it, but someone goes, do you actually think you're in a real relationship? And the next person goes, I wish someone would have told me long before my abusive relationship in my early 20s that I deserve to be loved, seen, and accepted for who I am. And the best way for that to happen, and only way really, is if you choose things for yourself first. Otherwise, you will keep letting people treat you like dirt. And honey, you are not dirt.
Yeah. You should be with someone who communicates with you in the way that you like to be communicated with.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Account has been deleted.
Aww.
I don't see any comments from OP, so I hope this was received well and like they can grow and find someone who doesn't fucking block them like this.
It has a whole schedule out for them so they know. That's so weird.
Am I the asshole for not stopping my husband from yodeling every time my mother-in-law asks me to have a baby? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 27 female, am married to my husband, 28 male, Keith. We've been married for 3 years now. My mother-in-law, Beth, and I have never had the best relationship, and at times we've gone low contact because of it. She has never wished me a happy birthday or gotten me any kind of present that wasn't an attachment of my husband's. She refuses to come to any big events for me, like when I got my master's last year, she said it wasn't a big enough deal for her to drive an hour to celebrate. I've grown to have thick skin, but also my husband normally handles everything for me. He's very much my bodyguard around her and stops her every time she tries to say anything, but it's never stopped her much anyway. Beth's new thing is kids. She has wanted us to have a baby since before we were married. She has an older son who is unmarried and will probably never have kids, so she always tells Keith he is her last hope of true happiness and always tries to bribe us into having kids. Last year, she told us if we got pregnant that she would buy us a house, and she meant it. This woman really wants a grandbaby. Am I the asshole for not stopping my husband from yodeling every time my mother-in-law asks me about having a baby? Disclaimer, this is not my story. However, it's gotten to the point where it's all she talks about. She never talks to me about work, my hobbies, my family, or anything now. She basically only talks to me about children. My husband and I want kids just on our own time. This has really started upsetting me, and it made my husband angry. My husband jokingly learned how to yodel when he was in high school, but it's more like he makes a loud, obnoxious sound for a long period of time and calls it yodeling. A couple of months ago, when we saw his parents, Beth started to make a baby comment again. He got so irritated he just started to loudly yodel. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen and immediately made her shut up. Ever since, he does it every time she asks about kids. We went out for his parents' anniversary at a very nice restaurant. Beforehand, he told his mom very nicely we would really appreciate no baby talk. She thought because we were somewhere nice my husband wouldn't yodel, but she was wrong. He did it for so loud and so long that everyone in the restaurant was staring. It embarrassed her so bad she almost started crying. Am I the asshole for going on vacation with my friend and her family and getting a room for myself after they kicked me out? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I'm in college and my roommate from last year, Meg, whose family is really rich, said she could bring a friend on vacation. It was kind of awkward. I was her third choice, but her family vetoed the first two because they didn't want her bringing a boy or this other female friend of hers they didn't like. Her parents bought my plane ticket and booked the resort, which I was very grateful for. I saved a lot of money up so I could make sure I buy my own food and activities when I'm there and treat her family to dinner as a thank you for the ticket. But when the trip started, it was really bad. It was her, me, her mother, and her father, two of her father's friends, and 3 brothers going. On the flight, they all got first class and got me an economy seat. But I didn't say anything because why argue about a free ticket? The first night they went to a grocery store, it turns out they wanted to cook at the resort kitchen for the whole trip. And by they wanted to cook, it actually turned out they wanted me and Meg to cook. I wasn't warned about this. Am I the asshole for going on vacation with my friend and her family and getting a room for myself after they kicked me out? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I wasn't warned about this, but it turns out her family is so traditional that they see cooking as a woman's job and her mom just had hand surgery. So it's me and Meg cooking every meal for 6 men and her mom, and I can't cook well. I messed it up, I undercooked the chicken and overcooked some steak, and her dad was angry with me. I told him that if he knew how to do better, he could pitch in instead of standing around criticizing. He said he was on vacation. I said that I was trying to have a vacation too, or did they invite me to be an unpaid domestic servant? His dad snapped at me and told me to get out of their suite and go home. I left and called the airline with my ticket. They let me put a passcode so no changes could be made to the flight without it. I then went to the resort desk and got an affordable room. I went sightseeing and relaxed on the beach for 3 days until Meg's parents ran into me. They did a double take seeing me on the beach. They said they thought I was going home and I said I decided to stay. They said I deceived them into thinking I couldn't afford a vacation.
My husband is cheating on me with my best friend. I'm honestly not sure where to start, so I guess I'll just start. My husband and I have been dating since I was 19 and he was 22. We've been married for 6 years now. We have 2 kids and I'm 6 months pregnant with our 3rd. 2 years ago, I found out my dad has stage 3 colon cancer. My dad is my only parent as my mom passed away when I was 12. He's my favorite human and life without him just doesn't seem as colorful. His laugh is contagious and he gives these big bear hugs that seem to make all of your broken pieces feel like they're perfectly in place again. Whenever I've had a hard day, he doesn't poke and prod and just lets me vent and listens. About 5 months ago, we discovered the treatments aren't working for him, and in direct quote of the doctor, he said, months, not years. Since then, he's gotten progressively worse and is now losing memory. He looked at the dog he got for me on my 21st birthday and said, wow, that's a nice dog. Where'd you get it? My husband has been my absolute rock. He's been there for me, holding my hand and helping me through this. He's been so loving and attentive to both my kids and I. Don't get me wrong, I am a mother first always. I don't allow myself to wallow. My kids are still loved, cared for, played with, and I haven't let my load slack around the house. Once my dad got this updated prognosis, my husband encouraged me to quit my job. About a month later, we discovered we were pregnant again, and I still hadn't let go of my job. I kept holding out for some reason. After finding out I was pregnant again, he assured me it was still okay to quit my job, that honestly, it would save us a small fortune on daycare costs anyways. So I did. I quit my job. My best friend and I have been best friends since diapers. Her family is like my family and vice versa. My mom and her mom grew up together. We've always been solid, and right after my dad's appointment, when we found out he had so little time left, I drove straight to her house and she held me while I cried for hours. If there are soulmates in friend form, she was mine. Thick as thieves is what my mom used to say. This morning, as I was up with my 3-year-old, he's sick, my husband's work alarm was going off. He has a few set, so I turned that one off and gently woke him up. He said he was up late working, so he took the morning off, rolled over, and went back to sleep. As I went to turn off the remainder of his alarms, I saw a text from my best friend on his lock screen that said, quote, I'm assuming since there hasn't been any angry pregnant lady on my doorstep, you haven't told her about us yet. I literally feel sick right now. Time froze in that moment. I took his phone and walked away and just read their conversations. 4 months this man has been f***ing my best friend. 4 months these people have been lying to my face. And I know what you're going to say. You should have seen the warning signs. But I've been clutching this phone in my hand for 2 hours and nothing. He has been so loving and attentive to me, but he always has been. So kind, so gentle. There's been no late night work nights except for once in a blue moon. There's been no lingering touches between them or even glances. They act as they have since the day I first introduced them. How sick is it that she calls him her brother, but she's him. I know so many people get a moment of clarity in situations like this, but I have none. Aside from being sad about my dad, I haven't changed. I'm still a loving wife and mother. I still doted on him and my children. I talked to him about how he is doing and how his fucking day was. I haven't allowed the ground to swallow me whole. I know what I have to do now, but I just don't want to. I'm about to lose my family and my support system in one blow. I'll confront him tomorrow. Today, today I just need the last 24 hours of peace. As for her, I won't give her the satisfaction of a response. I don't care why she did it, and it's done. I was always the friend who cleaned up her messes. After today, I will cut her out of my life like she never mattered at all. This has to be the hardest storm I'll ever weather, but damn, I know I'll sail through it. If not for me, for my children.
Damn.
I just want to cry.
My mother died afraid and unable to understand what was happening to her, and it's our family's greatest shame. I need to get this out. I knew my mom was sick in 2015. I was 19 and I moved away from home, and she came to visit me, and something was wrong. She asked the same questions repeatedly. She forgot some people's names. It was subtle, but I was scared enough to text my dad about it. While she was sitting at the table next to me, I think you should get her brain checked. He didn't respond to that text. Later, I found out that when she returned from her visit, he showed her what I said, and they both laughed about how paranoid I was. I moved home the next year. She had gotten worse, but marginally, and no one else seemed concerned at all. My dad blamed it on her being on that damn tablet too much, playing her app games. No one seemed to wonder how she was spending hundreds of dollars a month on microtransactions without realizing she was doing it. My mom wasn't a technology wizard, but she was far better at computers than the average boomer. It didn't add up. Over the next several years, more and more seemed to go wrong. She forgot her social security number and claimed she never knew it. She forgot how to drive. She forgot how to sign her name. She forgot how to order at restaurants. She forgot how to hold a knife and fork. I could go on. I begged my dad to get her to a doctor, but he didn't think it was anything with her brain. He still thought she was just using her iPad too much. My oldest sister knew there was something wrong. My other siblings either had no clue at all or were actively in denial like my dad was. I gave my parents ultimatums. I stopped speaking to them for months at one point, saying I would only speak to them again if they showed me proof she went to a doctor. Still didn't happen. Years of this went on. My aforementioned oldest sister died unexpectedly in February of this year. I moved home in March to be with my family. When I got there, I saw my mom was beyond worse. She was barely recognizable. She couldn't remember the names of my oldest friends, people that have been deeply close with our family for decades. She could not be left alone. She stopped remembering how to use her phone and even forgot how to use her iPad and play the games that she used to waste hours on. She watched the same movies over and over again. She was effectively gone, not my mother anymore. My dad finally admitted to me that when he had actually taken her to a doctor in February of 2022, and the doctor told him it was a frontal temporal dementia, 7 years after I noticed the symptoms. He died in October, just a few weeks before my 28th birthday, and a month before she would have been 62. She died so afraid and confused. No one told her why she was sick. If I tried to say the word dementia to my dad while she was still coherent, he would get angry at me and demand I stop saying that in case she hears me. She repeatedly would say things like, I used to be able to do XYZ, but I'm stupid now. And she would call herself stupid and dumb for not being able to do things she once could. While she was dying in her deathbed, she turned to me and asked me, why is this happening to me? It's one of the last full sentences that came out of her mouth. I couldn't answer. It was too late. She couldn't understand or remember anything I said now, even if I tried. I tried for years to get answers from my mom, and it felt like no one was helping me. She died terrified. I am so overwhelmed by guilt over this and filled with resentment too. Why wasn't someone helping me? Why was everyone so steep in denial? I don't know. I'm heartbroken. The thing is, as we get older, right, no one really prepares us for our parents getting sick or terminally ill, right? Speaking from experience, because a lot of you guys already know my dad has Parkinson's, right? And it's not as severe as dementia, things like that. But it still does something to you to see your parents in that kind of vulnerable state and to question, my dad has said that to me too. Why is this happening to me? And in your situation, it sucks because my dad is maintainable, right? It's not terminal, thankfully. But in your case, it's you had the signs and you were on your family for so long, push them to go to the doctor. I'm not blaming you because with dementia, there's nothing you could have done to prevented it. Could you have maintained it better for her? Maybe, but you can't prevent it. When those things happen, you have to take initiative and like you should have taken her to the doctor. Like you shouldn't have put that on your dad. Again, you were 19. I know you're young. I can't even ask that of you. That's so young. But like as siblings, like that's something like we all discuss too. It's like we all have to come together and watch out for our parents. And it sucks that your dad was in denial and you're going to have that memory forever. Like knowing that your mom went in the way she did. And this is just something like, I don't know how you can, I don't know of a way that you can like comfort or get that ease from her passing because you can't, because you have such a traumatic association to her death. And all you can think about is, I said something, no one listened to me, they thought I was crazy, and my mom left in the way that she did, and you can't help but feel guilty. And that's okay. Like that's just kind of the part of way of life, and it sucks that it happens. There's nothing you could have done. There was nothing in your power at all that could have prevented. Dementia is one of those really difficult things that it's very hard to see someone go through, let alone experience yourself. That was going to come full force in a matter of time. You know, I just think therapy might be a good solution, just to, even without your dad, just with yourself. So how you can go on knowing that you did the best that you could would help you. But you can't try. Of course you can. Yeah, you can hold it in, but like try not to, or else you're always going to have a very bad association with your mom's death, and try not to look at it that way. Easier said than done, I know.
I confronted my cheating husband and his mistress, and things got really out of hand. If you haven't seen the previous parts of the story time, go watch those and then come back. But let me catch you all up. I found out my husband was cheating, and I didn't say anything about it. Instead, I waited a month and then crashed his romantic getaway with his mistress. And who did I bring along? His mistress's husband. Things got a little intense, and my husband ended up moving in with his mistress, and for revenge, me and Jack, his mistress's husband, decided to pretend like we were dating. So he moved into my house. But it started to feel really real. And where we left off is that Jack had just asked me on a real date, not a fake date that we were using to make our exes jealous. Like one, just me and him going out, getting to know each other. Terrifying. And when Jack told me where he was taking me out on our date, I was floored. It's a place that I've always wanted to go, but it's really hard to get a reservation. And you think my ex-husband was gonna actually put in all the effort? No. That man would not put any effort into our relationship whatsoever. Not to hype myself up too much, but I looked good for this date. I spent a very long time getting ready. I got my hair done. I wore a very cute outfit. Like, I would date me. And even though I was originally so nervous for this date, it was so amazing. I mean, we already spent so much time together that it didn't really even feel like a first date, but I was getting butterflies. I had never had butterflies like that. I was like, okay, am I falling in love right now? If you thought I could get through this whole dinner date with no drama, you're wrong. You haven't met my husband. Because right, and I mean right, as I'm about to order my tiramisu, who burst through the front doors of the restaurant? My husband, my crazy husband. And he is going off. He's screaming, I can't believe this. You're a cheater. You're unloyal. First of all, we're getting a divorce because you had an affair on me. Like, what do you mean? I can't just sit on a dinner date now? Then he comes over to our table, starts ripping off the plates and the silverware and everything, just crashing them to the ground. It's insane. And I'm like, how did you even know where we were? And he goes, I put a tracker on Jack's car. Why did he admit that? Like, why would he even admit that? But he said it so casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. He was like, I deserve to know where my wife is. I said, you know what? I'm not your wife. You don't treat me like your wife anymore. That's done. That era of our lives is over. Never call me that again. Jack just throws a wad of cash on the table and is like, Kels, let's get out of here. This is just not a good situation. And of course, my ex-husband is just following us out of the restaurant, still screaming. I'm trying to ignore him because I felt like that was the best option, but that option wasn't working. So finally I turn around and I'm like, go home to your girlfriend. Like, where does she think you are? And he was like, she doesn't care where I am. We broke up. Well, they broke up. That was quick. I didn't think they were going to last considering how they got together, but I didn't think they were going to break up that fast. I was speechless. I was just looking at him like, and he says, the minute I saw that you and Jack were together, I realized that I couldn't live without you. You're the love of my life. Of course, yeah. The minute that he sees that I'm valuable to another man, suddenly I'm valuable to him again. That's problematic. This man had the audacity to tell me, life just isn't the same without you. And I responded, yeah, life isn't the same without you either. It's a lot better. Actually, so much better. I told him that there was never going to be a future between me and him. And I watched this man crumble in front of me. And as much as this man did me so dirty and he broke my heart, we had a lot of good years together and a lot of good times. And I'll always have love in my heart for him. So I went up to him, I gave him a hug, and I said, really, I do wish you the best and I wish you happiness. It's just not going to be with me. And then Jack opened the car door for me. He always opens the car door for me. And we drove back home. So not really the perfect first date that I was envisioning, but I think it was the closure that my husband and I needed. Then the rest of the night, Jack and I just hung out. We watched some movies. We played Mario Kart. We had such a fun time. It was honestly, in a weird way, the best first date of my life. And Jack told me that once he makes sure the tracker is off his car, he's going to do a redo of our first date. And he said it's going to be even better than this date, which I can't even imagine that. Life has a very funny way of working itself out sometimes.
Am I the arsehole for ruining my best friend's wedding? Story time. So my best friend, who we'll call Amy, was getting married last summer. And naturally, I was the maid of honour. Cute, right? Wrong. It was absolute pure chaos from the start. Amy is super type A, right? Which is great, but listen, I'm a very much wing it kind of person. So fast forward to the week of the wedding, Amy hands me this fat ring binder, right? It's a big boy. It has schedules, colour-coded seating charts, and then at the back there is this list of like 87 things to do. Cool. And listen, when I'm handed this note, I'm thinking, is this not what a wedding planner is for? Apparently, the wedding planner that Amy had hired wasn't trustworthy. Right. God, the ring is really rattling today. So anyway, the day of the wedding rolls around. Everything at this point is running kind of smoothly. And that is when the bloody florist calls. Backseat florist. She is like, hi, we're outside, but no one's answering. Turns out Amy had given the wrong address. I'm thinking, right, if this is the only thing that goes wrong today, that is absolutely fine. No, because then I get a call from Steve. He's like whisper yelling. He's like, where is the ring? And I'm like, why are you asking me? Apparently, Amy had handed me the ring the night before. Guess where I put the ring? In my car glove box. Because, you know, apparently that's a totally normal spot to put a priceless piece of jewellery. Then I'm racing back to the venue. I grab the ring. And just as I am about to hand the ring over, the band stops playing. Dead silence. Everyone is staring at the stage. We turn round to find Amy's mum giving an impromptu speech. She is rattling on about how Steve is not good enough for her daughter. Read the room, babe. We're actually getting married. I beg you imagine me stood there, ring in hand. Then this is when Amy starts crying, obviously, because her mum's a twat. I am desperately trying to pull the mic off this woman. Mum, this is not a karaoke. You can't just get up and do whatever you want. Sit down. But here is the absolutely bizarre situation of it all. Amy was not mad at her mum. Motherfucker turns to face me and goes, why haven't you handled all this? Hey, because I didn't know it was going to happen, Amy, you fucking lunatic. What do you mean? Like, girly pop, I'm your maid of honour, not a frigging bouncer, for God's sake. So, long story short, the wedding happened. Our friendship, it never has been the same since, to be fair. You'll have to let me know what you think of the situation here. Did I take it too far, or am I overreacting here?
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my girlfriend after she set up cameras in our apartment, quote, in case I abuse her? I need help. I'm a 25-year-old male and my ex-girlfriend is 24-year-old female. We were together for 3 years and marriage was definitely in our future. Basically, my ex always loved true crime, but she was getting really into domestic violence true crime. She had been down the DV rabbit hole for about 4 to 6 months, I want to say, before she really started acting weird with me. She didn't want me to have her location, which we mutually had for safety purposes. She was telling her mom, sister, and friends everything I did. She was being skittish around me, kept a diary when she had never had one before, and would basically just be overly cautious around me. I'm not too sure how to describe it. You could just see that she was being weird. Even at gatherings, my family asked me if we were fighting because she she seemed overly cautious around me and was only sticking with the women. It was really starting to get to me, but I didn't want her suspicions to be right, so I didn't do anything about it. She had told me that as a man, I have to understand that DV happens all the time. Even perfect men suddenly end up abusers, and that I was no different. It really, really got to me. All I could think then, and even now, is that I'm nothing like those men. I get that it could be anyone, but seriously? I don't even kill bugs. I take them outside. She had never even been in an abusive relationship either. This behavior was so unlike her, but I felt like there was nothing I could do because of her position. If I reacted badly, she would be right. And I know I'm not an abuser, so I just took it. We had been together for 3 entire years, and she really thought I would suddenly do something to her? I've never even raised my voice at her, and I came from a broken home with DV. She knows that. I would never treat a woman or child, man, or animal that way. A few days ago, she put up cameras, and I noticed pretty quickly because she didn't hide them well. When I confronted her, she told me it was for her safety and peace of mind, and that if I wanted them gone, I don't care about her safety then. I got really fucking angry, but I got this moment of clarity all of a sudden. It was like all of the anger left my body as quick as it came, and I understood. All these months hit me like a train, and I was over it all. I didn't yell, didn't react. I just said that we were over. I told her I couldn't be with someone who thought of me as an abuser. I didn't take any of my things. I just left to stay at my parents' house. She's been telling her family that I'm an abuser, and I've gotten a few semi-threatening calls and texts from her brothers. I'm really torn up about it, and I'm feeling like a real asshole now. Her texts range from, quote, "I'm sorry, I know you're not an abuser," to how I never cared about her and she was right about me all along. Why did she convince herself that I would abuse her? I never, ever laid my hands on her, nor have I even yelled at her. If something was wrong, we handled it like adults, not dysfunctional teens. I miss her a lot, and I'm starting to regret it all. I should have just let her put the cameras up. That probably isn't the self-respecting choice, but I really loved my girlfriend, and I understood to an extent. If someone has never given you a reason to suspect that they're gonna hurt you, something's going on here. And my thing is like, I'm like, maybe she's developing a mental illness.
I think
like,
she is.
Maybe there's something. I'm like,
it's like she wants to be the person in the documentary. The one thing also that makes me feel like he's not a bad dude is that abusers don't normally leave you.
No.
They want you to stay.
Okay, am I wrong for abandoning my boyfriend on a trip 5 hours away from home with no way back? This is actually wild. About a year ago, I was dating this guy for about 4 months, and he was really open with me that he had recently split from his ex-girlfriend. He had only broken up with her about like 2 or 3 months before, and I was actually okay with this because I was going through a little bit of a similar situation, but I just told him that he always needed to be open and honest with me, and obviously not communicate with her. About 4 months into our relationship, my boyfriend found out that he was getting an award from work, and he got invited to this award ceremony that was about a 5-hour drive from where we lived and was actually in the city where his ex-girlfriend lived in. Yeah, you can kind of see where this is going, right? But no, it gets worse. We decide, why not? Let's actually just make a whole weekend trip out of this award ceremony, and I offered to drive the 5 hours. Yeah, that's right. I'm a nice girl, considerate, thoughtful. It's his celebration weekend. I'll drive. And I don't like driving. Okay, I'm a passenger princess, but I was doing it for him. So we get there, and the night before the ceremony, we're just having the best time. We have a romantic little dinner. I'm in love. Everything is great. My boyfriend told me that his ex-girlfriend saw from social media that he was getting this award and that he was in the city where she lived, and she texted him congratulating him. And that was not the issue. That's not what I was upset about. I can't control this girl or if she decides she's going to text my boyfriend. The issue is that on numerous occasions before my boyfriend and I started dating, she had seen what he was doing on social media and shown up where he was. So he told me that he was concerned that she was going to show up to the awards ceremony, maybe make a scene, maybe, I don't know, try to win him back, something. And I was concerned too, because I was like, dang, I didn't know that this girl had shown up to multiple places. This was really the first time I was hearing about it. So I was concerned as well. And obviously I wasn't upset with him because it wasn't his fault if she decided to turn up at the event. So I start helping him brainstorm. I'm like, you know what? Maybe you should give a photo of her to security for the event so that if she tries to get in, they can, escort her out, not let her in. We can avoid all the drama. I think this is a great idea. I think that this is the most logical plan I've ever thought of in my entire life. He turns my idea down. He says, no, I just don't want to hurt her feelings. Hurt her feelings. I said, she obviously, if she's showing up places where you are uninvited, she seems a little unhinged, and I also don't want to deal with that when she realizes you have a new girlfriend. Yet realize because he hadn't posted me on social media yet. Red flag, okay? Now I'm seeing it. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. And that's when this man looks at me and he says, well, that wouldn't be an issue. I would just introduce you to her as my friend's cousin. Your friend's cousin? Not even your friend. You wouldn't even introduce me to her as your friend, but your friend's cousin. Like, this is a relationship that's so far from you. I said, so you want me to sit next to your ex-girlfriend and lie to her that I'm not your girlfriend, but I'm your friend's cousin. Also, where would your friend be? Are we gonna have to pull somebody else into this lie to be the friend that I can be the cousin to? And just not say anything to her? Really? When we could just not have her allowed into the ceremony in the first place? And he's just like, yeah, I think that would be easier. Easier for who? Not easier for me. What? I feel like it'd be easier for everyone if she's gonna come. It just seems like maybe you want her to come. I obviously start getting a little emotional and I think, you know what? I'm out of here. I don't want to do this. If she shows up, she can drive him home since she obviously wants to spend time with him and he's obviously not opposed to that. So that's what I do. That night I pack up all my stuff and I drive all the way home, leaving him there. I later learned that it took him 3 different buses and an Uber to get home once his award ceremony was over. Whoops. And the wildest part is that his ex-girlfriend, she never showed up. She didn't even show up to this award ceremony. And I bet you he was really disappointed about that. And then, yeah, after that, we just never spoke again. I mean, what else is there to say? This man obviously doesn't respect me, so I actually have no more words to waste on him. But flash forward to today, and last week, my ex-boyfriend reached out to me and asked if we could get coffee and clear the air. And I think, you know what? Why not? The situation didn't really upset me anymore. I had moved on. So I thought, yeah, let bygones be bygones. Let's talk. Wrong decision, because I think he's going to apologize, but instead he sits down and he's waiting for an apology. He says that him and all of his friends thought that what I did was absolutely ridiculous, leaving him there, and that I totally overreacted and that it wasn't a big deal and I was acting crazy. I said, what would you have done if it was the other way around? And I was like, hey, man. So my ex-boyfriend might show up, and if he does, can you just pretend that you're my friend's cousin and just don't say we're dating at all to him, okay? And he's just gonna sit next to you and just be nice to him, okay? Like, what would you do? And he didn't have an answer to that. He was demanding an apology, and I did apologize for the fact that the situation turned out the way it did. I obviously didn't want it to be like that, but I don't think that I did anything wrong in that situation. But he thinks I did. Apparently his friends think I did. But what do you think? Was I in the wrong?
Would I be the asshole if I refused to buy a tacky painting my sister-in-law made for my family? My daughter and I love reading these together. Now it's my turn to ask for judgment. I'm 52 female, and this situation concerns my husband's brother, Drew, 59 male, and his wife of 5 years, Suzanne, 35 female. Drew supports Suzanne on his income while she focuses on her dream of being an artist. She makes paintings of people and animals and has a website where she advertises her work for sale. Privately, I don't think her art is very good. It's absolutely better than what I could do, but it doesn't look professional, if you know what I mean. My husband feels the same, so we have not opted to purchase any of her art, despite her dropping hints here and there about it. The art on her site is priced in the $3 to $5K range. I realize that labor and costs of materials must be taken into account, but given the quality, those prices seem outrageous to me. I suspect she's not making regular sales because she started making portraits of friends, family, or pets as a surprise, and usually said family and friends end up feeling obligated to buy the painting as a courtesy. Unfortunately, my husband and I were the latest victims of her sales tactic. My son recently proposed to his girlfriend, and we took the two of them, his girlfriend's parents, and our daughter out to a fancy dinner to celebrate. Both my kids posted pictures from dinner on social media. Without telling anyone, Suzanne decided to make a painting of one of these pictures of everyone smiling for the camera. She revealed the big surprise at a party she and Drew hosted 2 weeks ago. The painting is a whopping 40 inches by 58 inches, and I honestly think it's awful, kitsch, and tacky. I told Suzanne it was sweet of her to commemorate such a special moment in our family, but I carefully avoided saying anything about liking it, as I feared she kept dropping hints throughout the party about how we can buy it as a wedding gift, and she would be happy to give us a big discount off what she would charge someone else who else would buy it. I politely dodged these hints, and she was clearly disappointed. Over the weekend, Drew reached out to my husband to say that Suzanne feels hurt that we never made an offer. He said it's becoming obvious as the years go by that we've never purchased one of her pieces, even though we have the means to do so, and it would mean a lot to them if we buy the painting. Her original asking price was $2.5K, and Drew said he'll reduce it further to $1,900. It's not about the money. Not entirely. It's the principle of the thing. I feel like I'm being strong-armed into paying for something I never asked for, don't like, and don't have space for in my house. I asked, and my son and his fiance don't want it. My husband thinks we should just buy it to keep the peace in the family and avoid a potential rift with Suzanne and Drew. He also says the way I talk makes me sound like a snob, even though I would never share these opinions with anyone I know but him. Would I be the asshole if I stand my ground and refuse to buy the painting?
No, I'm not buying it.
I don't want ugly art in my house.
No, this is like highway robbery.
So OP does link out a painting that is similar to Suzanne's style, and it's this picture of Queen Elizabeth. It's an interesting style to paint people in. I do not think it's bad. I wouldn't want it in that style.
No, and so much of it's to taste.
I'm convinced that my husband's cheating on me, but he's trying to gaslight me into thinking that he isn't. My husband and I have always had a really good and healthy marriage, but lately he's been really distant with me. I was making a ton of excuses for it. I knew that he was super busy with work, the new year coming up, there was just a lot of things on his plate, but maybe I should have made less excuses for him. Last week, my husband took me out on a dinner date, which was very unexpected because recently he has not been taking me out at all. And he told me that he wanted to take me to a place where he had gone a few times for work with his boss. Also, I want to note, his boss is a man. This is very important to later parts of the story. But I'd never been to this place, so he wanted me to try it. We sit down, and the waitress obviously recognizes my husband. She must have served him before at this restaurant, and they have some friendly banter. And at some point, she asks me if I work with my husband. She asks if I'm one of my husband's work colleagues. And I was like, no, I'm his wife. And she gets really embarrassed. She was like, I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you. You look so different than you normally do. Wait, what do you mean? I look different than I normally. You've never met me. What? Wait. And remember, the only person that my husband has said that he's gone to this restaurant with was his boss, who is a man. So it's not even like he could try and pretend that the waitress mistaked one of his female coworkers for his wife. Because this man is claiming that he's never been with a woman to this restaurant. As soon as we get into the car, I am Sherlock Holmes investigating this man. I'm asking him a million questions about what that waitress was talking about. And he just says, Kels, am I really that dumb? If I was cheating on you, why would I bring you to the same restaurant I was bringing my mistress to? And I was like, I don't know. Are you that stupid? Because you may be. The man continues to claim that he has never eaten in that restaurant with another woman in his life. How could the waitress be confused about that? Because she had made it seem like he wasn't just there with a woman one time, but multiple times. He had eaten with a different woman that she assumed was my husband's wife numerous times. How could she be mistaken about that when she recognized my husband? And this whole situation was just driving me absolutely insane. I mean, can you blame me? I think it would drive most people pretty insane when there's this blatant fact that your significant other might be cheating on you, and then they just continue to tell you that you're crazy for even entertaining the thought. So I did something that I wasn't proud of. I decided that I was gonna go through his phone. And I say was, because I didn't end up going through his phone. And not because I decided to take the moral high ground. It's because when I did try to get into his phone, I realized he changed his password. Something's not sitting right about this whole situation. And obviously, when I bring up the issue about the changed password, he turns the whole thing into, you tried to get into my phone? You don't even trust me? And I was like, you know what? We can have a conversation about that issue at another point, but you're really trying to skirt the whole issue. Why did you change your passcode? And he couldn't give me an answer. He just kept bringing it all back to the fact that he can't believe that I don't trust him. why would I trust you at this point? You're being very sketch. I don't know what I need to do next, but I know that I need to get to the bottom of this because I can't just let it go. I can't. I tried, I can't. So I have to figure out what my next steps are going to be.
Am I the asshole for needing more time to sort out how I feel about the babysitter erasing a love note from my late husband?
Oh my God.
My late husband would be 44 male, and I 43 female. We used to leave each other notes in dry erase marker on the mirror and on the counter by the coffee maker. When he passed away 3 years ago, I put tape over his notes to preserve them, seemingly forever. Having 3 young children, I hired a babysitter to help out. She's been with us for a year, and one of the first things I pointed out was the notes. The other day, she removed the tape and wiped away the notes, stating that she wasn't thinking and was just trying to help clean up what she thought was something the kids did. It said, quote, "Forever my girl." Being rather upset, but also open to the idea that it has been 3 years, maybe it's time to remove the notes. I told her I needed space to figure things out. I'm leaning towards asking her to not come back because I can't get over it. It seems intentional on some level, but that may just be my hurt talking. Even if it's a lapse in judgment, I wanted to be the one to take it off when I'm ready. It's been 2 days and I'm still not ready to have her back yet. She keeps asking if she can work. Am I the asshole for wanting to say no and for wanting to say I can't move past this? Why did she do this?
You had to take the tape off. It said "Forever my girl."
It's so deliberate.
I discovered he hired an escort while I was in the hospital. Me, 29 female, with my husband, 32 male. I'll make this as short as I can while adding all relevant info. Me and my husband have been married for 2 years. We were together for 2 years before that. For the most part, it seemed like everything had been going great. We both work a lot, but we made our relationship work. Over the summer, I was admitted to the hospital for surgery on my colon. Because of complications after my surgery, I was stuck in the hospital for a month. Once I got home, it took me some time to recover and get back to how I was physically before my surgery. During this time, we didn't really have much sex. I was in too much pain and I couldn't do too much physically, though I did try to satisfy him orally. This was tough on both of us because we were both used to frequent sex. He did express his frustration more than once, but I thought we'd done a good job at communicating and working through it. We were back to our normal routine now, and I honestly thought the hospital bills were going to be more stress on both of us than this. Well, Saturday night, my husband went out with one of our friends, Greg. Greg's wife, another one of our friends, just had a baby around Thanksgiving and was stuck in the hospital because the baby was born too early and needed to be in an incubator. Greg had been really stressed lately, and so my husband took him out for a drink to just get out and de-stress. Greg called me yesterday. Apparently, they got really drunk and they started talking about how Greg wouldn't be having sex for a while. And my husband said that he could always hire an escort and that my husband did that when I was in the hospital. I discovered he hired an escort while I was in the hospital. Me, 29 female, with my husband, 32 male. Greg just went along with it at the time, but he thought that he should tell me. I didn't really trust Greg at first and thought that he might have misheard or was lying. But why would he even lie about that anyway? I went through all of our old credit card statements and financials and found a large cash withdrawal around the time that I was in the hospital. That still didn't mean much, so I asked my husband about it and lied and said that I was getting stuff together to talk to a financial advisor. He said that he had to pay for a car repair in cash because our card wasn't working, but it was working fine everywhere else. I just don't know if I believe that. Especially because we always use the same place for our car repairs, and we've always had the same card for it. I could contact them, but I have no idea if they would remember. This is just all so confusing. I can't believe he would cheat on me like that. We were planning on trying for a baby soon, but I don't want to bring a pregnancy into this if he's cheating on me. I just don't know what to do from here. I'm just confused as to why she's not really believing Greg. I feel like she's doing, which I guess I'm not confused because obviously you don't want to believe that your husband would do that to you, especially while you're in the hospital. And like, oh my God, God forbid you go a few months without having sex. Like, that's just what's going to happen in a relationship sometimes, especially when you're getting literal surgery. And I'm sorry, but I don't think that you should be expected to satisfy him orally or anything.
Am I overreacting for calling off my engagement after my fiancé admitted his family secretly tested me to see if I was a gold digger? I, 24 female, have been with my fiancé, 27 male, for almost 4 years. He has a really well-paying job in tech, and I make pretty average money. We've always split things fair and I've never asked him for expensive stuff or trips or anything. I honestly thought money was a non-issue for us. I never was interested in him for his money anyway. We genuinely clicked so well and I loved his personality. We are into the same nerdy things and his family seemed to really like me. I never thought I would have to worry about our relationship going south until now. A few days ago, my fiance sat me down and he said he had something that he wanted to tell me and he was smiling like it was good news. He basically told me that his family has been secretly testing me for the last 11 months to make sure I wasn't a gold digger. He said they were worried I only liked him for his income and wanted proof before we got married. The test was that they all made it seem like he was struggling financially and might lose his job. His mom would casually bring up layoffs, his dad talked about how unstable tech is, and slowly it turned into he might actually lose his job and you guys might really have to downsize. At one point, his mom even told me that I should be prepared to financially help him if it came to that. I never wanted to bring up the possibility of a layoff for him because I didn't want to stress him out. I wanted to be prepared to support him if needed, so I started budgeting more, saving money, cutting back on random spending, skipping stuff I wanted, and just generally trying to prepare for the worst. I constantly reassured my fiance, encouraged him, told him that we'd be fine, that I didn't care about money, that I just wanted us. But this whole thing was fake. His job was never in danger. His income never changed. There were no layoffs. His family literally planned this whole thing together. They kept it going for almost a year. Subtle comments made in passing to manipulate me and test me. Apparently this all started because his older brother went through a really messy divorce. His brother now pays a ton in child support and his ex-wife got a lot of money in the divorce. And his family fully blames her and thinks that she was a gold digger. So now they're super paranoid about any woman who dates one of their sons. The thing is, I've actually met his brother's ex-wife before. She was dropping off the kids at family night and she seemed really nice and normal. I never once got gold digger vibes from her, and honestly, it makes me uncomfortable how much they demonize her. My fiance said his parents finally told him that I passed and that they felt comfortable with him marrying me now. He said that he wanted to tell me because he thought I'd be relieved to know he actually isn't struggling financially and that it shows how much his family cares about protecting him. Then he tells me that to celebrate, he upgraded our honeymoon to a nice luxury resort in Hawaii. I mentioned this resort when initially honeymoon planning, but deemed it too expensive, so settled for a more modest option. But I feel weird about it. I don't want to be rewarded for being manipulated really well. Like, good job, we tricked you and you were so gullible you believed it. Here's a nicer vacation. I told him that I felt manipulated, embarrassed, and honestly humiliated that his whole family was watching reactions and judging my character behind my back for almost a year. He said I'm looking at it wrong, and that I proved that I'm not with him for his money, and that this should make me feel more secure in our relationship. I wish I could ask my family what they thought, but unfortunately, my mom passed away 2 years ago, and I don't have a relationship with my father. I'm feeling sad and lost because I don't have a reliable second opinion to lean on. His family had become my family. That's what makes this even harder. His family is acting like this is totally normal and that I should be proud of myself. His mom literally said, most girls wouldn't have handled that so gracefully. I told him that I need space and I'm seriously considering calling off the engagement, but I honestly don't know what to do. I love him and this is so out of left field. Now everyone is acting like I'm blowing this out of proportion and being dramatic. Part of me wonders if I am, but another part of me feels like my trust is completely broken.
Am I the asshole for questioning my engagement after my fiance got mad at me for drinking while pregnant? Okay, so I, 22 female, recently got engaged to my fiance, 23 male. We are both still living at home to save money to eventually get our own place. So this New Year's Eve, we were at his parents' house with family and a few friends. Nothing crazy, just a normal family get-together. His aunt was passing out champagne to everyone and asked me if I wanted some. But before I could even respond, my fiance reached out and took the glass. I kind of thought it was weird, but I just ignored it because he can be oblivious sometimes. I ended up just going to the kitchen and pouring myself a drink. When I got back to the living room, he immediately noticed my drink and asked pretty loudly, "Is that alcohol?" I said, "Yeah." He started getting really upset. He said he couldn't believe I would do that he thought I was more responsible and I was being reckless. I was obviously confused and I asked him what he's talking about. He said something like, quote, "You're really going to mess things up before they even start? You're going to hurt the baby." The room went quiet and I was so embarrassed. I was thinking he must be drunk or something. I asked him, "What baby?" He said he knew I was pregnant and that he had been trying to do the right thing. He said he found a pregnancy test in the bathroom weeks ago and that he's been watching what I eat and drink, and it's why he proposed.
What?
He said he was stepping up. Then he said he didn't know if he had made a mistake, if this was the kind of mother I was going to be. I was literally so shocked and humiliated. I told him I'm not pregnant, but he just told me I don't need to lie. I'm not pregnant, in parentheses. I ended up leaving and coming to my parents' house that night. I haven't been to his place since. He keeps trying to reach out to me and talk about it, but I'm not ready. That brings us to last night. My fiance's mom messaged me and asked me to come over and talk. She says relationships take effort and I shouldn't ruin my relationship over a little misunderstanding. I don't even know what to do. I love my fiance, but I can't stop thinking if he never thought I was pregnant, would he have even proposed to me?
Where's this pregnancy test from?
Ding, 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 ding. That's what I want to know.
They don't say?
That's the original
I wish
post.
I'd never come here. I wish I'd never come here. Are you kidding me? I thought it was going to be the mom. The mom-in-law was going to be like, it was mine.
We do get an update. Remember?
We do. Oh,
remember?
Oh my God.
Remember?
Okay.
I told you.
I'm sorry for being upset.
I chose to be child-free and lost the one. Now I could get her back. I'm now 33 male. Leah, fake name by the way, is 33 female. I met her in our first year of university and we dated into our mid-20s, moving in together along the way. The relationship was everything I could ever want, but eventually questions that don't really come up at the age of 18 start to matter and we found ourselves at an impasse. She wanted kids at some point, not that very moment. I didn't. At all. Not just at that moment. We buried our heads in the sand for a couple of years. I guess we were just hoping the other would change their mind until it got clear that we wouldn't, and we called it quits. That pretty significant roadblock was basically the only thing holding us back from getting engaged right then and there. So when things ended, I didn't know what to do with myself. I got it. I didn't want to be the reason Leah wouldn't have something she clearly wanted, but it was rough. Over the next year, there were a few times when I was damn close to calling her to say that I'd changed my mind just to get her back. I'm not sure if I was planning to make do on that change of heart and be the father to kids I didn't really want, or if I would have just lied to her long enough to get my way. Both seem pretty shitty, but anyway, it thankfully didn't get to that. But eventually I moved on. Got back out there, and 8 years later I've had a handful of relationships, including a couple I'd say got serious, the latest of which ended around a year ago. I have nothing negative to say about the women that I've dated, but it never clicked like it did with Leah, which I guess is why they eventually fizzled out around the 1 year mark. Back to Leah, we never technically burned bridges and even said that we would stay friends, but for most of the time that has passed since we broke up, we didn't make good on that. We were in contact occasionally, but far from frequently and mostly kept at surface level, to the point that saying we were friends would be a significant stretch. That started to change last spring as our infrequent chats slowly but surely turned into frequent hangouts. Of course, officially we were merely reconnecting as friends, but when two single 30-somethings with a lot of history are spending more and more time together while conspicuously not making much of an attempt to see other people, it shouldn't be a massive surprise that things may not remain completely platonic forever. It did take a while though, but just last week one of us finally took a decisive step to change the status quo. We spent a bunch of time together over the holidays, hanging out at my place on Christmas and attending a New Year's Eve party together, as friends, of course, for example. I chose to be child-free and lost the one. I guess it's then that Leah got tired of me keeping the platonic pretense up and decided to take things into her own hands. And when we saw each other last week, she came out and told me that she wants us to be together again. She directly addressed the elephant in the room, the reason that we broke up, and said that she doesn't expect me to have changed my mind and is fine with that. She said she had a few pretty good relationships over the last years, but that she never quite felt like she did with me, and that reconnecting over the past year had confirmed to her that I still made her feel those things and that others just don't. She said we don't have to jump right back into where we were all those years ago and that she just wants to give us another try. She told me to think it over, and that's where I'm at. And feeling kind of lost because yes, in my immeasurable genius and despite having realized months ago that my feelings for her had in fact returned, because of course they have, I opted to wait until now to give some thought as to what I'd do if she felt the same and brought it up. On the one hand, of course, I want to try again. But while Leah told me that she's fine with my stance on having kids, she didn't outright say that she doesn't want them. I probably should have just asked right then, but immeasurable genius, you know. In my defense, I had a few things to process, okay? So we're trying again to once kick that can down the road and hope the other changes their mind. I've also had a vasectomy, so yeah, I think I would win that one. Or is she outright willing to give up on that for me? And if it's the latter, that's a pretty significant concession. And am I comfortable with the idea that she might wake up in X years regretting her choice when it's actually too late? And then there's the fact that, okay, we can take things slow or fast or whatever, but if things went south again with us, it would be a pretty tough hit for me to tank, if the first time was any indication. And finally, yes, I know that if I want to actually get answers, I kind of just need to talk to Leah about all of this, which I already plan to when I see her in the next few days. And I should probably tell her about my vasectomy either way. I'm not expecting Reddit to have all the answers to this, and mostly typed it out to just help my thoughts get into order. Oh, honey, oh, sweetie. Sorry, you're obviously older than me, so you are wiser than me, but I would say this is not a good idea. I just have a feeling that it's not a good idea to do this.
Am I wrong for telling my terminally ill sister she cannot have my mum's engagement ring? Story time. So my darling mum passed away when I was 7. This ring was originally my grandma's and it had been passed down through all of the women in my family. And eventually I would be able to give it to my son or daughter if they ever wanted to get married too. My dad remarried 2 years later and she had 2 daughters, so I have 2 stepsisters. We'll call them Amy and Stacey. Now I have never ever been that close with Amy or Stacey, but I don't have anything against them either. Unfortunately, last month Amy was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Steve had said that Amy had mentioned my mum's engagement ring and how pretty it was. He says that Amy has always wanted my mum's engagement ring because of how stunning it is. All 3 of them kept telling me how much she had always dreamed of having this ring and, you know, I would get it back eventually. And they told me that it would be really nice of me to fulfill her wishes given the circumstances. I said that I would absolutely not be giving away the ring, but I would give them a photo of it so that they could get it replicated. That's a good deal. But they did not like that one bit. They told me that I was denying my sister a family ring, which I was like, well, it's not her family ring. And at the end of the day, it's my family ring and Amy had nothing to do with my mum. They never even met. At this point, I asked my dad how Amy even knew about the ring in the first place. And he said that he'd been showing Amy pictures of my mum's ring over the past couple of years. He said that he thought it might have been a really nice bonding moment for the both of them. Amy even wrote me a letter pleading with me to allow her to wear my mum's ring. Her mum, my stepmum, was begging me too. I was under so much pressure from my stepmom, my dad, and the fiance. So what do you guys think?
Am I the asshole for leaving my wife at home after she revealed she was gonna wear white to my brother's wedding? So my wife and my brother's wife don't get along. My wife has a bit of a temper, but my sister-in-law isn't a saint as well. However, I was never gonna let my wife pull something at the wedding, which she tried to do by wearing a white dress. I explicitly told her to not even think about it. She did it once, no doubt she'd do it again. She can be that petty. My wife said she wouldn't stoop to my sister-in-law's level, although I know she was mad that I was just a guest at my brother's wedding, and she urged me not to let it slide. What the fuck were you supposed to do about that? You don't get the right to argue that you don't have a part in somebody's wedding. If they send you an invitation and you're just a guest, you respect it, say thank you, and RSVP yes, or you get upset and you RSVP no. What the fuck does she mean by not letting it slide? What are you supposed to do about that? I told my wife that if she even tried to wear white, then I wouldn't let her go through with it. She bought a black dress and said that that's what she was going to wear at the wedding, and I believed her. As we were preparing to go, she came downstairs wearing a white strapless dress. I lost it and asked her what the hell was wrong with her. She said that I wouldn't understand and that I shouldn't involve myself in women's disagreements. No, fuck that. You're absolutely not the asshole. I would have left her too. You told her what the fuck was going to happen if she tried it, and she still fucking tried it. Her bad. I told my wife to just stop and go and change, or I wouldn't take her with me. She argued about returning the black dress because it was too tight, which was true, but I believe that was a deliberate move on her part. Your wife peaked in high school. She did. She tried to get me to let it go as we were late for the wedding, but I insisted that she change. I told her that she was ruining this for my brother and not just for my sister-in-law. She refused. I called her petty and then left. Her bad, she fucked around and found out that you meant exactly what the fuck you said. You're still not the asshole. I went without her, and although everyone was asking about her, they understood why she didn't come. They all assumed it was because of her beef with my sister-in-law. I found about 11 text messages, all containing choice words directed at me and my sister-in-law. My wife then went to stay with her sister, who got herself involved and called me and my family toxic and abusive. I'm toxic and abusive, and so is my family, because I'm not allowing a toxic, abusive person to wear white to another woman's wedding that she could have just said that she wasn't gonna go to. If that's not the fucking pot calling the kettle black, get the fuck out of here. My mom heard about it and the shit show began. Thankfully, my brother and my sister-in-law don't know what's going on. Although my mom says they deserve to know what type of person my wife is, I can let you know right here, right now, 2 things. 1, they already know exactly the kind of person that your wife is, and I'm willing to bet that that's part of the reason why you weren't given a role in your brother's wedding. Also, they just got married. The last thing they need to hear about is this bitch trying to start drama on the happiest day of their lives. Fuck that. Don't say shit to them until well after they come back from their honeymoon if they're taking one. And if they aren't, you wait weeks before you say anything to them. Don't burst their bubble. Now I'm stuck between family and my wife who refuses to come home, saying that I need to make it right, whatever that means. My question is, am I the asshole for not letting her go to the wedding wearing white? Should I just have left this between her and my sister-in-law? I did this for my brother. No, baby, I don't think you're the asshole. Your wife has issues on top of issues on top of issues. She really does. Anybody that's willing to wear white on another bride's day is 100% an asshole. I don't give a fuck what the beef is. I don't care what your history is with this person. If you wear white to another woman's wedding, you are garbage. You did the right thing by stopping your wife. Whatever her beef is with her sister-in-law, that's between them. Absolutely 100%. But your brother has nothing to do with that. This was also his day, and you saved your brother's day. Your wife can be upset all goddamn day till she's blue in the face, but what she does not get to do is ruin an event that people put hundreds, if not thousands of dollars into to make it about herself and the fact that she does not like somebody. Your wife needs to grow the fuck up. She really does. Bro, the punani can't be that good. Why are you staying with this woman? She gets upset because you don't want her to embarrass you as well as herself at your brother and sister-in-law's wedding. You stopped her from humiliating you guys as a couple. And she gets upset and calls you toxic and abusive after leaving almost a dozen abusive messages to you about you and your sister-in-law. The punani can't be that good. Did you know there are women out there that you can pay a little bit of change to do something strange? There's some out there that will do it for the pride of a job well done. You don't have to stick with bitches who peaked in high school and are not growing up and got anger issues. You don't have to deal with that. You do not have to deal with that. I don't know why you're even trying to figure out what the fuck is going down. She wants you to make it right. What the fuck you supposed to do? Turn back time so she can wear white to the wedding that she missed? Like, get the fuck out of here, babe. No, you're not wrong. And honestly, I would consider no longer being married to this bitch. I couldn't stay married to her.
I'm dating my daughter's boyfriend because I found him first. So I had my daughter super young. I was actually 15, so we've always been really close. And up until she turned about 15, our relationship was really good. However, those teenage hormones definitely hit her hard because she turned into the most insufferable person I've ever met. And the boyfriend she was bringing home, terrible. Anyway, I have quite a strong friendship group. My daughter has been very involved in their lives as well because obviously I just had her so young, so they practically brought her up as well. You can see where this is going. One of my friends in this group, who let's just call Mark, he comes around the house quite often, been single literally forever. However, mine and his friendship was purely friends. Don't get me wrong, we had kind of slept together a few times along the years. Overall, we were just friends. As my daughter reached 18, 19, she started to get a little bit of an interest in Mark. What worried me about that is Mark's interest was also in a bit younger girls. I literally said to my daughter, no way on earth is this happening. I told Mark, no way is this happening. We're not getting together. This is so weird. Like, no. As you can guess, they did get together. They actually dated for about 4 years. And then they ended up breaking up in quite a bad way. My daughter ended up cheating on Mark, which I do not condone in the slightest. And then it put me in a really sticky situation because obviously I was there for my daughter. She just went through like a massive breakup. However, I was also there for my friend Mark, who'd just been cheated on. Through this process of me comforting Mark, he got weirdly close. We have never been that close before. I don't know, it just felt very, very different and I couldn't understand why. He said, I've known this guy probably since I was about 10 years old. It's weird, I've never had these feelings before. However, I did, and I couldn't hide them, and I didn't feel bad for them. I felt a little weird, but I didn't feel bad because he was my friend first. One thing led to another, and we ended up sleeping together, and then we ended up dating. As you can kind of guess, my daughter isn't speaking to me, and she hasn't for the past 2 years. As I said, I don't feel that bad because you cheated on him, and he's my friend.
My mother-in-law refuses to use or acknowledge my baby's name. I'm seriously at a loss for what to do here. My 33 female husband, 32 male, and I welcomed our baby girl this last summer. She's our first baby and was conceived via IVF after a long battle with infertility. As such, we spent literal years coming up with potential baby names, and this was our top choice. Her first name is quite unique, but not in a way that we think people would toss her resume because they don't like her name, if that makes sense. Importantly, the name has roots in the Nahuatl, I don't know how to pronounce that, language, aka Aztec. And while I am Hispanic, I am not Mexican, but my husband is. Her middle name is also in this language, though it is a slightly more common name. We also decided very early on that the baby would have my last name and not his. I kept my maiden name after we married, and husband felt that after all we went through, it was my right to have the baby carry my name. Period. I know that's right. His father was also an abusive POS who passed a few years back, and my husband has zero connections to that side of his family, so he had zero interest in passing on the family name. Notably, mother-in-law remarried ages ago and doesn't have that last name either. Given our complicated history, I was very superstitious about saying our baby's name out loud before she arrived. As such, we kept the name completely secret from everyone until she was born. Baby's arrival was dramatic, and she ended up being born 6 weeks early after I developed preeclampsia. Labored for 40 hours, and then had an emergency C-section. My mother-in-law refuses to use or acknowledge my baby's name. Needless to say, by the time she was here, we were so relieved to finally announce her arrival and her name. Husband messaged his mom to let her know me and baby were okay. And he sent her a picture of the baby and said, "Meet baby, first name, middle name, last name." His mother's response to hearing of the birth of her grandchild was not "congrats" or "what a cute baby," but rather, "Oh, I would have named her middle name, feminized version of husband's name, husband's last name." That's it. That's all she said. Since then, she will only refer to the baby by her middle name. We initially would correct her every time, but after that, didn't do anything. My husband confronted her privately and told her to please use her first name. She apologized and said that she would, but then hasn't. She won't. All her text messages are asking about baby middle name. Husband corrects her every time. We went to Christmas at her house, and all of the baby's gifts had a tag with her middle name on it. I'm at my wit's end about this, and it has now officially truly pissed me off. What do I do? How do we get her to use the correct name? Husband has confronted her directly, and we both correct her every time she says the name wrong. Everything else she does is fine, and it seems extreme to withhold her grandchild from her based on this, but also WTF.
This is why I ended things with New Man. I feel like this might color correct better than the green. New Man was a man I was seeing just for like a little bit, but it definitely did get really heavy and really intense very quickly. Bitches are gonna kill me, but the like main reason that was like the what the fuck reason, I can't share with you right now because it got really weird and fucked up towards the end, but I will share with you the reasons why I was like, I'm not fucking with you anymore. One thing about New Man, that motherfucker loved to bail on plans. Like New Man and I talked for a month and a half, and I would say 50% of the time he was bailing, but he also made me feel so fucking guilty anytime I would get upset about him bailing, because if there's one thing I don't do well with, it's like someone not showing up for me, or just like showing up. Like if I have a plan with somebody, like it's hard for me to like adjust that plan kind of thing. It's like, oh, I booked out my entire fucking calendar around this goddamn date night, and then you tell me an hour before you can't show up, and this is the third time you've done this. It would make me feel so guilty about it, because it would be like, I'm just not having a good day. And then it just came to the point where I was like, god damn, it's been like 5 times where you're just not having a good day. Like and now I'm not even seeing you. I probably sound like a bitch, but once or twice I can deal with. 5 times, every time he made a plan in my head, I was like, yup, this one's gonna fucking cancel again, and every time he did. So you guys know how I am with song lyrics. Like, yeah, I have Drake playing in my head, but for some reason, from the moment I met that man, like the song lyric that just kept coming in my head was like, don't introduce me to a vibe you can't maintain. Which I don't know why. Maybe my intuition was trying to tell me something. But I do feel like that was something. What the fuck is that? I do feel like that was something he did. He definitely did introduce me to a vibe that he just like couldn't maintain. Okay, this is getting really scary with the makeup. Like this could turn out horrible. What I mean by he introduced me to a vibe he couldn't maintain, I would say towards the end, like there was just like a lot of distance between us. I'm somebody who like we had probably 3 date nights in a month and a half span because they just kept getting canceled, and I was just like, okay, I'm kind of fucking over this. And I'm someone like out of sight, out of mind. If I do not physically see you, I will genuinely forget about you. It came to a point where I was like, I don't even feel like I'm seeing this motherfucker, because I genuinely have not seen this motherfucker. And then I genuinely stopped hearing from him as frequently. So when I'm not seeing this is my third contour, whatever. So if I'm not seeing or hearing from someone, I'm gonna fucking forget about you. Because in my head, I'm like, oh, like we're done here, you know, like we're done here. I don't see from you, I don't hear from you. Why the fuck would you still think that we're talking or whatever? But then I would randomly get calls from him. It's like, you know how crazy I am about you. And I was like, really? Because it doesn't fucking feel that way. And I think the worst thing you can ever do is let someone be comfortable with your absence. I mean, for me at least, once I'm comfortable with your absence, like That's it. That's kind of a wrap for me. So that was a wrap for me. I'm very clear on like what I want. And it's really bare fucking minimum. Just show up for me and like treat me good, bitch. If like that's not happening, why am I wasting my time? Like, just because you're nice and like you do good things or whatever, like I'm not gonna waste my time if you're not meeting my needs. Why would I sacrifice my needs just because you're a really nice guy? Like, no, I'm gonna like remove myself from that situation because like I know I deserve better, number one. Number two, I want better for myself. He was a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day it was kind of like, well, what are we doing here? Because like I'm not seeing or hearing from you. And then that really weird thing happened and all my friends were like, I was like, gotta get the fuck away from that. Yes, that's why New Man and I ended. I also think it's like an overall important message. Like, don't stay in something just because that person is quote unquote nice to you, or it's like the first nice guy you've been with or anything like that. You can date a nice motherfucker and he's still not enough for you, and that's completely fine and that's completely normal. So also another really big thing, I am very vocal on like I created a very great life for myself. I love the life I created for myself. I have a lot of peace here. I have done my fucking rounds of cutting off people, getting rid of drama, doing all of that. So it's like if you bring anything into my life, any chaotic energy or anything like that, I don't have the time or the energy for it because I've already spent the time getting rid of that chaos that I didn't want in my fucking life. So it's like, yeah, I have a life of peace. Sorry, you know how I get when I can't pronounce words. If I'm gonna bring you into my life, you have to be an addition, okay? And if you're taking anything away from me, my energy, anything like that, I don't have time or energy for you. And that's how it was with New Man.
I need to tell you a story about my friend. Let's call her Emma. Emma, alongside my other friend Maddie, has been my closest friend for as long as I can remember. We are all in our mid-20s. Over the last year, Maddie and I have started to become worried about Emma and believe she is being financially manipulated by her family. Emma fights with her family often and will always call us in tears after, ranting about how angry or upset she is with them. Despite this, her family knows she is a hard worker and really good at managing her money, as she has well over $90,000 in her savings. Well, she did a year ago. At the beginning of last year, Emma's mum asked her to help pay off her home loan. She wanted Emma to pay $30,000, and she told her that once she moved out, she would get that money back. Emma has thought about buying a car since then, but her mum has refused to give her any of the $30,000 back, despite her asking almost every day since January. Emma didn't tell us that she had given her mum the $30,000 for 6 months. When we found out, we gently told her it was likely that her mum wouldn't ever return the money. She seemed genuinely shocked about the prospect of never getting it back and said, "Shit, I've never thought about that." When she confronted her mum about it all, her mum said she had no intention of giving her the money in the future. That's harsh, Mum. Then a month after Emma told us about her first mum loan, her mum came to her again. This time, she asked for $20,000 to pay back her school fees. Yep, to pay her high school fees from years ago. Emma thought that this was a fair request and paid her mum the money. I also should note that Emma went to a public school, so I'm pretty sure her mum was asking for more than the school fees actually cost. Maddie and I were shocked. In the span of 8 months, she paid her mum $50,000. $50,000 she will likely never see again. And then the real kicker came. For over a year now, Emma has been telling us how her family has been looking to buy land for a farmhouse. Maddie and I were supportive until we found out who would be paying. Here's the plan Emma's mum came up with. Emma would pay for the land, her family would pay for the construction of the house, and the house would be in her parents' name. Maddie and I told Emma how this might not be the best idea, as she has already spent $50,000 this year on her family, and the house wouldn't be in her name. Emma agreed. However, in the past few weeks, she has told us that she met with the bank and is in the process of organising a loan for a few $100,000.
No!
Maddie and I are so concerned about her financial situation. We believe that she has been financially manipulated for a year, and soon she will be left with no savings for herself. Both Maddie and I live out of home, and Maddie is in the process of buying her first home. When we talked to Emma about the cost of living, she told us she would spend $20 a week on bills and groceries and would find a 2-bedroom apartment to rent for $50 a week in the CBD without a roommate. We worry she lacks insight about the true cost of living and has no understanding of how hard it will be to rent, buy a house, or buy a car when she has a loan of a few $100,000. She will likely have to live at home for another 10 years while paying this off, which is worrisome as she and her family do not get along and fight all the time. Not to mention, I feel they are swindling her out of all her savings. I have barely told anyone this because it doesn't feel like my story to share, but the secret is tearing me up inside. All we want to do is help her.
Am I the asshole for deliberately misunderstanding my child's father? So I had a baby some weeks ago with my partner, to whom I'm not married.
Okay.
We've been together a while, and I've given many compromises in this relationship. While discussing baby's name, we had a few disagreements on names, but ultimately decided on a name we both liked well enough. The surname was a sticking point. He wanted the baby to have his name alone. I offered to hyphenate because logistically it's easier for the baby to have both of our names. He's been drinking the red pill Kool-Aid lately, a large bone of contention in this relationship.
Oh no.
And went off about how it's tradition and the right thing to do and his right as a man to have the baby have his surname.
You're not married though. Wait.
Yeah, I know, that's the craziest part.
Wanted to,
you want to claim a human being that
you won't
you
even
made.
Claim the one that actually birthed the human.
Yeah, but you won't
yeah.
actually go and get married. That's crazy. That's crazy wild, man.
That's not even to say that like you'd have to get married to have a kid.
No.
But it's just like if you're gonna try and take control, you're not even doing the fucking controlling thing.
You want the commitment of your child having your last name, but you won't even commit to your wife.
Yeah, the
or
person,
your partner
that birthed them. Yeah,
yeah, that's funny. Okay. He told me I'd be emasculating him and may as well be a single parent if I won't grant him this one little ask. My word is final.
One little ask?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a whole fucking name.
My word is final. Baby's having one surname. This was late in my pregnancy, and I didn't have it in to fight, so I told him that I understood what he was saying. Fast forward to 3 weeks ago when the baby's birth certificate came. He blew a gasket when he saw that I'd given the baby my surname.
I mean, yeah.
He rehashed the conversation above, saying I agreed to giving the baby his surname. This is where I might be the asshole. I did nothing of the sort. I told him I understood him, which I did, but I never said I agreed with him. I told him there was no way I was doing all the work of making a baby for him to stick his name on it. When he brought up tradition, I told him it's also traditional for him to marry me before having a baby.
Yeah.
But he was happy to ignore that. I told him it was traditional for him to be the provider, but I did that too, and I pointed out other holes in his logic.
Yeah.
I told him trying to bully me into submission with his red pill BS when I was exhausted from pregnancy didn't work. He should have known better than to expect me to not share a surname with my child. He said the baby should only have one surname. They do. So why is he mad?
Yeah. This is great, actually.
I love this one so much. He went crying to his brothers and mother, all traditionalists and misogynists, and now they're all up in arms. Am I the asshole?
No.
Am I the asshole for telling my parents they should focus less on titles and more on accepting our family as it is? Apparently it's not the asshole, that's the vote, so you know what to do. Let me know in the comments what you think. My parents got married when I, 16 female, was 5 and my stepsister was 8. My mom brought me into the marriage, and my dad, technically my stepdad, brought my stepsister Rosie, 19 female, into the marriage. My parents had my younger siblings, Angel, 10 female, and Jonah, 8 male, together. Both Rosie and I lost our other parents to death. Oh my god, that is so sad, I'm so sorry. My original dad died when I was only a baby, and Rosie's mom died when she was 6. When my parents first got married and for a few years afterwards, I just said family and called Rosie my sister, dad my dad, etc. I never used step or anything, but Rosie did. She always called me her stepsister and made sure people knew that around her. She never called my mom anything other than her first name, and she never gave her a family title. She was dad's wife to Rosie from day one, and that has never changed. My parents were big on us all being one close-knit family, and while our late bio parents weren't hidden, an emphasis was put on how we were a family unit, and while we might have some unique relationships, me with my bio paternal family and Rosie with her maternal family, we should always make sure we stay a solid unit and not be mean or think less of some people based on blood. Rosie did feel that way. I was never her sister, and my mom was never her anything. She's closer to our siblings, but they are still half for her. As a kid, I was hurt by this and I didn't understand Rosie at all. But then my best friend lost her dad when we were 9, and I remember her mom was remarrying and she was so upset about it. Then we talked about it and it opened my eyes to the difference when you remember the lost parent versus not, like me. I was maybe 12 when that talk happened, and after that I saw Rosie and our family in a new light. I told her not long after that I was sorry if my pushiness when I was younger made her pain more painful. That's very kind of you. My parents have struggled more as the years went on with Rosie not getting on board with the family unit the way that they wanted. It became such a hyper focus that they did virtual therapy with Rosie when we were all at home. They tried harder than ever to correct her use of half and step. Then a few days before Rosie turned 18, she moved out of state to live with her maternal grandparents. We don't see her as much now because of how bad things are between my parents and her. My siblings miss her, and because my parents only get more annoyed at Rosie with time, I decided to have a heart-to-heart where I told them I understood where Rosie was coming from and that I thought they should focus less on the titles and put more into accepting the family we have, so maybe, just maybe, Rosie wants to see us all more. And maybe we can all be happier just accepting how things really are. That's very mature of you. They really didn't like it. They really didn't like that I was telling them what to do. I also think my dad was kind of hurt that I had accepted Rosie's feelings on me and my place in her life. They said I was wrong. They said it was wrong for me to act like this was okay or that our family is healthy. Yeah, your family's not healthy because you're making this girl deny the fact that they are her step siblings. They are her half siblings, and you can love them equally, but you don't have to force her to change her language around it, for lack of a better term. That's extremely unhealthy. You're gaslighting her. Anyway, am I the asshole?
I genuinely ended things with this one man because he made every little thing about him. Just woke up, ignore what's ever going on my forehead. I just woke up. What the fuck do you look like when you wake up? Anyways, I think it pissed me off so deeply because it was always whatever I was posting on Instagram. This man made it fully about him. One time I posted the reel that I posted on here where it's my husband's gonna know what my ass tat, he can read my ass tat. If he's gonna be my husband, he can read my fucking ass tat. Because none of these men know how to read my ass tat, so I just reposted it from TikTok to Instagram. My job, might I add, that is my job. Man calls me. He was like, is that video about me? And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And he was like, that video. And I was like, oh, no, actually that's not. That's about a guy I was seeing before you. And he was like, sure, okay. And I was like, no, actually that is, and it would genuinely irritate me so badly. I was like, I made that video before I met you. He was like, no, but I tried to read your ass tat. I was like, just a newsflash, babe. I make every man try and read my ass tat. So it's not just a special, wow. That must sound shitty on my end. But I do. They all try and read this ass tat. And I was in the video too, I was like, oh my God, I wanted this man to be my husband kind of thing. And it genuinely wasn't about him. I was like, no, this wasn't about you. This was before I met you. He was like, well, then why would you post it? When you're talking to me. I was like, are you high? Are you on drugs? I was like, babe, I have one job, motherfucker. One job to post things. And it would just keep getting worse. Any Instagram story I posted, it would just be is this about me? Or he thought everything had some sort of correlation to him. He was like, were you trying to send a message? I'm like, no, it's a sunset, bitch. What do you mean is this about you? It was to a point where I was like, do you just want everything to be about you? I'm really confused right now. is that your goal? But like him telling me, him being like, no, like that Instagram reel was about me. I'm like, but it wasn't, because I didn't even know who you were. There was something so fucking irritating about that. I was like, can I live? Can I do my job without you being like, is this about me? And I kept telling him no. I was like, no, I'm sorry, like this isn't about you. And he was like, okay. And him and I, we don't talk anymore. And it's, oh my God, and it's for the better. Not just because of that. He was also like an extreme liar, but like that also was really fucking annoying.
The man Justine cheated with isn't just some random wedding attendee or stranger. It's actually with my brother Simon.
There we go.
Stop that.
There, we knew it.
I knew it was someone important. I knew it.
We knew it. Why was their friendship severed so quickly?
So true. That is such a good point, Louis.
He was the one who messaged me on my honeymoon to break the news of the affair.
Get fucked.
Like Simon, she's on her fucking honeymoon. I don't know what I want from you,
Let her
Simon, but not
relax.
that. Yeah.
There's always a brother Simon.
Before I go on, some context about Simon. He's my half-brother. We have different dads, and he was from my mum's first marriage. He's 12 years older than me, and I'll just say it, he's a fucking asshole loser.
To put it lightly.
Claire, say less.
The only person at my wedding who I do not adore, but it was too pointed and awkward to tell one sibling they weren't invited. I wouldn't have done that to my mum. But that's how my best friend of 10 years had never met my brother before my wedding day. The guy is bad news and would be the last person I want to set a friend up with. I stupidly sat them side by side at the wedding because, well, I don't even know. Never in a million years did I think we'd end up here.
Well, yeah, Justine's married and stuff, so...
The real
thing.
Yeah. You think she would just keep it together on your wedding night?
You don't think she's gonna fuck a quote-unquote fucking asshole loser?
Oh my God, that's two adjectives on top of a really mean word.
I know, like literally like fucking loser or like a fucking asshole, but to be called a fucking asshole loser is like double kill.
Yeah.
That's so harsh, but fair.
The real kicker. Simon tried it on with 3 of my friends the night of my wedding.
Speechless.
It's so bad. Justine was the only one who gave him the green light, and here we are. Believe it or not, Simon and Justine have told me I need to be supportive of their love, and that, wait for it, it means Justine and I can really be sisters now.
Oh, God.
Justine cannot fathom that I'm unsupportive and is genuinely angry at me for not endorsing her finding the love of her life. The last time we spoke, I asked her to choose me, her supposed sister, and best friend for half of her life, or my brother, the guy she just met who tried it on with anyone and everyone that night. She chose him. I don't want Michael to find out about all of this and think I'm endorsing it, or that I even set it up. But I also desperately hate drama and confrontation too. I honestly don't know what I owe people here. If you were me, stuck in the middle of my ex-best friend and literal brother's terrible behaviour, would you tell the heartbroken husband? Would you do nothing? Or would you, dare I say, find a way to inform Michael that wouldn't be traced back to you?
Am I the asshole for being rude to a man who commented about my tattoos? I, 28 female, am a woman with quite a few tattoos. It was hot this weekend and I was out running errands in shorts and a t-shirt, so you could see a lot of them. I was waiting a bit of a lengthy line at the store yesterday when an older man, maybe 50s, in front of me started chatting. I really hate small talk, to be honest, and wasn't really engaged. But then he whipped out this line. He said, "You know, you'd be a very beautiful woman. It's a shame you have so many tattoos."
I already want to punch him. Go fuck yourself.
I looked directly at him and loudly and clearly said, "I don't recall asking for your fucking opinion." The man was absolutely stunned. He spluttered a few times and said that he was trying to give me a compliment. I said, "Oh, is that what that was? Pay for your fucking groceries and don't say another word to me."
I'm in love with her.
He stared at me for a few moments and the cashier was kind of looking at me too. The man hurried up with his transaction and left. The cashier started ringing up my groceries, but then he decided to tell me I was super rude to that guy and he was just trying to compliment me.
I'll go fuck yourself.
I was really sarcastic and told him his input was super valuable and left. Sorry, let me read that with the proper sarcasm. I'm sorry, hold on. I was really sarcastic and told him his input was super valuable and left.
That's awesome.
I try on this show, you know what I'm saying?
We both do, you know.
I told my boyfriend what happened when I went home and he laughed about it. but it came up again at a family dinner, and half the people told me I was an asshole.
No.
I don't really think I was an asshole, but IDK, I'm just tired of people commenting about my body.
No. You're not an asshole. People should stop commenting on everybody's bodies.
Yeah, I
in
agree with
general.
that. Yeah.
But if she didn't want people to look at it, why'd she get the tattoo? Because it was to make herself feel better, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, she did it for herself.
No one,
Sometimes
especially
people do
women,
things for themselves.
believe it or not.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for refusing to be my sister's maid of honor after she said I can't bring my boyfriend and children to her wedding because we're not married? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 33 female, have been with my boyfriend, 35 male, for over 10 years now. We have 2 kids together, twins, age 8. I have an older sister, 38 Nina, who is getting married to Dan, 37 male. She has a 16-year-old and a 5-year-old from her previous relationship. She has known Dan for about 2 years now. Her wedding is in 2 weeks. I was meant to be a maid of honor and had my final dress fitting and everything about a week ago. Since Nina is very particular how she wants her wedding to go, the dresses took 2 to 3 months to be made. The maid of honor dress and bridesmaid dresses are slightly different, where the maid of honor dress looks more upgraded compared to the bridesmaid dress. Because I'm her only sister, Nina said she couldn't imagine anyone else wearing the maid of honor dress. Last week, I found out that neither my boyfriend or my twins are invited to the wedding as my sister canceled their invitations. The wedding is not child-free. Am I the asshole for refusing to be my sister's maid of honor after she said I can't bring my boyfriend and children to her wedding because we're not married? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I asked her what was wrong. She said she doesn't feel comfortable having my boyfriend at her wedding because we're still not married, and since the twins were born outside of marriage, they can't come as well. I was very mad and reminded her that she herself had 2 kids that were born outside of marriage. This is her first marriage, and she's currently pregnant with another one. Nina said she understood her sins and is working to redeem them, but her word is final. Me, alongside with a few other bridesmaids, have pulled up from the wedding and told her we will not be coming since Nina decided to uninvite our boyfriends and kids. I have also said that I will not be giving back my maid of honor dress either since I fully paid for it and for all the fittings. My sister called me an asshole and is asking our parents to do something since she can't have another maid of honor and the dress will take too long to be made and everything is already paid for. So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for calling out my future mother-in-law on her BS? Not the asshole, so let's see, and you know what to do. Leave a comment about what you think. I, female 30, have been with Andy, 30 male, for 6 years now. I've realized soon that he had some childhood trauma, and we worked a lot on navigating this. He is in a much better place today. His mom and her now ex-husband had a very tumultuous marriage. It escalated to physicalities and a gambling addiction on her part. She rarely cooked, cleaned, or cared for her children beyond their most basic needs. I feel like cooking and cleaning are like basic needs. I don't know. When the kids were 6 male, 10 female, and 12 male, she left them all with only 1 letter behind, stating that she wants to focus more on her happiness and hopes they'll understand. You hope that your 6-year-old will understand that you need to go find yourself and focus on your happiness? So you're gonna leave him? She also left a big debt due to her gambling, and the men she borrowed money from were the type of people that would take your organs if you do not pay. The father was now alone and frustrated. Needless to say, his frustration manifested for a long time in horrible ways. He still managed to pay the debt and keep the kids alive, fed, and in school. He later found himself a great lady that straightened him up. He was now normal and the kids became adults and left the nest. God bless the dad. The mother divorced the dad, never paid any child support, and left the country 18 years ago. When she calls them, she only complains about her medical issues and about how hard life is for her. She briefly asks about her kids' lives, but then goes back to complaining. The kids hate talking to her. My Andy only answers her call once per year. At the same time, she infested social media with posts about how lucky she is to be a mother, how her kids are her life, and keeping her navigating life. I actually know somebody quite close to me has a mom like this, and you're like, ma'am, the way that you present on social media, talking about how much you love your kids and stuff, and then the way that you treat your kids and literally leave them to go do whatever you want, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. and it's so irritating. Anyway, after being introduced to her via video chat, she asked for my number and kept asking me about her children's lives through messages. I told her that if she is the amazing mother that she claims to be on social media, she would not need me to inform her about her kids. She would already know everything. But she doesn't, because she abandoned them, was never there for them when they had their own celebrations, traumas, or when they were in the hospital. I told her that all she does is complain to them and that the kids see her as nothing more than an acquaintance, and that I'm sick of being the one that gets interrogated about their whereabouts. If she wants, she can call her kids herself. She started crying and told me that if this is the case, she will never bother me again. Still, sometimes I wonder if I was the asshole for being so harsh. Was I projecting? Was it too much? I understand that being in an abusive relationship is not okay and a divorce was necessary, but what triggered me was the fact that she left the kids in a dangerous environment with an unstable man, collectors knocking at their door, paid nothing for her children, but still had the audacity to call herself a mother and BSing on social media. Was I wrong?
My wife's sister tried sleeping with me 1 month after my wife passed away, and I hate how I reacted. So, my wife passed away 1 month ago. It's been an incredibly painful and hard process for me and our kids. My wife's sister has been our biggest support system throughout this. Just last night, she tried sleeping with me. I hate that I almost did it. It felt like I would have cheated on my wife, not to mention the damage that would come if I actually did it. I feel like I got over my wife so soon, even though I haven't. Sex is an intimate thing, and here I was considering doing it with the last person who I should and never even thought about it. I'm disappointed in myself, but also her comfort brought me here, if I'm being honest, and I'm confused. So there's a comment that I think is good to read, but yeah, somebody said, so I'm gonna bite the bullet here. People who are grieving oftentimes seek comfort through sex with other people who are grieving this person. This could have been a reaction to her grief, and for you the same. Being in pain all the time is exhausting, and people often try to do whatever to dull it. My condolences, and I'm very sad to hear it. I think it's time for a grieving counselor with your family.
Am I the asshole for telling my wife to return it all? My pregnant wife, 26 female, and I, 35 male, are really struggling at the moment as I lost my job and my wife had to quit her job as she's suffering from hyperemesis gravidarum. We've used up our savings and currently are living off of our credit cards, but I've got a job lined starting in March. My wife is very close to her sister, 31 female, and a few days ago, she confided in her that we are struggling. Her sister has never liked me, but has always been polite to me. She has always kept me at arm's length despite my attempts at trying to foster a warmer relationship. A few days ago, my sister-in-law came to visit while I was away, and she was appalled at the state of the house and the lack of baby supplies, as the baby room was bare bones and we hadn't bought many baby things. When I arrived back home, she had given me a lecture on taking better care of her sister and scolded me for not getting ready for the baby. The next day, she came back and she had bought things for the house and the baby. My wife also told her that we had to sell her car to pay off some of the bills and rent. Again, my sister-in-law had to show off that she bought her a car, and to top it off, on Sunday, she sent her $50K and then texted her this, in quotes, "This is your money and your baby's. Do not use it on that man. If you need more, tell me and I'll send more. And remember, wherever I am, there's a home for you." I feel like her sister is trying to make me look like a failure, and I expressed that to my wife. My wife and I argued, and in a fit of anger, my wife said that I only feel like a failure because I've been failing. She has apologized since, but I still stand by telling her to return everything, as I feel like accepting her sister's so-called generosity is a way to manipulate my wife into thinking I'm a bad husband.
I feel like initially, like, obviously the husband's the one writing in, like, am I the asshole for telling her to, like, return it all? I think your specific problem that you're writing in about, yeah, you're in an unimaginably tough position. You have a baby on the way. You both lost your jobs. So, yeah, he's embarrassed. But, like, the sister is also doing you a massive, huge favor. I just think it's like, it's interesting, like a lot of the comments OP is throwing in, like, she's never liked me. This $50K is for you and your baby. Don't spend it on that man. Like, is there context missing? Like, what has OP done that, like, would give the
Maybe.
sister this feeling.
You do wonder where that comment's coming from, though,
It's
because
weird.
that changes the whole dynamic of everything, and that in the wrong light would make you want to say return it all.
Yeah, because she's not respecting us. She's not
Correct,
respecting
but
me
also,
as your partner.
But also in that position, yeah, you take a punch in the face, but you also take like what could be a saving grace.
I think obviously he's trying to paint the sister-in-law in a bad light, but he didn't like necessarily need to include a lot of what he included too, right? This is very intentioned also from him. Like I'm really sitting over here analyzing.
Well, but that's fine. But even still, then why even question and put your foot forward and say, no, we're going to return it all?
I'm looking at the comments, and in really big letters, one of the comments says, OP has been unemployed for 2 years.
Oh.
His pride didn't mind living off of his wife, who had to leave her job 5 months ago. It's taken that long for him to finally line up a job for himself. It's no wonder his sister-in-law doesn't like him and why she told his wife the money isn't for him.
I guess like looking at it like this too, like the husband should be grateful that your
Absolutely.
baby has someone that amazing in their life.
Right.
But instead, he called it showing off.
I think that's his ego. He's
which is absolutely
bruised.
crazy. And so the overall vote here is you're the asshole.
Okay.
And in this situation, like you guys were saying, he doesn't have the luxury to do that. And it's not just like it's not a petty thing. It's real life. It's concerns. It's not having a job. It's wanting to bring a kid into this world and have them be set up comfortably. So yeah, and the good thing is that he did do an edit and he said, okay, I get it. I'm the asshole. I'll apologize to my wife and to my sister-in-law. It hurt, but thank you for the brutal feedback.
Wow.
Okay.
So
Growth.
There is growth there.
There's growth.
Yeah.
Well, there's hope.
Yeah.
There's hope here.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for refusing to work things out with my fiance because my life is better now that his daughter isn't around me? I know the title makes me look like an asshole. I accept that. But for full transparency, I wanted to be completely honest here. Basically, I had been with my fiance Matt for 8 years. He has a 14-year-old daughter, Vivian. I tried so hard to involve Vivian in everything. I enrolled her in all of these extracurricular programs and showed up to every single event. I spent thousands on things that she wanted and needed. I brought her out for one-on-one to do girly things, like to get her hair and nails done or even go shopping. One-on-one dinners wherever she wanted to eat. Vivian literally complains about everything. Every time I brought her out to eat, she complained loudly about the food being trash. Every single time we went and got our hair and nails done, she would complain that it turned out bad. She complained on Christmas and asked if she had more stuff coming because she only had 16 items under the tree. Literally everything on her wish list. She said she was grateful but disappointed because she expected more from us. Tie this in with other things, like all my stuff going missing constantly. My makeup that she had been told not to touch several times became free game for her. My hairbrush that I had also told her not to touch was also left on the counter with giant chunks of her hair left in it. All of her hair products and makeup sit right beside mine in the bathroom. Despite her stuff being higher quality, she still uses mine. She would literally space out whenever I would try to talk to her about it. Her eyes would just gloss over and she would stare right through me, nod her head and say, mm-hmm, or just say why it wasn't a big deal and that she was tired of me creating drama with her. My clothing, yeah, half that shit is missing. I would catch her wearing them randomly. Then she would blatantly lie and gaslight me by saying, you literally gave this to me and now you're gonna flip out. She just had zero respect for me and that was obvious. Her dad did absolutely step in every single time and reprimand her, but it never got better. No, you're not the asshole. You're not the asshole. Like you said, it's clear as day that she has absolutely no respect for you. If you're not going to respect me, then you cannot live in my house. Thank you for stepping in and trying to get your daughter to stop doing what the fuck she's doing, but the fact that she hasn't stopped means that you guys have both got to go. It all came to a head over a bowl of damn tuna. My fiance and I have a 2-year-old, and she's been extremely ill. I'm so busy dealing with fussiness all day and seemingly all night that I simply forget to feed myself. So 3 days ago, I get the baby to sleep and I go lounge in the living room. Then I start making myself some tuna for crackers around 11 p.m. Vivian comes out and sees me making it. She gets herself a drink and goes back to her room. The baby wakes up, so I put my tuna in the fridge, get the baby back to sleep, and when I come out, Vivian is on the couch eating my tuna. Nah, hell no. This wasn't over no motherfucking tuna. This was over the blatant fucking disrespect. You little brat, you seen me making this motherfucking tuna and you waited until I was out of the room to go in there and steal what was not yours. Get the fuck out of my house. I don't give a fuck that you're 16. Get the fuck out. That means you're old enough to know exactly what you're doing. Get out. That was the last of the tuna and I was starving and really craving it. I didn't eat dinner because I didn't like the meal that I made for Vivian and Matt, so I snapped a bit. I asked her why she would be touching my food when she already ate dinner. She just rolled her eyes, tossed my bowl on the counter, and stormed off to her bedroom. I immediately woke up Matt and told him that I was done. Him and his daughter needed to get out of my house by the following day and go stay elsewhere. Period. Because you already had dinner. I didn't have dinner. You waited for me to leave the room to come out and eat the food. Don't even bother to answer me. Roll your eyes and then storm off to your fucking room. Yeah, you and your daddy got to get the fuck out of my house right now. Right now. This is my house too? Yeah. No, get out. Get out. Anywho, he went to his mom's with Vivian and holy fuck has my house been peaceful since they left. Matt keeps asking if he can come home and talk, but I told him I honestly just don't know if I want to work this out because my life has been nothing but peaceful without Vivian here. He keeps saying things like, you don't mean that. You love her. You've been around for more than half her life. But I really truly have come to the conclusion that I do not like that girl. And I love my life now that she's not a part of it. Am I the asshole for throwing away 8 years in a very loving relationship over his kid? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. It only took you 3 days to come to the conclusion that you did not want this girl around you anymore after dealing with this entitled ass, spoiled, disrespectful behavior for 8 years. It took you 3 days to realize that even though you love your fiance, you love the peace that you feel when his daughter is not around. 3 days. You're not the asshole. I get feeling sad and being torn because you've been with your fiance for 8 years and those feelings don't just go away because the circumstances in the relationship caused the relationship to not work out. I completely get that. But you tried things your fiance's way. You allowed him to handle it. He stepped in and tried to reprimand his daughter every single time she did something wrong. But the behaviors never fucking changed. So now it's time for you to try it your way. And your way is for her to be removed from your home. If she can't respect you, she can't live in your home. That's it and that's all. Yeah, it's sad, but babe, this is the healthiest thing for you. You were taking care of a sick toddler and you can't even fucking eat because his entitled, bratty, disrespectful ass daughter wants to make things difficult for you at every fucking turn. I do want to say that you guys buying her entire Christmas list is not helping. You cannot be nice or kind and respectful to someone who's already made up their mind that they are going to be disrespectful and hateful towards you. That's not going to change anything. They're just going to continue that same disrespectful, hateful behavior. If you guys really wanted to stop her from acting like this, stop enabling her by giving her shit. She's only entitled because you guys are making her this way. You bought her entire Christmas list after she constantly disrespects you in your own house. You guys weren't going about things the right way.
My girlfriend didn't take care of me when I got sick on vacation. This is why you should travel with your partner before you move in together. Girlfriend and I have been dating for 6 months. And I tell you that she is everything I've ever wanted in a girl, and then some. Growing up, I always felt strange. I was the only gay girl in the group. When I went to college, I would pray to find a girlfriend. What I'm trying to say is that she was just a godsend. We met through Instagram, and after that, it was magic. We both fell in love, and we decided that we wanted to be exclusive. Because everything was mutual, it felt so organic. We both wanted to go on vacation and just prance around on an island in bikinis, so we decided to go to Fiji. The evening we got there, we went to have dinner. About 2 hours later, I began to have projectile vomiting. It was so violent. My ribs were on fire. Now look, I didn't expect her to come to my rescue or anything, but at least offer me a towel, some water, offer to go ask concierge if they have medicine. Instead, she stayed on the bed scrolling on her phone on Instagram. Occasionally, she would look over at me and ask me if I was okay. And it gets worse. You're gonna have to go to part 2. My girlfriend didn't take care of me when I got violently sick on vacation. This is not my story time, it's sending me on Instagram. As I was projectile vomiting in the toilet, my girlfriend just sat on the bed and scrolled. She asked me a couple of times if I was okay, but not once did she come hold my hair, rub my back, ask me if I needed water, nothing. Eventually laid down on the floor in the bathroom and fell asleep. She didn't even bring me a pillow, a blanket, nothing. Said I had to call concierge at the hotel and ask them to give me medicine, which they acted really quickly and they took care of me. Rest of the vacation, I was really upset. When she asked me what was wrong, I told her that the fact that she didn't even move a muscle to take care of me really turned me off and made me feel like she just didn't have my back. Then she said that it was not her job and that I need to be more self-sufficient. I felt so offended. When we got home, I broke up with her. She then called my parents and told them that I was being unreasonable. And she told our circle of friends that I was asking for too much, as if I was asking her to baby me. Am I wrong for thinking like this? Because if the tables were turned and she was sick, I would do everything possible to comfort her and take care of her. I would pay for her medicine too. To crawl to my purse to grab money and pay. What do you guys think?
Am I the asshole for not wanting my husband's family to stay with us for the holidays? We have a 1-bedroom apartment with a 7-month-old. Space is already so limited. My husband's sister and her family are flying across the country to spend Christmas with us for 11 days. They insisted that they stay with us instead of getting a hotel.
Nope. Nope.
Of course, my husband agrees to this without talking to me. When he does ask me about it, I explain how it's going to be crowded. The noise has to be kept to a minimum because of the baby. My son already has trouble sleeping, so who knows how it'll be by next month. Husband is working some days while they're here, so he insists that they use my car to go and do stuff while I'm home with the kid. The problem I have the most is that when I speak up, he immediately says that I'm against his family, even though he's always talking crap against mine. My family hasn't been over to see my son yet because they know it's going to take hotel and car rental fees. They don't insist on uprooting my entire routine for 11 days. My mom can get me discounts because she works at a hotel, but that's still not good enough for them. I just think it's rude to insist on sleeping on an air mattress that will take up half of our living room. My son will not have a safe place to play. I'll have to lock myself away to pump every 3 to 4 hours. Our routines will be shattered. I have a feeling their kid will be loud and wake the baby. Husband said, quote, "Don't get mad if sister's kid breaks things." He's 5. I'm going to be mad. I'm made to feel like I'm the asshole because I have an opinion. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Am I the asshole?
There's not any single piece of this that makes any sense, and I would be so uncomfortable going to someone's place and putting them in a position to do that. Even if they were begging me to stay there, it's just easier and nicer to not sleep on a air mattress in someone's living room.
My in-laws tried to take over my wedding and turn it into their own. Story time. So here's a little bit of well-needed context on the situation. Steve's parents got married in a massive rush because they got pregnant, so they never actually had like a proper wedding. I also have never had the best relationship with my in-laws. They're kind of those parents that are just a little bit too close to their kids. For example, if there was ever a misunderstanding, they would be like, well, if I was dating you, I would never treat you like that. Or even weirder, they'll be like, why can't you date someone more like me? When Steve proposed to me, it was just me and him there, obviously, and his mum was fuming. She said that she deserved to be there as much as I did. Now, I made the mistake of inviting not only my mother-in-law but also my sister-in-law to my dress appointment. At one point when I was trying on dresses, I heard them laughing and giggling, so I asked the sales assistant to go and check what was going on, and they found them replacing the white dresses I picked out with colourful short ones. When asked what they were doing, they basically said like, oh, we think these ones are going to be better for a wedding on the beach. My wedding isn't on a beach. That was always my in-laws dream. My partner also told me that his in-laws were insisting on getting a pineapple filled cake with Hawaiian flowers on it. There were so many incidences like this over the 3 months beforehand. I honestly don't know how we didn't see it. Now, cut to the actual wedding. We didn't get married on a beach. We got married in a snowy field, which was a little impractical, but as I am getting ready for my ceremony with my husband in a little side room, my maid of honor like bursts through the door and she shows us her phone, and she is on FaceTime to another bridesmaid who is outside in the field. I see someone dressed in a Hawaiian patterned dress. So my bridesmaid went up to confront them, and she said that she was told this was a tropical themed wedding and that this wedding needed a little bit of colour because I had planned it wrong. The ceremony went down absolutely amazingly. I couldn't have been happier. However, I found out after that my mother-in-law had tried to walk down the aisle before me holding a bouquet of flowers. And the same thing happened with my father-in-law. He kept trying to stand next to my husband waiting for me, but he would like try and push my husband out the way. And then on the way to the reception from the ceremony, they insisted that we give them our car. However, our car had just married written on the back. It really is giving, I don't know why my kids don't speak to me anymore. So at the reception, they came up to the top table, which was just me and my husband, and asked if they could sit there with us instead of us. Some other highlights of the night include when they were overheard saying that we got the ceremony, so they deserve to have the reception. And then during our first dance, they joined the dance floor before they were allowed to, and they were just like awkwardly swaying next to us. They would constantly try and lure our photographer away to try and get pictures of them. Oh, and another fun thing that happened, they got caught by some of the waiters trying to swap our cake with a pineapple cake. Stop with the pineapple cake. At one point, my husband had just had enough of this whole ordeal and he ended up literally physically pushing them out the venue and into a taxi, where they kept saying that I had ruined their special day. I'm sorry, but I feel that these people are simply psychotic. And everything went quite smoothly after that until my bouquet toss, when I literally felt my veil be ripped off my head. That is when I turn around and I see my mother-in-law with my veil in her hands, waving it round, saying, I won, I won. She then kept saying that it was a old tradition that whoever gets the bride's veil gets the honeymoon. The cops were called and they got taken away. My mother-in-law for, you know, assault for stealing my veil. And then also the dad had driven under the influence, which if you drive under the influence, I'm sorry, you're one of the worst people in the world. 4 months they would show up at our house. So I actually ended up pressing charges and filed for a restraining order. People are saying that I've taken it too far for getting a restraining order, but I honestly don't know what else I was supposed to do in this situation. What do you guys think? Did I take it too far?
Got caught naked with my cousin in the same room. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I go to his house to confess to him that I also had feelings for him. This is when all hell broke loose. His mom, my aunt, was on her way home from work. We had a 45-minute drive, but we knew we were going to be alone for at least 30 minutes. Well, we started talking about how we felt about each other. And he started holding my hand, and he asked me if he could kiss me, and I said yes. Now, I know that you're going to say this is totally disgusting because he's my cousin. You have to understand, when you're 16 and 17, your hormones are rampant. Not thinking straight. And that's when I went in for a kiss. We were both definitely shocked that we did it, considering that we did grow up as cousins. We maybe saw each other once a year, but still, it's totally weird. And as you can imagine, one thing led to another. We both end up topless. Then he tells me his mom is going to be home soon so that we shouldn't do anything. I kept pushing it. He really couldn't say no. But picture this. I'm standing next to his bed, totally naked. He's laying on his bed, totally naked. My aunt opens the door, and immediately I crouch down. The sounds that were coming out of her was horrible. Part 3 is up. My cousin and I got caught naked in his bedroom. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Aunt opens the door, finds me standing naked next to his bed, him on top of his bed naked. I immediately crouched down, and Jake threw me my clothes so that I could just get dressed. Quickly as I could, I got dressed on the floor. Then starts explaining to his mom what happened, and he told her the truth. Didn't even bother lying. He was ready to come up with some stupid lie. He just decided to tell his mom everything. His mom was beside herself. We couldn't get her to stop crying or to stop trying to call my parents. Mind you, my parents and her think that we're like siblings, and that's why he protects me so much. Not because he's totally in love with me and doesn't want other guys to come near me. I told her we had 2 options. Tells my parents and then it's basically the end of the world. Or she could try to let us be together, not tell anybody. And then her suggestion was that we just stop seeing each other and she won't tell my parents. Both had to take the third option, but we haven't stopped seeing each other. We just see each other when my parents aren't home. At school, everybody knows we're together. But this is the thing. I'm an anxious iPad kid. This is the first time in my life that I have been totally okay. Is this so wrong? Can't just people be happy for us?
Am I the asshole for calling my girlfriend selfish for being upset I wasn't at the birth of our kid because I was also in the hospital? My girlfriend and I, both 26 female, have a son who is just over a year old. For some context, I have chronic health problems and have been struggling with it since birth. I had a surgery when I was an infant and another at 7 and another at 15. When my girlfriend was 6 months pregnant, I got really ill and it took a massive toll on my lungs and my heart. I was in the hospital for a month and felt so bad I couldn't be with my girlfriend, but she was super great with it. Then 2 days before the due date, I was rushed into the hospital due to a buildup of fluid around my heart. During this time, Jane had the baby. Am I the asshole for calling my girlfriend selfish for being upset I wasn't at the birth of our kid? I was both ecstatic and devastated. I had to spend the night under supervision, but when I was allowed to leave, I went to see my wife and baby. At the time, negative emotions were smothered by our bundle of joy, but Jane has been showing more signs of resentment. It came to a head last night during our date night. I had the whole day planned, but she wasn't feeling any of it. When I asked what was wrong, she said she was angry about the birth. I called her selfish and asked if she understood the severity of the situation and that I was ill. And now she feels disrespected. Would I be the asshole for spraying some kid with my garden hose daily after he walks all over our lawn? I, 37 male, live with my wife, 37 female, and son and daughter, 9 and 11. Recently, there's been this kid who comes by our house after playing soccer and either rides his bike or walks all over the lawn with his cleats. In the beginning, I would give him stern looks whenever I saw him, but then it slowly progressed to me asking him to go around. The last time I asked him, he made a point to stomp extra hard and twist his feet into the grass to piss me off. Since then, I've been hosing him. The first time I sprayed him, he ran off, but then he came back and stood there like he enjoyed it. Would I be the asshole for spraying some kid with my garden hose daily after he walks all over our lawn? It's now progressed to me sitting on my lawn chair pointing my hose at him and him just staring at me while he does so. Sometimes we even make small talk. I'm not gonna lie, it started off as a really bitter relationship, but I've gotten to know the kid quite well. We talk for maybe 15 to 20 minutes every day, and he doesn't mind being hosed down after sweating hard playing soccer. He comes by daily and we just talk while I hose him, and he stands there for a bit. Well, my wife told me I need to stop even when I explained to her the situation because it's making us look like childish idiots. I guess I could stop, but honestly it's funny waiting for him.
I, 30 female, have an identical twin sister, and for the purpose of anonymity, I'll call her Jess. Jess and I look so much alike it can be freaky. At one point when we were still infants, they had to draw a little dot on the bottom of one of our feet just so they could keep track of who was who for medical reasons. My mom adored the fact that Jess and I were cute baby twin girls and treated us as precious dolls who she would frequently dress alike and always make us do things together. At first, I didn't mind it at all because it was my normal and I do genuinely love my sister, but when we started getting older, I developed my own interest. I would get so frustrated or upset when I either couldn't do something because Jess didn't want to, or the only other way I could do it is if Jess could come with me and vice versa. It sucked because despite our appearances, Jess was the more extroverted twin who liked to go to parties and do sports, while I was introverted and artistic. I was always made to do what Jess wanted to do because me not wanting to be social was seen as bad, and the only way that Jess would agree or endure my hobbies was if I did her homework or chores. When my parents were divorcing, I was over the moon when my dad agreed to let me live with him in another state, and Jess didn't want to move away from all of her friends. My mom cried when I had to tell her I didn't want to live with her and Jess accused me of hating them. This really wrecked me emotionally and I almost caved, but my dad got me into therapy who helped me gather the courage to just leave. I never really did shake off the guilt until around senior year of high school, but I never once regretted my choice because of how liberating I felt by getting to just be me. I was slowly able to repair my relationship with my mom and Jess, but Jess and I were never as close as we used to be, and I was honestly fine with that. Fast forward to adulthood and Jess is engaged to her boyfriend Steve, 36 male, and their wedding is set for this spring. Unfortunately, Jess was recently in a bad accident and her face is going to need to get cosmetic surgery. She has been crying on and off for days over this because there's no way she'll be healed up in time for the wedding. My mom, Steve, and I have been trying to console her, but it's not enough. Earlier this week, my mom approached me with the idea of dressing up as Jess and pretending to be her for the ceremony and reception so the pictures will look nice. I was floored and gave a hesitant no because while I do know that this would mean a lot to my sister, I just really felt uncomfortable about it. My mom was upset with me and said that it wasn't a big deal, it was just for the pictures, and asked me if I really wanted to make it so that Jess would have to be reminded of her trauma whenever she had to look at her wedding photos or just not have any photos at all. So, am I the asshole? She has an update to some questions people had. Jess and Steve's wedding is booked at their dream venue, and if they postpone it, which is in about 3 weeks, they won't be able to book again until around 2025. And families on both sides are coming from out of state. Apparently, between the wedding costs and needing to save up for cosmetic surgery, Steve and Jess don't have the money to pay for professional Photoshop. We live in America, and as far as I know, since Jess's surgery is purely for cosmetic purposes, health insurance may not cover it, if any at all. My mom was the only one who actually approached me about this, so I don't know for sure if Jess and Steve know about this idea. And I'm honestly a little scared of actually talking to them about this in case they're on board and start to pressure me into agreeing.
Am I wrong for using graphic and vulgar language when my teacher wouldn't let me bring my bag to the bathroom? I, 17 female, have this hard-ass old-school teacher who I'll call Mr. Miller, but his name is Steve. He's in his 50s and super strict, especially with the girls. Due to a stunt pulled last year, he has a policy that students can't take their bags to the bathroom. His idea is that if students have to leave their bags behind, they'll come back for them. As you can imagine, the rule has been frustrating for the girls in class because, as you know, most women's clothing don't have pockets large enough to fit pads, at least discreetly. So I've been putting them in my hoodies, but it's been really hot, so Thursday I didn't wear one. Halfway through the class, I raised my hand and asked to go to the bathroom. Am I wrong for using graphic and vulgar language when my teacher wouldn't let me bring my bag to the bathroom? He said yes, and I stood up with my bag, hoping he wouldn't notice. Well, he noticed and reminded me in a condescending way that I had to leave my bag in the classroom. I responded, sorry, I need it, and he said, I don't care, I make the rules, please go to the bathroom without the bag or sit down. I said, come on, please, I need my bag, and he said, all right, why in the world would you possibly need the backpack? So I shouted, because I need a pad to soak up the blood that comes out of my you-know-what, Steve. I then stormed out with the bag and was intercepted in the hallway by a guidance counselor and taken to the office. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for splashing women with water at the pool? Swimming is my female 31 hobby and how I keep healthy. My favorite swimming pool is my local university pool. And while it doesn't do lane swimming, typically everyone knows to stay away from those doing laps. So I was doing laps at the far end with the pool wall on my side so I couldn't move if I wanted to. I was mid-session when two women jumped right in front of me and stood there by the wall on the shallow end. I couldn't stop in time and pushed from the wall between them, forcing them to move aside. I was more careful next lap, but they just kept standing there. There was plenty of space on the other side of the pool where they could stand and chat without bothering anyone, but they chose to stand there. Am I wrong for splashing women with water at the pool? So I continued swimming, pushing from the wall. If they refused to move, I just turned in water, making sure to make a big splash. I took a break to drink some water and one of them started screaming at me how I got her hair all wet. I told her it's her fault and continued swimming. In the changing room, she called me inconsiderate and said I ruined her hair. I told her to F off and she started going off at me and started screaming, calling me an asshole and a B word. I grabbed my stuff and went to one of the cubicles to have a shower and change, and when I got out, they were talking to the manager. One of them was actually crying about her hair. I told my sister and she thinks I'm wrong and now I need to know.
An old friend of mine has been talking non-stop about her boyfriend. She says he is a prince from our hometown and that is very handsome and filthy rich. She talks about him every chance she gets. All the girls in my friend group, including myself, thought she was exaggerating or lying. So when she told us he was coming over to visit her, we all couldn't wait to meet him. And she was not exaggerating or lying at all. This man was tall, dark and handsome. Everything about him screams royalty. When he shook my hand and asked me how I was doing, I think I spoke back in gibberish. I was stunned by this man's beauty. I fell in love with him immediately and I wanted him all to myself. I just had a feeling he was my soulmate and I decided then to do everything in my power to get him. Personally, a close friend of mine has stolen my boyfriend before, so I didn't see anything wrong with what I was planning to do. After he left, I felt very anxious. I couldn't stop thinking about him and I didn't know how to meet him again. I was thinking of stealing his number from my friend's phone when she told us we've all been invited to a party at her boyfriend's place. This was the time to make my move. I got dressed that day and did my makeup. When we got to the party, I tried flirting with him, but I could see he was starting to feel uncomfortable around me. So I decided to take another approach. I decided to become his friend first before becoming his girlfriend. So I started talking about general things and the conversation just started flowing. It was like we were in each other's mind. He laughed at my jokes and I laughed at his. I could see he was starting to see me differently because he couldn't help himself but chat with me throughout the party. I could see his girlfriend was getting jealous and overprotective. So I left him for the meantime, but not before taking his number. We became friends online and before long we were chatting every single day. He just got me just like the way I got him. I didn't see him again for 3 months, but he called and texted me daily. At this point we were just friends, but I could see he was falling in love with me and no one knew about our relationship, not even his girlfriend. We met in the 4th month and the chemistry was just crazy. When we met, we didn't do anything, we just talked and I could see he just couldn't have enough of me. A month later, he wanted me to be his girlfriend. He broke up with my friend and we secretly started dating. But my friend didn't want to give up on him. I don't blame her. I wouldn't have been able to give up either. She kept trying and trying, but it was all mine. He invited my parents to the palace to meet his parents and his parents loved me. His mom and my mom became best friends immediately. We were just meant to be. Now, since the relationship had gotten serious, we couldn't keep it a secret anymore. We both decided to talk to my friends, including his ex, together. His ex broke up in tears immediately she heard the news. She tried to fight me, but my other friends pulled her away. But before they left, they congratulated me and wished us well. My friends were the best and his ex would just have to get over it soon. And I didn't really care about her feelings anyway. I only cared about mine. And before you overjudge me, remember I told you a close friend stole my boyfriend in the past? Yes, that was her. Everybody in my friend group witnessed what she did to me. And she only apologized to me after she broke up with the boy. I got over what she did to me and forgave her when she apologized. And personally, I don't even care if she forgives me. I have the man of my dreams and I could care less. Am I the asshole? This follower needs your opinions, babes. Please drop some below.
Am I wrong for giving my mom the silent treatment after she posted a video of me on anesthesia when I told her not to? I, 17 male, got my wisdom teeth pulled out last month and that sucks on its own, but my mom made it worse. I hate being recorded, I always have, and my family knows that. I've always hated the idea of being on the internet, especially those anesthesia videos of people acting all weird. Anyway, I didn't want to be seen that way at all and definitely not online. So I made this clear to my mom every day before I went in. I even reminded her the day of so many times that she told me to stop. Well, I went in, went home, woke up the next morning, and she's all like, check this out, it's so funny, and shows me a video. Am I wrong for giving my mom the silent treatment after she posted a video of me on anesthesia when I told her not to? Not only did she record me talking gibberish, she posted it on Facebook and someone in the family uploaded it to YouTube. It got a couple thousand views and that was bad enough, but someone at school found it and now everybody has seen it. I got teased about it, people shoved their phones in my face to show me, and some dude poured a carton of milk down my shirt. But that could be unrelated. The point is, school's been terrible. So I actually stopped talking to my mom. She clearly doesn't respect what I say, so screw it. Now my parents are saying I'm being childish and I'm grounded until I stop. And yes, I'm sneaking my phone to share the story. Am I wrong for saying I told you so to my friend after her boss is being weird now that she told him she's pregnant? So a close friend of mine, Mary, is 3 months pregnant. I'm over the moon excited for her and really looking forward to being an auntie to her child. However, she does have a promotion expected to come up in the next 2 to 3 months, so I did give her some advice. I advised her not to tell her supervisor or bosses until the latest possible time required in her contract, which would be 7 months. Anyway, long story short, she did tell her supervisor and he asked when she's gonna tell the boss. She admitted that she wants her promotion and raise, so she's not saying anything until later. This was Friday. Am I wrong for saying I told you so to my friend after her boss is being weird now that she told them she's pregnant? I told her she was foolish to mention it and that she would find her promotion becoming tenuous and maybe wouldn't get good work. This morning, her supervisor asked her when she was going to tell her boss again. He said that he needs to hold interviews to replace her ASAP, and she also got removed from a long-time matter that she's been working on for 2 months. Of course, she called me to complain and for advice, but I said, I told you to expect this if you said something. I'm not sure what you want from me now. She got mad and called me a shitty friend and said I should be sympathetic instead of making her feel worse. So I honestly just want to know, am I wrong? Am I wrong for cooking food while my roommate's girlfriend was here and also offering? I, 21 male, am from the South and grew up cooking and helping my mom cook for the business. I was frying chicken and catfish when I could reach the stove and making gumbo and buttermilk biscuits at a very young age. And I'm also currently in culinary school. I've lived in a rented house on the East Coast with my roommate, 22 male, for a year and a half. He's good to live with and we watch shows and movies together and also hang out for drinks sometimes. He's been seeing his girlfriend, 20 male, for like 6 months, and I've met her before in passing. She's staying here for 2 weeks, and things have gotten a little weird. For instance, when I tried to mow, my roommate said he would, but he never has. Am I wrong for cooking food while my roommate's girlfriend was there and offering? Also, a couple of days ago, I was washing my car outside, so I asked both of them if they wanted me to do theirs. I also frequently cook at home and give my roommate some, so when I offered him and his girlfriend some, he got pissed. And weeks prior to that, she told me about a specific cheesecake that she likes, so I made it and offered it to both of them, and again, he got upset. Mind you, I thought nothing of this except for hospitality. But now my roommate's saying it's so annoying hearing his girlfriend talk about how good my cooking is. So please let me know, am I wrong?
I talked with a cannibal for over a year when I was 14, 15. Hi, I don't know if I'm allowed to post about this here, considering that it's pretty hardcore and I'm not sure you could consider that a confession, but I kind of need to talk about it. I've never told anyone. When I was around 14, I was really into extreme gore and cannibalism as a concept. I went on some subreddit where it was basically people with cannibalistic cravings talking about it, or trying to find a butcher or meat. There was another term for that, but I forgot about it. One time I commented under one of the posts and some guy reached out to me in my DMs asking, "Are you into cannibalism as well?" or something like that. I said yes, and we started talking about it more, and at some point the guy basically told me he'd like to get eaten by me. Even more so after I told him I have achondroplasia. He'd say things like, "I'd love to have your small hands pulling out my guts or your little teeth sinking inside of me." I know it's dumb, but at the time I was really into that edgy shit and didn't take the situation seriously. As the year went by, we kept talking, and he was seriously considering finding a time to come to my country, finding a quiet place where I could him, cut off his head, skin him, and start eating him. His words. The worst part is that we had talked about how I could cook him, whether I would eat his and even what dress I would wear while I killed him and if I could cut myself while doing it or not. He was really serious. Shortly after my 15th birthday, I started to understand that I had a problem, and I went to a therapist and I started to feel better and to understand that what was happening with this guy was much more serious than I thought. A little later, I was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, and when I came back home, I deleted my Reddit account and stopped talking to him entirely. Now that I'm older, this situation still haunts me, but I don't want to talk about it to my parents or anyone I know, really. Thanks for listening. Holy shit, sorry, that got crazy fast. Oh my god. It's so, like, you forget that stuff like this is real and that people actually think like this. And I genuinely think that, like, I'm really glad that this person got the help that they need, because I really think that this is not normal.
I just found out that my child actually isn't mine. And to say I'm absolutely devastated is an understatement. Me and my husband were not blessed to have a child via ourselves. However, we are in a very blessed financial position where we were able to do a surrogate. The baby would technically be 100% my eggs, 100% him. So that's what we opted for. Obviously, I was so excited for this. I was like, we finally got our little baby, like, so much pain. Hallelujah, bring it on. So we found a surrogate. We were super happy with them. The woman was absolutely lovely. Started the process, the eggs were planted, yada, yada, yada. She was pregnant and it was all going smoothly. During this time, I decided to work twice as much as I normally do because I wanted to get our funds up. I wanted to be off work for some time once the baby was here. I wanted to really start providing for our family. And then I also started doing a lot of legal research. As much as our surrogate was absolutely lovely, I did trust her a lot for someone I didn't even technically know. I weren't not gonna have this kid, you know, like, this is our child. So to be honest, I really weren't there through a lot of the months while she was pregnant. And a bit of time with my husband. He was super happy with her. Agency was really happy with her, and so were the doctors. Now, the issue of this comes when our beautiful baby, what I thought was our baby, was born. Super, super excited. Came through and said she was given birth successfully, and we were able to go look at the child, like a camera ready and everything. Like, we were so ready for this moment. Tell me when I walked into that delivery room. I don't know quite how to say this, but that baby physically could not have been mine or my husband's. A bit of context is we are two white people, okay? So I go back to the point of that baby could physically not be mine nor my husband. Tell you what, I was absolutely heartbroken to find out that this woman got pregnant literally the week before we implanted the eggs, and she had no idea, the agency had no idea, and this whole time we've been paying for so much for this woman to be carrying our own kid, and you best believe I don't want to raise it.
Story time about how my best friend snuck over my boyfriend's house in the middle of the night while she was having a sleepover with me. Yeah. So a little background information. I was 17 years old and in my junior year of high school. And honestly, the way that this girl and I became best friends should have been my first red flag. Because there was a rumor going around school that she was trying to get with my man. And everybody was telling me that I should fight her. I'm sorry, I don't care how much I like a man. I will never, ever, ever throw hands over a dude. Keep him at that point, please. But then people started telling her that I wanted to fight her. No, not even that I wanted to, that I was going to fight her. So she messaged me one day and she's like, oh my goodness, like, I just want you to know those rumors that are going around aren't true. And then she told me this elaborate story about how there was some girl who had beef with her, who wanted somebody to beat her up, so she started fake drama between me and her. And the girl that she was talking about was the type of person to do that, so it was believable. So then her and I became friends. My boyfriend was throwing a going away party for one of his friends because they were moving, and I decided to invite her. And while I'm getting ready for the party, this girl is blowing up my phone, asking me what I'm wearing, how I'm doing my makeup, how I'm doing my hair. And at first I didn't think anything weird of it because I twin with my friends all the time. But what made it weird is whenever I went to go pick her up, I'm telling you, she looked like a copy and paste version of me. And listen, yes, my friends and I twin with each other, but we all still look like individual people. So we get to the party, I say hi to my boyfriend, and this girl was up my boyfriend's ass the whole time. Mind you guys, this was literally only a week after we became friends. This bitch was not trying to beat no allegations at all. So finally, after about an hour, she comes over to me and my friends, and I'm like, hey, and she was like, hey, sorry I took so long. I was just trying to let Jake know that everything is okay between us now. I'm thinking to myself, bitch, do you think I don't talk to my boyfriend on the regular? Like, girl, come on now. Use your noggin, think. But I just decided to ignore that. And then all of a sudden, my boyfriend starts acting sus. Like, anytime I would go over to him, he would be like, oh, hold on, I need to go do this real quick. Or, oh, hold on, I need to go check on this person. And I'm just thinking to myself, what the fuck? So then fast forward to the end of the party, my mom comes to pick us up and she's like, honestly, I think I'm just gonna stay here and ask my mom to pick me up. I don't really feel like sleeping over tonight. Thankfully, my mom came in clutch and she was like, no, I told your mom that you're sleeping over my house, so you're coming home with us. And I'm like, yes, mom, thank you. So we get back to my house and she starts acting extremely weird. I have my own bathroom connected to my bedroom and she went into my bathroom and was on the phone with somebody in there for like 20 or 30 minutes. Finally, I knocked on the door and I was like, hey, I have to use the bathroom. And then when she came out, I was like, so who were you on the phone with? And she was like, oh, no one, just one of my friends from out of town. And fast forward, we're both laying in my bed and I'm about to turn the lights out so that way we can go to sleep when all of a sudden she's like, I think I want to sleep on the floor tonight. And I'm like, okay. So she goes on the whole opposite side of the room from me and snuggles up in a corner against the wall. So just to throw this in here, my boyfriend has not texted me since I left the party. So then fast forward to like 2:30 in the morning. I wake up and she's gone. But she left her phone at my house. Probably because her parents are psychos and check her location 24/7. So what do? I wake my mom up and I tell my mom that she's missing. So my mom calls her parents and then I tell her mom on the phone, I'm like, yeah, if you give me her password, I probably know where she went. I'm just not sure. And I don't want to have the police showing up to random people's houses. So her mom gave me her phone password. And lo and behold, my boyfriend went and picked her up at 2 in the morning. And they had been texting each other and calling each other all night. Since she literally left the party, I did scroll up and see flirty messages between them two from before her and I became friends. So that was nice. Her parents were like, okay, well, when she gets to your house, let us know because we're gonna come and pick her up. Fast forward to like 3:30 in the morning. She comes back and she has to knock on the door because I locked the fucking door. My mom opens it and I ask her, I'm like, where were you? And she was like, oh, I met this boy at the party and I wanted to go hang out with him for a little bit. I was like, oh, you mean my boyfriend? And she's like, no. And I'm like, yes, my boyfriend. And I was like, there's no need to lie. I already saw all the text messages on your phone. After that, she went upstairs, she grabbed her things, and she sat on my porch until her mom got there and she refused to talk to my mom and I about anything. After this, I texted my boyfriend who was like, I'm sorry, I'm breaking up with you. I would like to say that karma's a bitch, but they are still happily together 2 years later, so yeah.
My boyfriend just got married, not to me. Am I an idiot for staying in the relationship? 25 female and 25 male, been together for 8 months. My boyfriend is in the military and absolutely hates his job, and especially having to live on base with 18-year-old idiots in a place where his boss can come find him at any hour of the day or night and tell him to do something. Having had my fair share of bad living situations, I completely understand how that one facet of your life can make such a big difference, and I know how much he wants out. The problem is, he isn't a high enough rank to live off base unless he's married. He has brought up the idea a few times before, and I always told him it upset me to think of him marrying someone else, even just on paper. Last week, he started pursuing it more intently with a coworker of mine who is Canadian and hoping to gain citizenship. We had a long talk, and I told him all of my concerns, and he told me that he was thinking about it as solely a business deal and that it wouldn't change anything between us. I still told him I really didn't want him to do it. The next day, he picks me up from work and tells me he's meeting the girl to go get married that evening. I flip out. He drops me off, and it takes me a 3-hour walk to talk myself into staying into the relationship. But he showed me little to no remorse about it when we talked later. Just gave a trite apology when I asked for one, and hasn't been doing anything to try to make it up to me or make me feel loved and respected. I'm absolutely in love with him, and I want to be with him. I feel like we mesh so well, and we're perfect for each other. He assured me that he loves me, and he doesn't want our relationship to be temporary, etc. Honestly, I see this working out very badly, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to get away with it. All of his coworkers and bosses know me or about me, so him suddenly being married to someone else is going to be a giant red flag. Not to mention they're trying to screw with immigration laws, which is just a ridiculously stupid idea since any casual look into either of them will make it obvious that they're not in a relationship. Haven't had communication with each other before about a week ago and are doing this as a scam, but there's no reasoning with him about it. Am I stupid for staying in the relationship just because I'm in love? Or is that enough to make it worth staying and trying to work things out? My first question is, why isn't he marrying you to be able to live off base? Like, obviously it's not a great reason to get married, but why go marry some random person that he doesn't know?
I gave someone's kid up for adoption, but unfortunately, they're not getting it back. Story time. Okay, so to bring you up to speed on this situation, I am a surrogate. I carried this couple's kid for 8 months. And around this time, the parents went AWOL. We couldn't contact them at all. So I still kind of stuck to the plan. I had the baby and ended up just giving it up for adoption. God, what am I doing? I gave birth a year ago. And recently I did get a really nice little update saying that the child was doing really, really well. They were settling in. So in this update, I get a call from the real parents who will call Steve and Amy. So this is like the original parents that ended up going missing. Remember them? The ones that paid me to carry their child and then just disappeared. I really, really wish I could tell you I was joking. Yeah, apparently they were just dropping in to ask me how their child was doing. Baby child's not with me. Why would I still have your kid? I'm a surrogate. And this is when they start to get so angry that I gave their kid up for adoption. Was that not the plan all along? And then they try and tell me the plan. Bear in mind, I knew the plan was that I was going to look after the baby for the first year. I'd be doing all of the late nights, all the nappy changing, whilst they were on holiday, traveling the world for a year. A year! Which, let's talk about money and we'll see what I can do. But like now baby is a year old, they're ready to be in his life and they want to raise him. Am I going to have to gentle parent the parents and tell them to F off? And then how do you tell some parents that their child is not here? I don't have them. Your kid has been with another family for a year, sorry. So now I am stressing out because I don't have a child to give them. I don't know where the child is. But I'm feeling a certain type of way about this because you can't expect me to stick to a plan but not know what the plan is. What's the plan? We just said freckles. And they were like, well, you know, it all makes sense to us. How are you just not going to tell anyone else the plan? Was it part of the plan to not tell anyone the plan? I'm confused about the plan. Just like, I'm going to be so honest and tell you that I would have done this plan, but you didn't tell me the plan. So like, what does one do in this situation?
My coworker sent me a video of him and his son. I have no effing clue how to word any of this. I feel nauseous and completely stumped. We are going to put a trigger warning, explicit grooming essay, and CSAM. I don't even know if this is the right place, but I have absolutely no one to bring this up to. I'm a 24-year-old guy working as a receptionist in a shitty 3-star hotel in Saudi Arabia. I've been there for 3 months so far, and I've gotten acquainted with the bellman and concierge. Earlier today, I was getting ready to go to sleep to wake up in time for my shift. The concierge sent me a completely uncaptioned, completely out of the blue WhatsApp video of a POV camera focused on his son. I can't make out what they were both saying, but towards the end, the concierge orders his son closer and starts essentially feeling between his legs, praising him. He looks to be about 5 years old. I have no effing idea what to do. Did he send this by accident? Was he trying to make a joke? Either way, uncomfortable and disgusted are understatements. I can't even sleep now and I want to throw up. Keep in mind that I've never engaged in any personal conversations with this man. Our WhatsApp conversations are strictly work-related, as all of mine are with all of my coworkers. I've never asked for any videos or media or anything from this person, and I never wanted to. I don't know how I would report this. Maybe I can pull my manager aside and tell him? How? They would ask for proof, but I don't want authority figures to rummage through my phone since I have been an ex-Muslim for years and I'm afraid of what they'll find. I'm not privy on how investigations and laws are done here, and I'm even more terrified of what they'll do if they find out I'm an apostate. Completely lost. Please offer any advice or guidance. Okay, well, if you were in the United States, I would obviously tell you to go to the cops, but I'm also not privy to what the investigations or the laws or like how the cops are there. Also, I have no idea what an apostate is, so that's one thing that I need to look up.
My boyfriend just cheated on me, so I got my revenge by using his dad. Story time. So the other day it was my boyfriend Steve's birthday and I snuck into his house to set up some surprise balloons. And at one point I went into his bathroom to, use it, and I noticed this on the side. It was a Skin and Me daily doser with the name Amy on it. Now if you don't know what Skin and Me is, it's this little thing. It is personalised skincare. For my doser I put in pictures of my skin, what I wanted from my results, and next thing you know my little doser arrives. So Amy's doser being in Steve's house means that it was made for her. I absolutely do not blame Amy for taking it round for this sleepover that she must have had, because these little daily doses can be up to 20 times stronger than regular actives. They're literally the gold standard ingredients in dermatology and skincare. So anyway, I get Steve's dad on the phone, my tired silver fox. His dad loved a little flirt with me. He knew what I was calling him for, to make sure I'm looking good. As soon as he walks in, he's like, oh my god, Tatty, you look so good. I said, thank you, it's my skincare. He's like, what, how do I get it? What do I do? So I said, all you need to do, Dave, pop onto the website, fill out the consultation, send some pictures of your skin, use code TATTY. That's gonna get your first daily dose of for $4.99 and the rest for $24.99, which he did. So then the next month rolled around and I made sure that whenever Dave had a sleepover, he made sure to leave his daily doser in the bathroom. And this promo is also available for you guys too. You can also add a free trial of the other products too, so the moisturizer, cleanser, SPF and the serum for $4.99. 5 products, bargain. I'm really taking Fight Fire with fire to heart. Mwah.
Am I wrong for not chipping in for a Gucci bag or a 3,000-pound birthday dinner I didn't plan? I, 29 female, and my husband, 35 male, are part of a close group of friends. We're all in our late 20s to mid-30s. Most of us are married or in serious relationships, and we usually celebrate birthdays together. The usual setup has always been that the birthday person hosts and pays for everyone. Damn. I mean, like, okay. But about a year ago, this weird new tradition started. For each birthday, someone opens a WhatsApp group and says, let's all chip in for this really expensive gift. We're talking about things like Hermes flip-flops, Formula One tickets, Gucci bags. It's all very public and a bit uncomfortable to say no. My husband and I have always gone along with it, even though it's felt a bit much at times. For example, we paid around £300 towards a £1,500 Formula One ticket for my husband's best friend. Let's call him Tom. At the time, it felt okay, but now things are different. We're already parents to 1 child. We're trying for a second, and we just opened a new business which we fully funded from our own savings. Everyone in the group knows this, including Tom. We're doing fine financially, but we're definitely being more careful. These expensive group gifts are not something we feel comfortable doing anymore. A few weeks ago, it was my husband's birthday. One of the friends asked if I was going to open a WhatsApp group for a gift. My husband didn't want anything. We hosted everyone for a pool party, paid for everything ourselves, and we were happy to do it. For the record, Tom gave my husband a nice bottle of tequila worth around £100. We appreciated it. I'm not complaining at all. I've never judged or compared gifts, and I've been genuinely grateful for every single one, no matter the price. 2 weeks later, it was Tom's girlfriend's birthday. He opened a group chat and said she would like a Gucci bag. I told my husband I didn't want to participate in this one. He agreed. We didn't reply in the group, but we both bought her a £120 massage voucher as a gift. Her birthday was held at a really fancy and expensive beach restaurant. We went, enjoyed the event, had fun, and made sure the birthday girl had a blast. A few days later, Tom wrote in the group chat that the bill was £3,000 and said that if anyone would like to contribute, they could. I have a lot of opinions on the way you guys hold birthday parties, but let me get to that. I told my husband I didn't want to chip in. We didn't choose the place. We gave her a gift. And again, we're being more mindful about money right now. He obviously agreed. Then Tom messaged my husband privately and said he expected us to help with the dinner bill since we didn't join the group gift. He said our £100 gift wasn't enough. Brought up the fact that he had always participated before, including for his Formula One ticket, and said we were being jerks for not pitching in at all this time. I honestly don't understand it. I've never once complained about the gifts we got. I've always been thankful, but suddenly we're being labeled as the rude ones just because we made a different choice this time based on our current situation. So, am I the asshole? Okay. So, it's obviously in the UK, right? Based off pounds and stuff. How I typically, I think majority of friend groups in America do it, right? If it's girlfriends, right? If it's all girls, right? We typically will all buy small gifts and go out for dinner. 5 of us going, the 4 of us will split the entire bill just evenly because we would just include the birthday girl's dinner. Now, if you're going with other people, right? I think that's really nice that you guys usually go ahead and pay for the whole dinner. But I guess I kind of understand that when you guys are buying a big ass gift. So the difference, like if I was with my friend whose spouse or significant other was with us, I 1000% expect your man to pay for your dinner. Minimum. You don't pay for the whole dinner. That's really nice. But I expect you to pay for hers. If you expect me to pay for my portion of it, which is fine, you do not get to dictate what gift I get your girl. Absolutely not. I think if in your guys' situation, if you guys know that person's going to take care of the bill, then it's like, okay, let's split a gift or get my own gift. But I don't like the idea of you guys saying this is what she wants. I don't care about the thing is Tom is your husband's close friend. The girlfriend isn't, right? So it's I don't feel comfortable spending this much money on a stranger that I don't really know, period. End of sentence. You shouldn't have to, I don't think people should be up on each other's financial business like that, especially given the situation. He offered to take you guys out to eat. Hey, I'm celebrating my girlfriend's birthday. Please come. You don't get to tell me what to get her. I don't think that's okay. And if I would have paid for my own food, but if you're going to volunteer, I'm never going to say no to a free meal. I'm curious if this is just a high class thing that they do or that's more common in the UK.
Sometimes I hate my son.
Oh my God.
I'm a single dad of 2 kids, 17 female and 3 male. This post is about my son. His mom just sort of dropped him off in 2021 when he was 3 months old, and I've been solely responsible for him since. He was a cute baby, but is now pretty big for his age. Doc said it's normal, he's just big. Because of that, he can be an absolute terror. Hitting and even biting his older sister, starting fights at dinner for no reason, throwing tantrums if he can't have his favorite snacks, etc. So far, he's broken a TV, peed on my favorite reading chair, trashed the bathroom on multiple occasions, continuously bullies his sister to the point that she now needs to sleep in my arms like when she was little so that she can even feel safe. He's keeping me up at nights, refusing to sleep, and running all around the apartment after repeated attempts to put him to bed. It's costing me sleep, and sometimes I just hate him for being so annoying. I know he's young and can't help it, but God, he will be 4 at the end of October, and my oldest daughter is currently dealing with some health issues. And his bullying doesn't help. I do leave my oldest in charge while I work as I can't afford a sitter, so my son's bullying can't really be addressed properly in the moment when I'm not at home. I'm at a loss. Morgan and fam, what do I do? Also, they are both cats.
Oh my God!
Escaped our entire garden while dog sitting for a week. What do I do? My husband, 35 male, and I, 29 female, went on holiday for a week and just got back tonight. My in-laws stayed at our house and looked after our dog for us while we were away. We got back tonight to find that mother-in-law has completely changed our garden without our consent while we've been gone. We have a smallish paved garden with some raised flower beds, a couple of trees, and some nice flowers and bushes. Most were left by previous owners, and we cared for them the best we can. Weeded, laid wood chips, and kept the garden tidy. While we've been away, an entire tree on the right-hand side has been removed and is now just a stump.
An entire tree.
With new shrubs and flowers planted in its place. My roses, which I enjoyed caring for, have been cut to a stump with nothing left. The trellis completely bare. The 2 other trees have been cut back dramatically. All their flowers and buds are gone. The huge flowers on one bush have been cut off, and the garden feels very exposed and barren. The tree that was cut to a stump flowered beautifully in summer and attracted lots of butterflies. And I'm big on biodiversity, so that was sad. And the roses I'm devastated about, as my uncle was helping me care for them. Various other jobs have been done, like cutting a small patch of grass we have in the back and jet washing the paving slabs, which I'm grateful for. It's important to note nothing like this was discussed before we left. We only asked mother-in-law and father-in-law to care for our dog, nothing more. Mother-in-law mentioned patching some missing sealant on the window of our shed for us. That was all. I really struggle with anxiety and needing to be in control, and I've been sobbing this evening. I'm devastated. Mother-in-law is asleep and father-in-law is staying out of it. I'm sleeping downstairs with our dog because I can't stand to be away from her either. It's 3 a.m., but I can't sleep. What do I do? Am I right to be upset? I'm certain their intentions were good, but I feel this is an enormous overstep and I'm really upset.
Oh, that sucks. Wait, this sounds like so much more than adding. It sounds like a lot more subtracting to her yard.
Do I invite my friend's chauvinistic boyfriend to my wedding?
Oh,
okay.
To set the scene, I've been friends with this girl, let's call her Regina, for most of my 20s. She's genuinely a lovely person, but over the years, she's started to wear a bit thin on some of my close girlfriends. Out of our original group, my partner and I are really the only ones still in touch with her. Regina's also had a string of bad boyfriends over the years. I've met all of them, but her current one, Isaac, is by far the worst. We recently all went away together when things got really uncomfortable when he made several deeply inappropriate and offensive comments. I really disagree with his view on life and how he treats other people. My fiancé and I honestly were so shocked. After that weekend, we both agreed to step back from the friendship. Don't get me wrong, I still like Regina, but I can't ignore the fact that this is the person she's chosen to be with for the long haul. Here's my dilemma. My partner and I have a strict number of wedding guests we're limited to. I know one thing for sure. I do not want Isaac there. I wouldn't feel comfortable having him around my family and friends. But I'm torn about whether to invite Regina. If I don't invite her, she'll be really upset. And that might open the door for a conversation about why I don't feel comfortable around Isaac. But if I invite her without him, she'll still likely be angry and question why. I'm a conflict avoidant, people-pleasing personality type, so I feel really stuck. Do I invite her even though I'm already distancing myself from the friendship? And do I have to invite both of them? Or is it fair to just invite her alone if I choose to invite her? Mary.
Story time, and this is Ari's story. Ari worked at a gas station in a small town, and she knew most of the customers that came in because it was a small town. There was this one guy who was a regular, who was in his mid-60s, who always came in to get a coffee in the morning and a breakfast sandwich, and he always made small talk with Ari. She never thought anything of it. He was always just really nice, and she was never weirded out. A year after Ari was working at this gas station, the man comes in and goes, "Congratulations on working here for a year." Ari thought that was weird, because how did this man know the exact date that she started working there? And then the man started saying how his house is actually across the street from the gas station, and how his living room window faces the gas station, and how he has a chair perfectly aligned to see into the gas station. And then he started saying how whenever he sees Ari come into work, he gets really happy and he goes in to get coffee just to see her. So again, Ari was a bit creeped out by this. Why is this man watching her from his window in his house? So the man then left, went back home or wherever he went, and Ari kept working, and it was a Sunday, so it got kind of quiet. And when it was quiet, the man came back into the store. Again, he started making small talk with her, and he was saying kind of the same things like, "Congratulations on being here for a year, you're an amazing worker," etc., etc. And she started feeling a bit uncomfortable at this point. So she told him that she was going to stock the shelves, so she was going in and out of the back room just to get stuff and stock the shelves. As she was doing that, at one point, when she goes towards the back room, the man starts going there with her. She thought he was going to the bathroom because the bathroom door was opposite from the back room door. But he didn't go into the bathroom. He went with her into the back room and he locked the door. So then Ari was like, "I'm sorry, this area is only accessible for workers. You have to leave." And he was like, "No, I came here for something specific. So either you come with me to my house or I get what I want right here." Ari is freaking out, but she's trying to act calm because what else do you do in that situation? So she's holding these boxes. The man starts coming closer to her. He's saying how beautiful she is, how she's a really beautiful young lady, and how amazing she is. And she's feeling incredibly uncomfortable and trapped because the door is locked and she's in there with him. And then she sees a box cutter on the desk where her colleague, I guess, had left a box cutter. So she decides that she's going to go put the boxes down on the desk so she can grab the box cutter. So she goes and does that, grabs the box cutter, and she tells the man to back off, and he basically starts going towards her just when her colleague calls out for her because he had come to take over the next shift. The man then got freaked out, her colleague called the cops, and the cops arrested this guy. This guy ended up in jail for several other sexual assault cases and for statutory rape of a family member. That is Ari's story. So just to say, these things don't just happen in big cities, they happen in small cities as well. They happen everywhere.
My husband knows about my 6-month-long affair, but he hasn't told me. Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. Okay, so let's start with a little background. My husband and I first met when I was right out of college in a new city. He swept me off my feet, and from that first date, it was magic. We married 3 years after that, and now we have an 8-year-old daughter. We both work pretty great jobs, and between caring for our daughter and work responsibility, we are both busy people. But he always made time for me and treated me like royalty, even when I didn't do the same. Around the beginning of 2019, I became familiar with one of my coworkers, Nick. He's about my age, has a wife and 3 kids of his own. Nick and I started off so innocent. We would go out to work outings together. We would sit close by, but it all started when I sat on his lap. I guess he reminded me of when my husband and I were young. There was passion in Nick's eyes that drew me close to him. Eventually, we started sleeping together. I knew during the whole time that it was wrong, but I pushed through, never once thinking about the impact it would have on my husband. My morning started off as usual. My husband gets into the shower before me every day, and I snooze before I have to hop in too. He mentioned last night that he was going to stop by Costco on the way home from work today, so I grabbed his phone so that I could add a shopping list. When I went on the Notes app, it opened to a folder with dates listed on it. The dates started the first week of March and continued until last week. Part 2. My husband knows about my 6-month-long affair. Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. I curiously opened one of the dates, and to my shock it was a diary. I never knew my husband was the type of person to write out his thoughts or emotions. I read through the first couple entries of his diary and it broke my heart. The diary was all about my infidelity and how my husband was processing it. Looking at the dates that were listed, he discovered my affair about a month after it became physical. I hid his phone until he left for work. Then I called off of work and read each diary entry. Almost each entry for the first 3 months after he discovered my affair were about how he planned on making me fall in love with him again. He detailed in his diary the plans he had to make me forget about Nick. He talked about taking us on a week-long vacation so I couldn't see him. How he bought my favorite flowers and cooked my favorite dish, but I continued to see Nick. As the time went on and I continued to tell lies to my husband, he would write in his diary how his resolve was beginning to waver. And now he was becoming depressed. He feels so lonely and unloved. After 3 months, the diary entries became wholly about his depression and how he cries every time he knows I'm with Nick. The diary entry from a month ago stopped me in my tracks. He wrote about how he put our daughter to bed. He was crying himself like usual, but the tears stopped flowing. He says that his body finally stopped producing tears for his failed marriage. He says this night was the night that the Band-Aid fully came off. And now that the Band-Aid was finally off, he felt a wave of relief. Like he finally got over me. 2 weeks ago, he decided to start an affair of his own. I'm so ashamed of myself and I don't know what to do. I never meant to hurt him.
Am I wrong for getting with my best friend's husband? Story time. I'm a single girlie and I love living that single life. There was this new guy who started at my work who we'll call Steve. So one night I was really bored and I just thought, well, I'm going to scroll through some dating apps, see who's out there. And I come across Steve from work. And let me tell you, ladies, Steve is looking a little bit sexy. We started having some flirty little chats and we got together basically the next day. And at this point, I was seeing a couple of different guys, so I didn't even think to mention it to my best friend Amy. And on the date, Steve was so flirty. He never mentioned seeing any other women. He never mentioned a ring or a wife. So my company was hosting a little party and it was like a wives and husbands can come type of sitch. Now when I first got there, I'm going straight up to the bar. Amy comes up to me and she is like, hey girlie, you look great. I'm like, hey girl, how's the night going? She asks me if I've bought anyone. I ask her if she's bought anyone. And Amy's like, yeah, I came with my husband. I'm like, didn't even know you had a husband, Amy. Where is he? Let me meet him. She turns around, she beckons this guy over. I have never experienced shock like this in my life. It was only bloody Steve. In that moment, I had absolutely no clue what to do. So I was like, hi, nice to meet you, bye. And he definitely recognised me as well. And I came to the conclusion, like, I've got to tell Amy. But one evening after work, I pull Amy aside and I tell her everything that went down. She got really upset with me because how could I get with her husband? She was like, you should have known. So I said, well, what are you going to do? Meaning, are you going to confront Steve? And she goes, well, I'm not going to be friends with you anymore. What? She then called me a horrible person and told me I should rot in hell. Now listen, I do feel awful, but I feel like the anger's misplaced. What do you think? Let me know in the comments.
I have to tell you guys what the fuck happened to me 3 days ago. In order for the story to make sense, we kind of got to go back a little bit. So a lot of you guys don't know, but I used to go live all the fucking time. I used to go live like 6 hours a day, 3 to 4 days a week. That was my thing. I used to do that. For those of you that were around during that time, you probably remember me talking about how much I dislike baby's sister-in-law, my soon-to-be sister-in-law. I cannot stand that bitch, nor do I like the ground that she walks on. I literally loathe her. I was raised that you don't ever hate anybody. So I've never actually stated or felt like I've hated anybody in my life. But if anybody was to get close, it's that bitch. Baby and I have been together for almost 5 years, and him and his brother actively put in work to keep me and baby's sister-in-law separated because they know that I don't like the bitch. I used to go out of my way to scare her. I did. Like, if I don't like you, bitch, you're gonna know. You're going to know. I walked up behind her one day on Thanksgiving. We were at my soon-to-be father-in-law's house, Mr. Larry's house, and she was standing in the middle of the fucking walkway, just fucking taking up space, big blockhead-ass bitch just in the way. So I walked up, like, right behind her, and I told her, move. When I tell you that bitch almost jumped out her fucking skin, and when I realized that she didn't like being snuck up on, I made it a purpose to walk around like a fucking ninja because I can't stand a bitch and I wanted her to be uncomfortable in my presence. No, it wasn't right, but no, I don't fucking care. So moving on to the story. Recently, baby's brother sprained his ankle and tore his Achilles tendon stepping in a hole while mowing the lawn at his house. Like I said, baby and his brother actively worked to keep me and this bitch separate. So I have not been to baby's brother's house in like 4 years. He'll go over there. He babysits his nephews on Mondays. He do shit over there. Me, I don't fucking want to go because I'm going to cuss the bitch out in her house, and that's rude because what the fuck you not going to do is come over here and cuss me out in mine. So I don't do that. I just don't go over there. I decided to try to be fucking nice. Like I said, brother-in-law hurt himself. He hurt himself, so we decided to go over there and check on him. Are you good? Hey, Limpy, what's going on? Like, do you need some help with anything? So listen, we go over to brother-in-law's house, right? We're outside like 30 seconds max. 30 seconds for us to get out the car, get Indy's stroller, load her in there, walk to the door. Little boy let us in the house. We weren't even outside a fucking minute. As soon as we walk in the house, I start freaking out because I feel something fucking crawling on me. So I reach up and I feel it. So I grab it because what the fuck is that? Y'all, why this stupid ass bitch send her bee friends to fucking attack me? Look at my neck. That bitch tried to kill me. I knew I didn't fucking like that hoe for a reason. And this bitch sent her bees around her house to attack me the first time I go over there in 4 fucking years. Y'all, I was so fucking mad. I called my best friend. Was like, bitch, I'm gonna have Indy shit in her shoe. Because I don't know what the fuck type of war she trying to start. But I'm gonna fucking finish it. Now listen, do I really think she has an alliance with the bees? No. Am I going to acknowledge that as actually being factual? Fuck no. Why? Because if it was me and someone that I knew didn't like me and I actively didn't like back came to my house and got stung by a bee, I'd probably go outside and try to high-five the bees. Am I being dramatic? Abso-fucking-lutely. Am I being a little crazy? Probably. Does that change how I feel? No, because I know that bitch set me up. She said that, look at my fucking neck. And then the fucking great, like, I've never, ever, ever been stung. This shit itch like nothing I've ever experienced in my goddamn life. Don't worry, we're not allergic to the point that I'm having any type of reaction other than that. Because I can't stop scratching it when I'm asleep.
Being young gives you an excuse to do some questionable things that make people think that you have literally no morals. Like me dating a guy I didn't like just so that way I could talk to his best friend. But before y'all call me a shitty, backstabbing, evil, conniving bitch, I grew up in a household where both of my parents told me that they were cheating on each other, so this really didn't seem like a big deal to me. Anyways, let me tell you guys how this happened. Around this point in my life, I was super ugly. When I became best friends with this girl, Jamie, it was like I hit the jackpot because she had this best friend named Tyler, who was best friends with this guy named Andrew, who I've had a crush on for years. But he had been dating this girl named Sophia for years, who he was obsessed with, so I couldn't even shoot my shot if I wanted to. Until one day, Tyler texted us saying that we should go to the pool with him and Andrew. So we get to the pool, and Andrew was telling us about how Sophia got a new boyfriend. And I look at Jamie like, because that's gonna be my man. Him and I start Snapchatting that night, and then a few days into us talking, I realized that he is literally trying to put me on with Tyler. And then a few days later, when he realizes I'm not getting the hint, he finally comes out and says, Tyler really likes you and wants you to be his girlfriend. And I was like, well, I don't like Tyler, I like you. And then he says, oh, well, I don't think we can talk anymore then. I'm like, what? And he's like, well, I just don't want to make Tyler jealous. But I was still determined to make him my man. And I'm like, okay, fine, tell Tyler that if he asks me, I'll say yes. Tyler sends me this whole paragraph about how I'm so beautiful and he wants me to be his girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. I say yes. Tyler asked me if I want to go to the movies with him and Andrew the next day. The only reason why I said yes was because Andrew was going to be there. So 5 minutes after the movie starts, I tell them that I have to go to the bathroom because I don't want to sit there. Also, I low-key knew that Andrew was going to follow me, so... As I'm walking down the stairs, I hear feet behind me, and of course it's Andrew. And you guys know those little spaces where they have the trash cans? It's a little cubby area. Well, right as I'm about to walk past there, Andrew grabs me and pulls me into the cubby, and he starts saying that him and I should have a relationship on the DL. And in my head, I'm thinking this probably isn't the best way to go about this, but I wanted this man real fucking bad. So I say okay. We start making out, and thank God it is pitch black in there because Tyler walks right past us. And I'm like, oh. Because, bitch, I thought that was going to be the day, but it wasn't. So we start making out some more. And then I get a text from Tyler, so I'm like, let's go back to our seats. 5 minutes later, Tyler comes back. He looks upset, but I didn't really care. Because at this moment, I was way too high on life to let him ruin my mood. And I'm not going to lie. I think Andrew had a fetish with getting with his best friend's girlfriend. Because the one night I asked him, shouldn't I just break up with Tyler so that way you and I can be together? And he's like, no, you can't do that. But he loved to make Tyler jealous. If I wasn't talking to Tyler because I was mad at him, because I would get fake mad at him a lot just so that way I wouldn't have to talk to him. Andrew would send him screenshots of our text messages saying, bro, I don't know why she won't talk to you. She's talking to me. And then whenever we would all hang out, if Tyler walked away for 5 seconds, he would run up to me and start making out with me. Or whenever Andrew wasn't looking, he would grab my butt. Fast forward, out of the blue one day, I'm guessing this is my fucking karma for the whole situation. I get a text from Andrew saying, we can't talk anymore. I'm back with Sophia. And I'm like, what? And he's like, bitch, are you dyslexic? Read the message I just sent you. And so now I'm like, fuck no, you're not about to disrespect me. I'm like, well, I'm gonna tell him everything and send him everything. And he's like, I don't care, you're just gonna make yourself look like a slut. And this situation already looked bad enough that I didn't want to ruin my reputation, so I didn't do any of that, but I did break up with Tyler. So I'm bawling my eyes out because of this whole Andrew situation. I called Jamie to talk to her about it. And here goes Tyler telling me that he's gonna himself if I don't get back together with him. But it's like, bro, shut up. Let me grieve the real relationship that I was in. I'm grieving right now. Have some fucking respect.
Am I in the wrong for telling a kid at the sleepover to stop acting like a brat? My son had a sleepover on Sunday. It was him and 3 of his friends. My wife is out of town, so breakfast Monday morning was me, the 4 of them, and my daughter. I did not want to make breakfast for 6 people, so I ordered a catering box from a breakfast place the night before. It came with 13 bagels, 3 types of cream cheese, and sliced onions, cucumbers, and tomatoes. I figured that was plenty of food for 6 people. Monday morning, I picked up the box. I had selected to get 6 plain, 3 onion, and 3 everything bagels. But you can't pick your extra bagel. They gave us a sesame seed bagel. When I got home, I called everyone downstairs, and my daughter got there first. I told her to take a bagel. She took the sesame one and started putting butter on it. When the boys came down, one of my son's friends asked why there weren't any more sesame bagels. I said there was only one. He asked why she got it. I said because she came downstairs first. He said that wasn't fair. I said there are plenty of bagels, just take one. He asked why I only ordered 1 sesame bagel. I said I didn't. It was an extra. He asked why I didn't order any, and I said I didn't realize they were so popular. This kid kept going on and on about how he wanted a sesame bagel, and it wasn't fair that my daughter got one and he didn't, since he's the guest. At this point, my daughter is already eating the bagel, so this is a purely theoretical conversation now. I said to the kid, just pick a bagel. He said he didn't want a plain onion or everything bagel. I said a plain bagel is just a sesame bagel without the sesame seeds. He said that didn't make any sense. He asked me to go back and get him a sesame bagel. I told the kid to stop acting like a brat and eat the bagel or go to school without breakfast. He said I had to feed him and I can't call him a brat. I said I have fed him. I can't make him eat. He literally put a scoop of cream cheese on his napkin and ate it with a butter knife just to prove a point. After pickup that day, his mom called to get my side of the story. I told her what happened, and she said she couldn't believe that I called her kid a brat and let him go to school hungry. She said I should have ordered enough food for everyone. There was plenty of food. There were 4 bagels left over after breakfast, so there was plenty for everyone. There were cucumbers he could have eaten with his cream cheese. He had options. She said I still had no right to call him a brat. I said I only said he was acting like a brat, which he was. She was mad and said that she was going to talk to my wife when she gets home. That's a weird threat, but have fun. Am I in the wrong, or is this kid a brat?
My 42 male, wife, 32 female, of 3 years is meeting up with some guy I don't know. My wife joined a gym recently. She's not overweight and hasn't mentioned wanting to join before, but then a few months ago she fancied it and off she went. Anyway, recently I noticed a guy regularly liking her Facebook comments, not just the odd ones, but a lot of them. I've never heard of him before, and I know most of her Facebook friends. I was using her phone the other day, and her Facebook was left on. I'm not a snooper, it's just not my style, but a message popped up from the same guy, and I opened it. All of their previous private conversations came up, same time tomorrow, X, and I'll pick you up around 4, X, etc. I don't know what to think. There's no sexualized talk, although each sentence ends with an X, and she's never mentioned him before. Why would she not? I don't know what to do next. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Definitely sounds weird, especially because the only conversation that they're having is like, same time tomorrow, I'll pick you up around, and if she's never mentioned him before, that's not good. Someone said, when is she meeting up with him next, and where does it say they're meeting up? Edit, yeah, it would seem really suspicious. Where's your wife now? OP said, I can't get back on her Facebook. I don't know the password. I'm not sure when and where they're meeting, but I got the impression that she was picking him up from his house. I don't really monitor her movements, so wouldn't know where she was supposed to be. Probably the gym. She's been going there a lot.
My boyfriend broke up with me because I wouldn't sleep with him and his mum. And I'm so glad I stuck by my guns because, what? Basically, me and my boyfriend, let's just call him Mark, have been having issues for quite a while. I just felt like our relationship was a little bit boring. I don't know, I just felt like the spark fading very quickly. That being said, I was super open to actually working on things with Mark. I just simply sat down with him, I had a conversation, I was like, look, I want this to work, what do you need? When this man looks me dead in the eyes and is like, I want to have 3 people in this relationship. I'm not even gonna lie, at first, I wasn't super held by this. Thought, okay, it's like different, but it's spicy. That's what we need. Anyway, he then proceeds to tell me that I actually know this girl and super well, so it's someone that we know. He then reveals that it's his mum. I'm not even gonna lie, I burst out laughing because what would you do in that situation? Like, my boyfriend of 3 years is telling me he wants me and him to sleep with his mum. It's not a normal situation to be in. Anyway, safe to say, I politely declined this offer when I realised he was being serious. And I've never moved so fast out of a flat in my whole entire life. Mark actually messaged me a few months after I moved out. And he said, like, was the issue my mum? Like, he said to me, like, we could do it with, like, your dad, we could do it with your mom. It doesn't matter who it is. Why are you listing off those people? There's so many red flags here, I can't even unpack them all. Good luck to his next girlfriend, because...
My husband has a girl best friend, and I hate it. Story time. So my husband Steve has a best friend who we'll call Amy, and they have been friends their whole life. And in the past, I've overheard my boyfriend say he owes Amy his life. Now, he has told me that they got together once in high school, but nothing else has ever happened. Now, here's the thing. I have never ever really been Amy's biggest fan, but I would say that a real turning point for me is when Steve had Amy as his best woman at our wedding. And being completely honest, I just feel like Amy is the definition of a pick-me girl. And honestly, I never ever thought I would be this girl, but I have asked Steve to cut Amy out of his life multiple times. But Steve has said that he doesn't think that this is a necessary move. Things did get a little bit better last year when Amy got married. Thank God. But not gonna lie, this relationship moved pretty quick. Amy and Dave were married and pregnant within 4 months of dating. Now, unfortunately for Amy, the guy did up and leave the pregnancy. But it was also when Amy and Steve's relationship started to get a bit closer. Steve, aka my husband, started taking Amy to all of her midwife appointments. Then next thing you know, my guy is building the nursery. And then he even promised Amy that he would be there at the birth of the sodding child. So, as I'm sure you can imagine, I now have some pretty strong feelings towards Amy. So I told Steve about how I was feeling about Amy, and he apologised and said, as a sorry, I'm going to take you away for a nice romantic getaway. And he booked it for my birthday and said that this was going to be like my celebrity day. We had this gorgeous hotel booked and a nice expensive meal, but it just so happened that Amy went into labour 6 weeks early. At this point, quite frankly, I've had enough, and I was like, babe, if you let this woman ruin my birthday, we're going to have an issue. And this is when Steve told me to grow up and stop being so childish. Steve told me he was going to go to the hospital to be with Amy, and I could either choose a friend to go with or go on my own. So of course, I did let Steve go to be at the hospital with Amy, but I told him not to bother coming home until he had a paternity test of that child. Now, just a couple of add-ons about Amy. The reason Amy's husband left her was because she cheated on him. And if you're thinking, why doesn't this girl have any female friends to go to the birth of her child with her? It's because she doesn't have any friends, because she gets with all of her friends' boyfriends. And literally all my family and all of his family think that this baby is his baby. So naturally, next week I am going on my birthday celebration with Steve's mum. By the way, Steve, your mum actually said that she wishes I had been your child and not you.
Story time about how I did the dirty with my sister's boyfriend. Whoops. Disclaimer is not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. My sister and I didn't actually grow up together. I grew up with my dad and she mostly grew up with my mom. Growing up, we were really competitive, like in every single way. But for the most part, we had each other's backs. She's a year older than me, so we weren't in the same grade. I got bullied a lot in high school and she always defended me. Finally, when we graduated from high school, our relationship got a lot better. We stopped competing in everything and our parents actually got back together. This was the happiest moment of our lives. We were all living under the same roof and my parents had started a new business. My sister and I started helping them with their business, and it grew a lot. We were financially stable and we were even able to buy a beach house. Every single weekend we would go as a family and with friends. Now when it came to boys, we had the same taste. This unfortunately led us to have a lot of fights. She would meet a guy and I would like him, or I would meet a guy and she would like him. But we never actively tried to steal each other's boyfriends. Also, our parents were really strict, so my sister and I had to go behind their back to have boyfriends. When I turned 19, I met this really sweet guy. We fell in love. I thought we were gonna get married. My parents were totally against me having a boyfriend, but I told them that I was old enough to make my own decisions. The only person who actually really supported me was my sister. She was able to convince my parents to accept him. So they did. He would come over and have dinner with us. We would go out on dates, and eventually he asked my parents for my hand in marriage. But my parents said no. They said I was too young. So he ended up breaking up with me, which was really bad. Then my sister met a guy. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I did the dirty with my sister's boyfriend, and should I tell her? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. So after my boyfriend broke up with me, I was really heartbroken. This was around the time that my sister met her boyfriend, the one that I did it with. They started dating really casually, and he made it clear to her that he did not want to be in a relationship with her. And my parents did not like that at all. So basically, he was not allowed to come to our house whatsoever. And the thing is, I never even saw his face. My sister showed me his Instagram, but he didn't really have a lot of pictures of himself. I didn't even know what his face looked like. After a few weeks, I told my parents that I wanted to start dating people, and they were so against this. Like I said, my parents are really strict. So here's what I did. I signed up to a bunch of dating apps, and I just started going on dates behind their back. And I know that I'm 19, but I still respected everything my parents told me because I lived under the roof. So I started going on a bunch of dates. And can you guess who I ended up matching with? Yep, my sister's boyfriend. Although I didn't know it was her boyfriend at the time. He and I ended up going on 2 dates. It was amazing, it was wonderful, it was great. He was super charming and really funny. And I did ask him if he was seeing other people, and he said no. But of course, that was a total lie. I even talked to my sister about this guy. I mean, how sick is that? So here's what ended up happening. He and I go back to his place and we do it. The next day, he totally ghosts me. And this is when I started investigating. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I did the dirty with my sister's boyfriend, and should I tell her? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. After he ghosted me, I started doing some investigating. This is when I found his real Instagram. And guess who I see on it? My sister is tagged in his pictures as his girlfriend. I was totally heartbroken. Honestly, I really fell for this guy. He seemed like a really good guy, but of course they all do, right? And talk about how good of a liar he was. On our dates, all he kept talking about was how he wanted to be with somebody and how he really wanted to settle down and live with someone. It's like he was saying exactly what he knew I wanted to hear. So here's what I did. I reported him on the dating app, and then I sent him a DM on his real Instagram, and I sent him a picture of me and my sister, aka his girlfriend, He messaged me right away. He said that he had just started dating my sister and that he didn't know we were related. That's when I told him I knew he was lying. They had been dating for a while now. This guy really thought I was that stupid to believe him that he had just started dating my sister. And of course, he blocked me like the coward he is. Honestly, I don't know how to tell my sister because I feel like she might think it was my fault. Also, if my parents find out, they will kill me. I asked my sister what was up with her boyfriend. That's when she told me that he hadn't been texting her for like 2 days. It's been a week now and he's been ghosting her every single day. I know I should tell my sister, but how do I even start? Also, I know she's gonna tell my parents. I'm terrified. What the heck am I gonna do now?
Would I be the asshole for not letting my girlfriend bring her dog to move in with me? So I live at home with my parents. My girlfriend also lives at home with her parents in the same town as me. We've been dating for about 1.5 years now and have discussed many times about moving in together. I love her and I can see myself being with her for a long time. I have no doubt that we can be a great couple that lives together with no problems. However, she has a little rat dog that I despise and insists that she brings her along whenever we eventually do get our own place. She loves that dog more than anything, and I don't know if she'll actually leave her at home when we move away. Every time I bring it up, she changes the subject and it's too much to discuss because we still have a while before we actually do move. She has no idea that I don't even like the dog, and I just pretend to like her when I'm over at their house so she doesn't get mad at me. The worst part is that the dog is like 2 years old, and those little mutts live to be like 15, so it would be a long time before it even dies. If I tell my girlfriend to leave her dog at home or else we aren't going to work out, would I be the asshole?
Am I the asshole for demanding that my girlfriend clear out her escape bank account?
Y'all aren't even married. She could do whatever the f she wants.
I, 50 male, make a very good income as a software developer. I came from a very poor background and had a rough start to my early adult years, so I consider myself self-made and very prudent with my finances. I work in a managerial position in a large company and make $200,000 a year.
That'd be nice. Would love that from me.
Add that to a good freelance client base, and I make enough to provide for myself, my girlfriend, 45 female, and our daughter, 17 female. However, because I came from so little and worked hard, I am prudent about my finances. I have developed strict financial values in that I believe you can be frugal and generous at the same time. I felt like there was no need to marry. I loved my girlfriend and promised that if we broke up, I would be generous and would give her a fair settlement, which I'd determine at the time of breakup. That's like a terrible idea.
Seems like you would want to have that in writing before emotions get fully into it. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know.
The situation now is that I think my girlfriend is feeling empty nest anxiety. She is middle-aged too, so a bit of midlife lack of adjustment as well. Because our daughter is mildly autistic, we felt it best that my girlfriend quit her marketing job and become a stay-at-home mother. However, around 3 years ago, my girlfriend became upset because I felt like I turned out so well because I had to fight to be able to eat when I was in college. It made me value my education more, so my policy is that when my daughter goes to college next year, her schooling will be paid for by loans and scholarships that she'll have to get for herself, and then I'd give her a total nest egg of $1,000, and she can use it however she wants to for the duration of her 4 years of college.
$1,000 for 4 years?
You're just strapping your daughter with $50,000 worth of debt? Crazy. My girlfriend is upset because she says that my daughter will be taking on a lot of debt, but I think you need skin in the game. Around that time, my girlfriend started taking on odd jobs, babysitting and cleaning the homes of neighbors. She'd be putting the money in our accounts, so I thought that was it. However, my girlfriend fell asleep yesterday afternoon and forgot to put away this notepad, which had the grocery list in the front, but when you got into it, it also showed a to-do list and just her jotting out plans. I found out that she has around $1,900 in what she calls an emergency escape fund and jotted down a reminder to withdraw some of it to put into our daughter's tampon box. To say I was furious is an understatement. After all these years sharing my money with her and supporting her, I could not believe she was just labeling me as untrustworthy and hiding money from me. I admit I did some further snooping and was able to log into her account. I screenshotted it and confronted her, saying that she lied to me and made this ugly, so here is my demand. She either apologizes by moving the money to our shared bank account and closes it, or she needs to think about where she'd live the moment our daughter goes off to college and turns 18.
This is why she has an escape fund, brother.
To get away from your bitch ass.
And that if my daughter was complicit in stealing from me, that would come out of her college fund.
Ooh, $1,000? Oh no.
So am I the asshole for feeling betrayed?
Yeah. For the wife to label that as an escape fund, for me, I'm feeling that there's more to the story than financial abuse, in my opinion.
Yeah, the fact that she worded it escape fund.
I think there's way more than he's not disclosing in this situation. That's giving me major ick.
I'm a bad guy for telling my dad that he's not invited to my house anymore. I'm 24 and my dad divorced my mom to be with his current wife. And this is when I was in my early teens. Growing up, we were rarely invited to his house. I got married 10 months ago and he has drastically changed. He is constantly trying to be involved in our lives and has never cared about when my brothers got married, but told me it's different because I'm his only daughter. His wife still dislikes us though. She refused to come to my wedding but always tagged along to never let my dad around me and my husband when he comes to visit our house. I've been sucking it up for a long time now, but recently at dinner I've had enough when she stubbornly passed mean comments about my mom. I told him to take her away from my house and if he brings her along next time he's also not invited. He got really upset and said to my husband that it's his duty to make sure his guests aren't disrespected in his house and he should fix my attitude. My husband told me that's not only his house and he's not going to fix anyone's attitude. My dad is upset that I not only disrespected him but also painted a very wrong picture of him in front of my husband. Am I the bad guy here?
Am I the astronaut for asking my wife and daughter to leave the house if they don't want to reside with my son? My wife, Rachel, 35 female, and I, 35 male, have been married for many years now. And I also have a daughter, Leah, 14 female. I'm not proud to admit it, but I had another child while I was married to Rachel through another relationship. That's Aiden, 12 male. I kept it a secret from them, and I paid child support to her mother. I was meeting absolutely all of their expenses. She had a good job anyway. She passed away recently, and Aiden was alone. I did not want my son to suffer like that, without any parents. The reason I did not reveal his identity to Rachel and Leah is that I did not want to cause a fight, but now I have no choice. I went through all the proper procedures to get custody of Aiden. I made him live in my house. Made him live in my house? It's a weird way to say that. I don't think you meant to say it that way. My wife and Leah did not take it well. They went absolutely ballistic when they learned about him, and Rachel screamed about how I shouldn't even dare to think of letting him take even a step inside. Leah was saying the same stuff, but I did not back down, and they eventually had to be fine with the decision. They have been livid about it, and Rachel has been demanding to get Aiden away from the house. I told her that I was not going to do that and warned her against doing anything to him. Leah got mad and asked me whether I value someone who was born out of a whore, and I lost my temper. I got up and asked them to get the out of my house if they did not want to reside with Aiden. In the end, Rachel was crying and they're not talking to me now. Am I the astronaut? Well, this sounds like a super easy situation. Edit, no, I don't want Leah absent from my life, and Aiden is also my own son. I have the right to bring him into his house as his father. For those who are gleefully saying that they hope Rachel divorces me, I'd rather have Aiden in my house than to live with Rachel or Leah without him. I'm going to red flag this. There's more that he's saying here, but I'm going to red flag this because this is a sudden change, right? Because up to this point, he's been perfectly happy to live without him and just financially support him. And from my understanding, not be any kind of father figure to him other than financially supporting him and his mom. So all of a sudden, he would rather live with him. So that's a character thing about OP. It has nothing to do with the kid here. I am rich, and I can make my own path and find another wife if I want to. Okay, that's a problem. Absolutely nothing justifies calling her mother a whore like Leah did. Using that language absolutely blames him, his mother, and is ostracism. Also, yes, Rachel also called his mother a whore, not just Leah. I forgot to mention that. And yes, this is my house. It's theirs as well, but not legally. I own it. Yes, I gave them time to process it. I did not bring Aiden in all of the sudden, just to clarify. Well, he says I gave them time. He didn't just walk in with Aiden after adopting him, but it's odd that Rachel and Leah are blaming this kid for all of this. It's like that's where they're focusing all of their anger and their ire is toward this kid who didn't choose. He didn't choose for his dad to be a guy who cheated on his wife with his mom. He didn't choose that. He didn't choose any of this. It's a sins of the father situation here where they're blaming everything on Aiden rather than getting pissed at OP. OP should be the one suffering here, and I understand what he's saying. So Aiden has nowhere else to go. His mother just passed away. He's got to take him in. But the way that he's approached this and the way that he's talking about his wife, it says they've been married for many years now. The way that he's talking about her just makes it seem like she's completely disposable to him. And why has it taken so long for him to want to reveal this to her? Now that he has no choice, that's the only time he's doing it, right? But for now to be like, I'm responsible for him, I will take care of him. It's like, this is the first time you're feeling like this, man. And to be so cowardly to not bring it up this whole time until you absolutely have to, and then be like, you know what, rather than deal with apologizing or trying to work through this or trying to reestablish trust or trying to make this work, you guys can just leave. I'm rich, I can find another wife. That's problematic. It's probably not the way to approach this, my guy. I understand why they're pissed. I don't understand why they're pissed at him. Because he's a symbol of the stupid thing that you did. I just don't understand why they would point the eye of Sauron at him. Clearly, if he's been paying child support for 12 years and hadn't told his wife about her about Aiden for 12 years, yeah, he's had a double life. So what if you get rich, you can just treat people like they're disposable garbage? Be like, hey, they can't be pissed at him because he has the money that they depend on? Wow. I need to find a whole bunch of money so I can just start being an absolute dickbag to everyone in life and be like, there's nothing you can do about it because I'm rich. And using that as the justification, being like, I'm rich, I'll find another wife, do what I want. Wow. Don't give me that look, Candy Thunder. I would never actually do that. I'm a dick without money. He cheated so he doesn't love his wife, and that was 12 years ago, but the fact that he kept this a secret and has been supporting them and didn't bring it up because he didn't want to cause an argument, that's cowardly. Like, you're not doing something gallant here. You're not, you shouldn't be proud of yourself for standing up for your son now, because you've waited, and who knows how Aiden feels about this situation. He's got nobody right now. And this guy apparently hasn't been, a part of his life other than writing checks for 12 years. So now he's in a strange home with a strange dude who's rich, but is supposedly his dad, and these two other ladies that hate him, one of whom is a 14-year-old girl, and the other one is a 35-year-old woman who is OP's wife and who is super pissed because she just found out about him recently. And he's like, dude, I don't know what to do. I just lost my mom, and everyone here hates me, except for the rich guy who doesn't care if anybody hates him. So, this poor kid. So we'll give it an ESH, but it's going to be ESH but Aiden. Not Aiden. Poor kid. Like, what the hell? Can you imagine going through losing a parent and then your absent father shows up and is like, you're living with me now. Come get in the Bentley. We're going to the mansion. By the way, when we get there, there's going to be two really pissed off ladies. Just ignore them. They'll go away. He has his daughter. And he doesn't even care if she gets pissed off enough to leave. Now, she shouldn't be taking this out on Aiden. And they shouldn't have said what they said. They should have directed all those things toward OP here. But I don't understand this shield of money preventing him from accepting any kind of responsibility for anything. He has no accountability because he's rich. They can't get mad at him because he's rich because they need his money to survive. Is that going to sever it? If you holding someone accountable for their shitty actions means that you're going to get cut off, then get cut off. Do you want that money anyway?
Am I the asshole for getting a DNA test to see if I share the same DNA as both my parents, even though I was demanded specifically by my mom not to do so since I was a child? This post is longer than originally intended. You've been warned. LOL. So, I, 19 female, have always wanted to get a DNA test after weird suspicion that I might not be related to both or at least one of my parents. My mom, 39 female, we'll call her Alexa, had always treated me and my brother, 18 male, who is only a year younger than me, very different. I would always get hit more than him. I would get in more trouble even if he did the same bad thing I did as a child. She was usually more affectionate with him than me. Alexa would always go through my iPod/iPhone growing up and hit me for any minor or big thing that she would find. Never went through my brother's phone even after he got his girlfriend at the time, pregnant when he was only 16. He never got grounded for more than a day, whereas I would be grounded for weeks on end. I was seen as the rebel child, but now that I'm older, I feel as though I did what a lot of dumb kids and teenagers would have done. Just not as bad as most. Anyways, my dad, 41 male, has never had much of an opinion on me taking a DNA test and is very nonchalant about everything. Mainly because Alexa low-key controls him in some weird way that works for them. We weren't close, and he was barely present. I've always wanted to get tested somehow to see if we share the same DNA, but when I lived with my family, I knew that they would be never possible. But I now live with my spouse 1,000 miles away from where I used to live, for almost 2 years now due to toxicity and not being happy. So I finally said screw it. and paid for a DNA test. When me and my wife recently went to visit my family for the holidays last month, we were playing a card game and one of my cards said, "Drink if you've ever gotten a DNA test." And I drank slowly just to test and see Alexa's reaction. Her mood changed instantly to, quote, "You're effing joking, right? Are you stupid?" And the table went quiet. And my wife gave me the onliest scared look, and I panicked because I thought she would have felt differently about it by now, considering I don't live with her, so it technically wasn't her decision. I said I was joking and awkwardly laughed. Am I the asshole for getting a DNA test to see if I share the same DNA as both my parents, even though I was demanded specifically by my mom not to do so? The reason why I thought Alexa would change her mind is because her older sister got a DNA test done August 2024, and it connected a relative, and it ended up being Alexa's and her sister's long-lost sister that they didn't know that they had. I guess it's different in this case because I'm Alexa's daughter, but still. I sent out my kit mid-December, and I'm supposed to get my results back around the beginning to mid-February. I don't know if I even have the guts to open it when the time comes, because it feels like the ultimate betrayal to my mother. I promised her growing up that I would never do it, and I did it in any way because she couldn't physically stop me. And another thing that I thought I would add, I have a different last name than any of my family members, extended included. My mom has her family last name until she got it hyphened to add my dad's last name. My father and my brother share the same last name as well. Whenever I would question it, Alexa would react defensive, never actually telling me where it came from or why I'm the only person from both sides of the family with that last name. I also don't have my parents' features, but my brother looks like a male version of my mom, Alexa. Both of my parents have freckles on their face and body. I don't have any. I have some green in my eyes. My family all have dark brown. This and some minor situations. I'm so used to being honest and open with my mother, so this feels like a huge stab in the back that I can't help but feel guilty for getting a DNA kit to begin with. My curiosity was eating me alive. It was an impulse purchase to give me a peace of mind. I'm stuck between telling my parents about the DNA test regardless of what it says, if I even decide to see what it says. With that being said, am I the asshole for purchasing something against Alexa's wishes through my childhood that could potentially ruin family relationships? What? This Alexa bitch? First of all, I hate her.
Found out my husband was subscribed to my bestie's OF. You want to know how? My best friend could not keep up with all the messages that she was getting. She hired me as her OF assistant. I started messaging some of these guys back for her, and I recognized one of the names. It was my husband's high school nickname. It was such a specific nickname, I had never heard of it before, and I knew it was my husband. When I confronted my best friend, I asked her if she knew that that was my husband, and she said no. And I believe my best friend. We've known each other for 25 years. But here's the thing. I didn't want to confront my husband at this moment. I was sick to my stomach. The kind of content that my bestie posts, it's not the most X-rated, enough to make me uncomfortable with the thought of my husband looking at it. Especially when my husband hates on her so much, calls her a slut and a terrible mom, but then goes behind my back and looks at her OF. So I decided to start messaging him as my bestie. And that's when my bestie and I decided that we would set him up. We would make him believe that we were going to see him at a hotel. For the next 2 weeks, the conversations were all about football and life and how much he wanted to have kids. She's always told me he hated kids. Remember, he thinks he's talking to my best friend, not his wife. God, it gets so much worse. Go to part 3.
25 male, walked in on my girlfriend, 27 female, of 4 years, cheating on me. Only a week after my parents passed away. Edit, not a week after my mother passed, 2 weeks. I've known my girlfriend since university, and we've been dating ever since. I was supposed to propose this month. I have to postpone that because my mother passed away last month. My father passed away to blood cancer a few years back, and my mother to an aneurysm a month ago. This happened the same month, but I haven't been in the best mindset to deal with it, so I've put it off until now. My mother passed away on the 6th last month. She lives in the UK, so I went to be with family and support them, and myself for a while. My girlfriend didn't come along as it was the last-minute flight, and she had just flown out to Vancouver for business. I was with my family, essentially just my 2 brothers and some cousins, for 2 weeks. I came back to get some belongings so I can relocate there for a month or so. My girlfriend knew I was coming back and was going to come with me. I came back on the 21st, but was supposed to come back a day after. I took a taxi home as my girlfriend was still, according to her, in Vancouver. There wasn't any car in my driveway or shoes on my porch. I wasn't expecting anyone to be home anyways. I came home around 1 a.m. and walked straight into our bedroom, and she was sleeping there with some other guy. I didn't wake her up or anything, and I've been at a hotel ever since. She's been calling me for weeks, but I can't answer. I really don't know what to do. My family wasn't very close, but my parents meant everything to me. Seeing my girlfriend there made me realize I don't have anyone right now. I'm sorry if this is really jumbled, but it's 4 a.m. here, I'm drunk and crying and trying to collect myself. I really appreciate any advice that you guys can give me. I think the first thing that you probably, well, I guess it's really up to you because this is kind of like a traumatic situation that you have to go through. But I do feel like you should be like, hey girl, saw you with this guy in my bed, so never talk to me again.
My ex-boyfriend is my sugar daddy and I haven't told my fiance yet. Story time. So my fiance does not know that my ex-boyfriend pays for all of my bills, my student loans, literally everything. Now, whilst I absolutely love my fiance, he literally never offers to pay for anything unless I ask him to. And it's not that I need him to pay, but you know, it would be nice. I just want to know that my fiance has my back for once. Now, the thing here is that my fiance is literally my best friend. I really do feel like I can tell my fiance anything. He literally never judges me. Steve is like my hype man. He's also super funny and we laugh literally all day long. Okay, so this is the part where I need to tell you about my ex. He was a very rich man. Very successful, very attractive, but so much angry man. And I bet you're thinking, Tatty, sounds like the perfect guy. Why did you break up? We would get into the worst fights. He was incredibly jealous, so was I. The relationship was just completely toxic. So it's not like I want to get back with him, but he would literally pay for everything, even if I had the money for it. We were literally so attracted to each other, but we were honestly crazy around each other. So I decided that I was going to give Steve the benefit of the doubt and ask if he could help me out. Give me your money. This man said no. I was genuinely shocked. I began to cry. I was so upset. I said, first of all, you make me split everything, even if you're taking me out for dinner. Even if it's something so simple as like a cookie from Starbucks. Sometimes I'll offer to pay for him if we're getting dinner on the way home or whatever, and I will never ask for him to pay me back. Honestly, it's so close to confessing. My fiance was like, well, honestly, I just find it fair that if we pay for our own things. I said, well, what if I'm pregnant? Whoa. Like, what if I get pregnant? He says, well, you can just pay for your own stuff with your savings. And I know what you're thinking, the fact that we didn't have this conversation before we got engaged, honestly. Now I want to tell him about my ex to see the standards that I'm holding him to. And I'm even thinking about getting back with my crazy ex. My fiance is just so blah now to me. So what do you think? Nipping in here at the end, we've been nominated for Podcast of the Year at the National Influencer Awards. Please, please, please vote for us. We are Team 2 Sugars and I will love you endlessly.
I, 39 male, found out my wife, 39 female of 10 years, cheated on me, plus a 10-year update. The update. I'm still married and I love my life and my wife, now 49. Like any marriage, there are things we work on, but in retrospect, the incident with the guy whose name I just realized I don't even remember, I'll call that progress, was truly a bipolar 2 hypomanic phase, at a time that the medication she was on for depression only exacerbated the issue. Every year in May, on the anniversary of me finding out and her suicide attempt, for the first few years were very hard. It's gotten better every year. This year I didn't even notice till today, and it's over a week past. We vacation together. We're intimate several times per month. We have plans for when our kids are out of the house for a pop-up trailer and travel. I learned, though, that through the process of couples therapy, how important it is for me to be okay with just me. If I'm alone or if I end up divorced, I will survive and retain my identity. I have my hobbies and have established my self-worth. She's continued to work on her mental health with professionals and has succeeded in avoiding the worst ups and downs. I love her. She loves me, and we're still gratefully together. All this to say, divorce and separation may be the right answer to a lot of situations. I don't take for granted that it is in my future, but you should know it's not the only solution for really bad situations. You may be able to work through it and be happy. I'm happy for them, and that's like why I feel like I would also kind of be on the same page of wanting to work through it and see if things got better, because the situation is just not black and white with that. Usually I'm like the type of person that's like, no, if they cheat, leave.
Am I wrong for fat shaming my friend? Story time. So me and this girl who we'll call Amy aren't really friends. And literally the only reason why I speak to her is because we're in the same group. But if it weren't for that, I really don't think we'd be getting on. Basically, I've never liked her. Amy's the type of person that believes she has the right to speak her mind even if it upsets people. I believe the term is bitch. This includes giving unsolicited advice. You know that type of person. Now, to be honest, we barely interacted and I had never ever had a problem with this girl up until last week. Basically, I'd been in a situation where I'd been avoiding my whole friendship group for months. However, I walked myself down to therapy and I'm doing so much better now. Thank God. And being quite honest here, like I've gained quite a lot of weight. So last week I get invited to dinner at my friend's house and Amy just keeps on making remarks about how I look. She was like, oh my God, you look so much different now. You're so much bigger. Which is the thing I found a little bit ironic, because from conversations in the group, I've known that Amy has always struggled with her body. Call is coming from inside the house. She was calling me a catfish for how I didn't look like I did on socials anymore, and how even my updated pictures, I look so much bigger in person. Clean up on 5, I'm about to spill some blood. She is telling me about all of these gyms I should sign up to. New character gym unlocked. And honestly, the whole time I was just trying my best to ignore her, and a lot of my friends were backing me up and telling her to quit it. Shut the fuck up, Amy. But apparently Amy had decided that my appearance was the most important thing we should all talk about that night. She sits this whole afternoon just sipping on her wine, and even at one point says this: do you remember when Adele was fat? Yeah, you look like a fat Adele. I just burnt my finger so bad. Oh my, just grabbed the blade of that so hard when it was falling off the side. She told me that I looked like Adele when she was fat, and at this point it was relentless. It had been going on for hours. So as the night goes on, I'm just getting more and more sad, and I'm like, screw this and screw you, Amy. I'm gonna stick up for myself. I stood up from my seat very confidently, and I said, well, listen, Amy, the reason I'm overweight is because I've been taking medication. What's your excuse? Her face immediately dropped and went red, and after this she immediately got up and walked out to another room. Amy hasn't said a single thing about my appearance or anyone else's since. So what do you think? Am I wrong here, or should Amy have shut her mouth?
My niece does porn, and her dad / my cousin follows her. I just want to clarify that my niece is of age and she's older than me. I'm 18 and my cousin is 40 years older than me. Also, in my culture, we don't do the first cousin twice removed, so that's why she's my niece and not my second cousin removed. I follow my cousin on social media. He made a post about his wedding anniversary and he listed his kids' names. I'm only talking with the youngest. To be honest, my cousin isn't close with his family simply because he thinks he's better than everyone. So I searched up his daughter's name and his following, and lo and behold, he is following her porn star account. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know if I'm more ashamed of her for pursuing it or him for following his daughter's account. I don't think he watches it, and I bloody hope not, but what father supports his daughter doing? I mean, I think that it's fine to be like, that's what you do and that's fine, like, you know, but I don't think that it's fine to follow that and like see that kind of content of your daughter.
My girlfriend nearly drowned because she was starving herself to look better for me. I need advice. Last week, I, 28 male, and my girlfriend, 26 female, were at my parents' place just hanging out. She was chilling in the pool and I was playing with the dogs. I stepped inside for a second to grab a drink, came back out, and she was gone underwater. I jumped in and pulled her out. She was completely out. I did CPR and mouth to mouth. I thought she was about to die in my arms. Then she gasped, started throwing up water, shaking and crying. I've never been that scared in my life. That image is stuck in my head on a loop. A few hours later in the ER, she was finally stabilized. When I saw her, she didn't even know what had happened. I told her, she cried, thanked me, said I saved her life, and she was beyond grateful. I asked what happened, and she said she just felt dizzy. That's it. Next day, she gets discharged, and I try to get more out of her. I asked if she ate anything that day. I already knew she'd been skipping meals for a while. She lied at first, but then admitted that she hadn't eaten in like 5 days. She said she wanted to look good in a bikini since she knew we were going on this trip. She just didn't think she'd pass out. I lost it. I screamed at her. I called her stupid. I regret that so much. I apologized later, but at the time I was just mad and scared. She cried and said she was sorry. Then she said she feels fat and didn't want me to feel disgusted. That's insane. I see her naked almost every day. I love her body. We have a great nightlife together. I've never given her a reason to feel insecure. I knew she wasn't eating much, but I didn't think she was literally starving herself. She was already skinny when we met, but now she's even smaller and still says she feels fat. I'm just pissed at myself. I love her so much. She means everything to me. She's the kindest, sweetest, most amazing girl I've ever had. I tell her I love her all the time, and she still thought she had to starve herself to look better for me. I guess I stopped telling her she's pretty because I thought she knew. She's beautiful. Everyone tells her that. We haven't really talked about it since, but I know we need to. I just need to know how to start the conversation. I don't know what to do. How do I start this conversation? I talked to her and she admitted she's been struggling with eating for a long time. She also told me that whenever we go out or have a date and she eats more, she ends up starving herself for the next few days to make up for it. That hit me hard. I always thought she enjoyed those moments, and now I found out she's been punishing herself after. I brought up treatment and she said she's scared but she wants to get better. I don't really know where to start, but I promised her we'll figure it out together. Not to like diagnose, but this just really sounds like anorexia. Yeah, or like it sounds like a really bad eating disorder. I think there's like eating disorder therapies you can get her into, but that could have ended really bad. And it's, you know, I feel like so many, if not every girl has some sort of like body dysmorphia in some sort of way. Like anytime I speak to people, like girls who I think are like the skinniest people out there, they're just like, oh my God.
I found out I was the side chick because of his grandma's funeral. Yeah, not the best way to find out. I met this guy, let's call him Matt, at a bar about 8 months ago, and things moved really fast and were really intense between us. Now looking back, he was definitely love bombing me, but at the time it made sense because I'm like, okay, I'm great, obviously. Why wouldn't he be in love with me immediately? And Matt really checked most of my boxes. He was charming, smart, funny, and he was very into me, which I loved. But sometimes, out of nowhere, he would just become really emotionally unavailable and distant, which was super weird. And then he would come back a week later and be like, hey, sorry, I was really stressed with work, having a tough week, wasn't you? And I believed him. Yeah, that was my first mistake. Yeah, shouldn't have trusted the man that was always going hot and cold on me. But we're doing all the couple things. We're going on trips, he meets my family, we meet each other's friends. We're starting to kind of build this life together, and I actually really saw a future with him. I was like, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe this is my husband. Spoiler, it's not my husband. At month 7, this man becomes more distant than ever, and I'm kind of freaking out a little bit. I'm like, what did I do? Is he about to break up with me? But he's assuring me that he's just has a lot going on and he's just been stressed and that he loves me and that nothing is wrong. But I mean, how is nothing wrong and you're just not gonna reply to me for over 24 hours? Something's off. And I just continuously am just getting more and more upset and irritated with him. At one point, I even text him, I'm like, can you please respond to me? You're making me feel like I'm your side chick or something. Yeah, it's pretty funny in hindsight, I guess. But also maybe I should have read the signs a little better. But one day he calls me and he's like, hey, I know I've been really distant, but my grandma's just been really sick and she actually just passed away last night. I'm really sorry that I've been acting weird. I just didn't know how to talk about it. And immediately I feel terrible. I'm like, oh my God, he just didn't know how to process his emotions. I'm like, I'm so sorry, what can I do? Like, I'm here for you. Do you want me to come to the funeral? And he's like, no, it's just family. It's okay, but I really appreciate you offering. So I'm like, okay. After the funeral, come over, we can have dinner. Like, I just want to be here for you in any way that I can. And again, I'm just feeling terrible that I was upset with him for being distant because I had no idea that this was going on. So the day of the funeral comes and I'm texting Matt. I'm like, are you sure you don't want me to come? I really want to be there for you. And again, he's just reiterating to me that it's a super small funeral and it's just family that's going. But later that day, I was scrolling on social media and I saw that one of Matt's best friends had posted a story. So I click on it and I see that it's a photo of a plaque at his grandmother's funeral. Immediately, this is already strange to me because Matt told me that it was only family that was going. And this one of Matt's friends, I mean, they're close, but it's not his best friend in the world. It's not his childhood friend. And as I'm looking at the picture closer, I actually noticed that in the background, Matt is standing there holding hands with some girl I do not recognize. And you might say, okay, maybe it's a sister, maybe it's a cousin. No. I've seen family photos. I know what his siblings and his cousins look like. This girl did not look like any of them. Matt didn't have any social media, so I was gonna have to be way more creative to figure out how to find out who this girl was. So I started going through all of Matt's friends' followers, and finally, I found her, and she was public. Turns out that the reason Matt was being distant over the last month wasn't because of his grandma. It was because he was busy moving into a new house with his long-term girlfriend of 5 years. When I tell you I had no idea, I mean, I had absolutely no idea. He never hid his phone or anything. I'm thinking the man must have had 2 phones because he wasn't private at all. Like, he would scroll through his camera roll right in front of me and there were never pictures of this girl. Other than him just being distant at times, I mean, there were no red flags that he had a full long-term girlfriend that he was about to move in with. And since I found this out a few days ago, I've been the one who went cold. I haven't texted Matt back at all. He's called me so many times, texted me so many times, and I just haven't responded because I don't know how I want to go about this situation. Should I talk to Matt first or should I go directly to his girlfriend? I never thought that I would be in this kind of situation, but now I am, and I just want to go about it the right way.
Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit for my sister because I don't want her stepdaughter in my house or to be on my own with her? My sister, 30s female, has been married to Nick, 30s male, for 6.5 years. Nick has an 11-year-old daughter, Abby, from his first marriage, and my sister and Nick have 2 bio kids together. Nick shares custody of Abby with his ex-wife. For a while, things were okay. Everyone in our family got along with Nick, and we adored Abby. Things changed when Abby's mom's second marriage ended 5 years ago. After that, the woman became a nightmare for my sister and Nick, and she was doing her very best to turn Abby against my sister and our family, and later her younger siblings. For over a year now, they've had a problem with Abby snooping in private areas for her mom and sending photos and giving information to her. Absolutely not. She can't come to my house because what the fuck happens in my house is private and it stays in my goddamn house. You're snooping through private areas to send pictures to your mom? No. Until you guys get that situation under control, she cannot come to my house. Nick and my sister had to start locking their bedroom door during the daytime. They were locking up medications extra tight because even those Abby's mom wanted proof of. Abby was doing the same snooping at other houses too, like my parents, my other sister, and my aunt's houses. Absolutely not. No, you're not the asshole. You're not. Abby's whole personality around us has changed as well. I know that she's at an age where that stuff happens anyway, but she's just so rude. And around Nick's family, she hasn't changed at all. She's outright denying that we're her family now, and she claims that she's an only child. She only has cousins from her mom and dad, even though when she was younger, she claimed all of my other siblings' kids as cousins too. I, 20s male, was the fun uncle, but she doesn't see me that way anymore. Not only the fun part, but the uncle part too. I'm not dealing with that alone, and I'm certainly not watching an 11-year-old like she's one and ignoring the other kids because there's a risk she'll snoop around my house the second my back is turned. Not even that. What if she accuses you of something? This little girl is turning out to be just as toxic as her fucking mom. She's being taught this shit. Do not set yourself up to be in a situation that you don't want to be in. Absolutely not. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. This is something that Nick has brought to court, and I acknowledge that he's trying. They have Abby in therapy too, and she's faced consequences for snooping, but she gets encouraged by her mom and rewarded for it, so why would she stop? My sister wanted me to babysit the kids this weekend for several hours. I didn't have plans, but I said no. This weekend they have Abby, and I'm just not doing that. My sister offered to let me stay at their house if that would work out better, but I told her that would still mean having to deal with Abby's attitude and behavior. She understood, but Nick didn't. What the fuck don't you get, Nick? What the fuck don't you get? Your daughter snoops through people's shit. She's rude. She doesn't see like any of these people that she's been around for the last 6.5 years are her family. So you can only imagine the way she's speaking to them. What the fuck don't you get? I don't want to be around your daughter because she's evil. Her mother is teaching her to be evil. I don't give a fuck that she's 11. I have the right to choose to not deal with it, and I'm choosing to not deal with it. Get over it. My sister understood, but Nick didn't. He told me that giving up on Abby won't fix anything, and I'm going to make things worse. So am I the asshole? It's clear as day this little girl is being yanked around like a marionette by her toxic ass mother. In my personal opinion, I feel like OP will be putting himself in a very vulnerable position by watching this girl alone. Because we do not know what the extent of the things the mother has told her daughter to do. So far, we only know that she's snooping, sending pictures back to her mom, but we don't know what the mom would say or do if she found out that OP was watching her daughter with just other kids and no other adults around. We don't want to wait for those accusations to be made. And personally, I just don't feel like it's worth the risk. I feel like personally, like Nick is hurting. He's hurting because everything was going good for almost 2 years until his ex-wife's marriage ended. Then she came in with her toxic ass trying to fuck up the family that he had worked so hard to build. But Nick also has to understand that no one is obligated to deal with Abby other than him. No one. His comment about you can't just give up on Abby because that's not going to fix anything, is really just going to make things worse, is not for OP to worry about. It's not. You have to lock your bedroom door during the day because your daughter goes through your house to snoop for her fucking mother. I am not obligated to deal with that. Therefore, little Abby the snooper is not allowed in my house. Like, he has to understand that, yes, while you're fighting, this needs to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible, or the family that you're trying to get her to remember as her family, they're going to start closing their doors to her. She's not going to be allowed to come around. Therefore, you guys aren't going to be able to come around. So something has to be done, and it is not anybody's fault if they don't want to deal with it.
My boyfriend has an expensive hobby, so we have to live very frugally, and it's starting to bother me. I'm not sure what to do. My boyfriend, 41 male, and I, 39 female, have been together for about a year. He's a caring and considerate partner. However, he lives very frugally to be able to afford his expensive hobby. He loves to sail, and between the cost of financing his boat, which he purchased before we met, fuel costs, insurance, marina fees, maintenance, etc., I would estimate that it costs around $3,000 a month in expenses. This comes out of his disposable income, so he's not asking me to pay for any of it, but it's not an interest I share. I don't particularly like being on boats. It's okay, babe, me too, because I get really nauseous on them and I'm like, bleh. I think sailing really gives him a lot of peace and a sense of pride. We mostly split expenses, and I don't live a particularly expensive lifestyle. I don't have a huge desire to visit fancy restaurants, and I'm happy taking a weekend road trip instead of some big international trip. And so for a while, it didn't bother me that he spends so much on his hobby. He is also very conscientious about saving, so he saves a large portion of his income as well, and I support him wanting to build his savings. However, we don't currently live together, partially because of how frugally he chooses to live in order to be able to afford this hobby. He has a tiny condo and no car, though I have a car. He eats very simply. If we were to move in together, we need to move into a smaller apartment that I'd prefer. We live in an expensive city. Or move somewhere else, or he needs to save more. He's someone who is willing to compromise on things, but I don't even know what to ask him for. Sell his boat? He had it before we met. Stop saving? That sounds like I'm asking him to be irresponsible. I could offer to pay more for stuff, but I think that would create a very bad relationship and balance, especially when he makes more than I do. Honestly, I'm not sure what to do. I feel like a jerk asking him to give up his hobby, or like I was being immature, telling him not to worry so much about saving money. Dump him? He's honestly a great guy. At the same time, it seems silly that our lives are so limited when both of us have okay income. I'm not sure what to do here. Or maybe I should just be happy he's a good guy. I'm going to read this comment because I like it. Can you imagine a version of your lives together where you would both feel happy and satisfied? I'm not asking about the mental arithmetic of I can't break up, he's such a nice guy, or I shouldn't care about having nice things, or it's not reasonable for him to expect that, or it's not fair of me to expect this. What do you need to feel happy? What do you believe he needs to feel happy? And is there a possible overlap? Yeah, I get that too. Don't try to shoehorn how you think you should feel, live in the reality and decide based on that. Can you live a life in the smaller apartment the way you guys have been doing it and be satisfied with that? Or do you want more? When you have kids, is this the type of life that you want to have with a family? You know, he's 41 and he's choosing to spend, what was it, $36,000 a year on a boat. But if that's what makes him happy, then okay. But you have to think about it like that also will close the door on like living together, having kids, traveling. So those are the things you guys have to really sit and talk about. And you just have the conversation. This is where the open communication comes into place. Like, hey, I have a lot on my mind and I really just wanted to talk to you about some things. Like just kind of bring it all out to the table. And it's not like it's a dead end conversation. You're opening up that conversation to see where it leads. And then you guys will figure out if this is something you guys can continue on. You never know. He could be like, you know what? Even though sailing and everything makes me happy, I do want to build a family with you. And at my current income, that can't happen. So I'm going to sell the boat. Or you guys will find some sort of middle ground. I don't know. But having a boat but no cars is really funny to me.
My 25 female ex-boyfriend, 27 male, left me for my best friend, 25 female. And now they want me to be a part of their wedding party. Any advice?
I'd say do it for the bit.
Go just for your speech that you can give. 3 years ago, Josh, my boyfriend of about 1.5 years, broke up with me because he had feelings for Anna, my best friend. We hung out a lot, and they said that they eventually developed feelings for one another. They admitted that Josh had been cheating on me. They made a fool out of me. They made me think that everything was okay when it was really not. If they admitted it at the time, I would have tried to be understanding and tried to support them, but they chose to lie. So I cut them both off. I focused on school and found a job with a good income. Josh and Anna tried to reach out to me at first, telling me that they still wanted to be friends, but I blocked them. Now I'm living in the next town over to our hometown. I got a wonderful job opportunity, so I moved, but I liked that I was still close enough to visit my parents and other relatives. About a month ago, I heard about their wedding from a common friend. It didn't really bother me anymore, so I just went on with my life. A week ago, I received a message from Anna telling me that she and Josh were getting married and that they would like for me to be a part of their wedding day. I replied, quote, "Congratulations. No, thank you." I had no feelings for Josh anymore, and I'm even seeing someone else, but I don't want to celebrate the wedding of two people who betrayed me. They were insistent. Josh also messaged me via a different number. Some of my friends also tried to convince me to come to the wedding. I firmly said no. Even my mom called me, asking if I was going. And when I said no, she sounded disappointed, but didn't push it. This is all just quite weird to me. Why would you want your ex-girlfriend / ex-best friend, the girl you cheated on, to be a part of your wedding party? The day before yesterday, Anna's parents called me, telling me that they missed me and really hope I could go to the wedding. I firmly said that I would not be going. Her mom berated me, saying that I should let bygones be bygones and that I should be happy for her daughter. I asked her if I cheated with Anna's boyfriend and then invited her to the wedding, would she convince Anna to go? She had no answer to this, and I hung up. This is getting quite out of hand because I'm now receiving more than 20 to 30 calls and texts a day from their friends and family about this wedding. Any advice on how to handle this? Also, any insights on why they want me to go to their wedding? I don't think it's normal that they are this insistent.
That's psycho.
I would be losing my mind.
I think there's obviously like a large amount of guilt that they have. They want her to go there so they can be absolved of their...
That's what I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's here. She's okay with it.
She's cool with it.
She's supporting us on our day. She realizes we love each other. Obviously, we didn't meet in a traditional way, but she's okay with it.
100%. They're doing it for themselves.
Yeah. And it's like everyone's trying to get her there so it looks fine. Because you know how much people love to gossip and talk.
Oh,
Unless she's there, they're going to talk mad shit. And as they should. And
am I the asshole for not removing sensitive books and making fun of my sister-in-law's education? I live with my fiance in a one-bedroom apartment. It's quite small and we don't have an office. We have a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and kitchen, plus a little balcony. That means that our books stand in the bookshelves in the living room. My fiance is a historian, a proper historian. He has a degree and works at university teaching classes. His field of expertise is Germany from 1930 to 1960. That obviously includes the most infamous person of that time in the book that he wrote while imprisoned. We have those books. It's 2 massive books that are heavily noted and contextualized historically, as you cannot buy the thing as is anywhere. It also says so in the title. Besides that, we don't have any souvenirs from that time. We have a lot of other books, articles, etc. laying around. So on Friday, we had my brother and his girlfriend over. It got too late and we invited them to stay on our couch. The next morning, the girlfriend was in a horrible mood, refused to talk to us, and made my brother leave after coffee. And then on Sunday, my brother calls me to talk and confronts me with the books that they found. He said it was highly inappropriate. Those books don't belong in a household and that we needed to put them away when guests came over. I was just puzzled because my whole family knew what my fiance did. He then said I owe his girlfriend an apology, and he wanted me to show him how we deal with my fiance's issue. I just told him this was all very ironic, and this might be where I'm the asshole. I said that it was not my fault his girlfriend couldn't read, because if she did, she would freaking... It's not like he had a sign that said, he loves him, the H word. Am I the asshole for not removing sensitive books and making fun of my sister-in-law's education? An update. A few months ago, my sister-in-law and I had a massive falling out that stemmed from an incident in my home. To make a long story short, my fiance is a historian with a focus on Germany during the 1930s to 1960s. During a visit, sister-in-law saw some of his academic books and freaked out, accusing him of being sympathetic to an ideology that I find absolutely repugnant. Specifically, she implied he was a N-word sympathizer. She even went so far as to tell some of my family members that my fiance was an N-word. N-A-Z-I. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. Okay, sorry. Needless to say, this caused a lot of drama within the family. I confronted her about it, expecting an apology, but instead she doubled down and refused to back off her ridiculous claim. Since then, she hasn't reached out to apologize or make amends. My brother knows about all of this, and while he hasn't directly taken sides, he hasn't done anything to rein her in either. Now, I'm organizing a big event that's really important to my fiance and me. It's a formal event, and we've been careful about who we're inviting, given everything that happened. I decided not to invite my brother or sister-in-law. I just didn't want that kind of negativity or drama at such an important occasion. Recently, my brother and sister-in-law found out that they weren't invited and confronted me about it. They followed me into a cafe where I was having coffee with a friend and tried to make a scene. They accused me of tearing the family apart and said that I was being unfair and vindictive. I lost my temper and told them loudly that they weren't welcome at the event because sister-in-law slandered my fiance and hasn't even tried to make things right. I said that until she retracts what she said and apologizes, they're not a part of our lives. People in the cafe were definitely staring, but I was too angry to care. After the blow-up, my mom called and said I was out of line and should have just invited them to avoid this whole mess. She's siding with my brother, saying that I'm making a big deal out of something that could be resolved if I just let it go. My dad, on the other hand, is furious with my mom for not standing up for me and my fiance and thinks I did the right thing by cutting them out of the event. Now I'm wondering if I went too far by blowing up at them in public and whether I should have handled this differently. Am I the asshole? I mean, I think that is pretty big claims to be making to your family and spreading about your fiance. That's wild to say, especially when she knows that's not the case. It's just so weird to me that she went and did all of that. Just it's really weird.
Am I in the wrong for telling my sister you are selfish and canceling her engagement dinner at my place? I have a younger sibling and it seems like I'm always helping her. In college, I would help her with essays. I would listen to her problems. If she got stuck somewhere, I would go and pick her up. She is 24 now and it's gotten pretty clear that she doesn't reciprocate helping out or does any favors for family. My brother and I have both noticed it. I had a conversation with her about it and she said she would do better. Recently, she asked if she could use my house for her engagement dinner and I agreed. It was a big favor in my opinion and I have been helping plan it. My sister lives very close to my kids' daycare. I left work and on the way home there was a huge crash on the highway. I wasn't moving at all. It took me 4 hours to get home. My husband was also stuck in it. The daycare called asking where I was and I told them that I'm trying to get there. They bill an extra $100 every 30 minutes you're late. I called my sister and asked her to pick up the kids and just hold on to them for a few hours until I can grab them. She told me no and that she wanted to relax tonight. I told her that I really need her to do this favor because I was stuck and it didn't seem like I would be moving anytime soon. I also told her that I'll Venmo her the money for the daycare but to please pick them up. She told me no again and hung up. I ended up calling my mother-in-law, who was an hour away, and she was able to pick the kids up and stay at our place until we got back around 9. I was in traffic for 4 hours. To be honest, I've been pissed since that happened last Thursday. I have helped her over and over again, and she couldn't do me a simple favor when she's literally 10 minutes away from the daycare because she wanted to relax. I talked it over with my husband, and we both agreed that we were done helping her. I sent her a text that said family is supposed to help each other, and it has become clear that she only ever wants help and not willing to help. I told her that I will not be hosting her engagement party and will not do her any favors anymore. She called and we got into a huge argument where I called her selfish and she called me petty. I want an outsider's opinion because I'm pissed about this whole thing. Was I in the wrong?
My boyfriend got my little sister pregnant while we were dating. Story time. My little sister and I have always had a pretty tense relationship because she's always wanted to copy everything I do. And I noticed very, very early on that whoever I dated, my sister would flirt with, and not even like in a subtle way either. It was just in front of anyone and everyone. She'd be like, imagine if we met first, it probably would have been me that you'd be dating. Eventually I just stopped bringing boys I was seeing around to my house because it would be so awkward, which all changed when I met my current boyfriend actually, because it got a lot more serious. We were seeing each other for a longer time. I thought stupidly that my sister would have matured and wouldn't act up this time around, but I was wrong. One of the first things she says to my boyfriend Steve is, if Tatty ever behaves badly or treats you wrong, you just come and tell me. I will always have your back. She would be so touchy-feely with him. She'd be grabbing on his arm. After this, my sister calls me and tells me she has the best news because she is moving to the same town that me and my boyfriend live in. Whoop-de-doo, I guess. And it gets better. Not only was she going to be moving to the same city, she was moving into the same apartment block. And when she moves in, suddenly Amy needs help with absolutely everything. And guess who she asks to help with all of it? Coincidence? I think not. It got to the point where they were hanging out, but he wouldn't tell me they were hanging out. He would just be like, oh, I've just been out and about, and then I helped your sister, and Got to the point where this was the biggest issue in our relationship. It was the only thing we'd argue about. He thought he was doing the right thing because he was trying to be close and be a good guy to my family. I said, Steve, you also know the previous issues I've had with her, so why would you entertain it? Personally, I think Steve likes the attention, but what do I know? I'm just a story time girl. So one day, Amy comes over to mine and my boyfriend's flat while we are watching film, and she just looks so upset. This is when she tells me that she is pregnant, which I am damn shocked about. She just moved here, and the only guy she has had in her apartment is my boyfriend. And at the time, I didn't quite put that together. But hilariously, the person in the room that was the most shocked was my boyfriend. He genuinely looked like he was about to projectile vomit. I was like, wow, they must have got really close. He's so concerned. And I was like, babe, whose baby are you having? She gets so quiet. She's like, I don't really want to tell you. And then Girly Pop starts looking at my boyfriend. She's like, are you going to tell her or am I? Tell me what. So I look over at Steve, who looks like he's gonna, pass out, and Amy is stood there smirking. Steve can barely get a single word out, and I absolutely lose my mind. And Steve looks me dead in the eye and goes, listen, I know I cheated, but I only half cheated because it's your sister.
Am I the asshole for eating enough ravioli for 4 people? My girlfriend and I have what I consider to be a perfect relationship. We moved in together in January, and I thought it was gonna be a dream. We love each other, we have similar hobbies, we're both obsessed with our dogs. Living with my best friend, who is also my partner, felt like a no-brainer. However, since the move-in, we've had our first real disagreement. We can't seem to resolve it. Yesterday, it became our first real fight. My girlfriend thinks I eat too much. When we first moved in together, we went grocery shopping. I bought an 18-egg carton, and she thought that it was too many. I joked that it wasn't enough. She said, okay, she'll just have to bake something. She was shocked by how much we spent, and I reminded her that we're 2 people now, and then paid for all the groceries. On my day off, she saw that I had used 6 eggs to make scrambled eggs for breakfast, and she couldn't believe it. I told her not to worry, that I can run by the store and get more eggs tomorrow if we run out. She thought it was ridiculous to eat 6 eggs worth of scrambled eggs, but accepted my promise to bring more eggs. What do you do for a living? So either you have a really physical job that is requiring you to eat a lot because 1, is making you have a big appetite and you need the fuel. 2, you're big as a fucking house. Or 3, you just have a fast metabolism and a big appetite. It's got to be one of these few. This has come up several more times. Sunday, I went grocery shopping. I saw a bag of frozen ravioli for sale and I bought it on impulse because it looked good. Yesterday, after I got home from work, I was hungry and I made the ravioli. I ate all of it. Okay, but ravioli, the serving size for ravioli is like 5 pieces. I probably would have ate the whole bag too. When my girlfriend got home from work, she asked if I wanted to get pizza for dinner. I said yes. She said I was probably starving, and I said I was hungry but not starving because I ate ravioli. She asked if it was the big bag from the freezer, and I said yes. She said that we could just eat the rest of it, and I said I ate it all. My girlfriend couldn't believe that I ate enough ravioli for 4 people. The bag says it serves 4. I said I was hungry. She said there was no point in getting dinner now. When I asked why, she said I couldn't be hungry after eating enough ravioli for 4 people. She kept saying this over and over. Enough for 4 people. I have questions. 1, how much time went between when you ate your bag of ravioli and when your girlfriend came home from work? Also, has she never witnessed you eat before? Is this something that you just started doing? Because if you've always had a big appetite, why is she upset seeing how much you eat when you guys have been together for a while? You're just now living together, yes. But if this is how you eat, I'm sure she has seen your portion sizes before. I told my girlfriend that I was still hungry. She was upset, so I asked her what exactly she wanted me to do or have done. She said I should have just waited for her so we could eat together. Is that the issue here, that you're eating without her? Honestly, I've never understood that, and I think it's extremely selfish. Because, bitch, if I'm hungry, what I'm gonna do is put something in my fucking mouth. I'm not gonna wait for you. I'm not. I'm not gonna sit here and waste away with my stomach eating itself because you want to eat together. Like, come on, baby. If you're upset that he's eating all the food in the house and your bills are going up to the ceiling, I get that. But you should have just waited until I got home to eat. That's not fair. It's not fair. I just said we can still eat together and that I am hungry. She didn't believe me and I ended up going to get the pizza. She told me not to, but I went anyway. I got her favorite pizza, which is spinach Alfredo, and mine, a regular with onions and jalapenos. She ate her pizza, but also said that she was upset I was forcing myself to eat to prove a point. Again, has she never seen you eat before? Go back. I know she has, because you said that she felt some type of way about you making 6 eggs for your breakfast. I truly feel like the amount of food isn't the problem. It's the fact that you're eating without her. Because you also said that you bought the groceries, that when you were in the grocery store and she made a comment about how many eggs that you were buying and how much you guys were spending, you reminded her there's 2 of us now, and then you paid for all of the food. Like, I don't think the amount of food is really a problem to her. Because there's no way in hell, if this is how you eat, she's just now noticing this. She said that she just wants me to stop being so greedy and impatient. So I'm greedy because I have a big appetite and impatient because I didn't starve waiting for you. You knew that I was going to be hungry when you got here. Oh my gosh, you should be fucking starving. You expected me to be hungry when you got here because you wanted to eat together like a normal couple. I don't have to starve myself until you get home from work. We can still eat together, but that doesn't mean that I cannot eat throughout the fucking day. What? She said we should have been able to split 1 pizza. I just don't get it. If I'm hungry and there's food, I'm going to eat it. If there's something that she wants to save, just tell me. I won't eat that, but I will eat something. But I'm not going to go hungry. Am I an ass for that? Honestly, babe, if you are, so am I. Edit. I'm 6'2", 192 pounds, and my job is very physical. I run with our dogs a lot, and I work out a lot. I'm not fat. Most of my weight is muscle. We don't have shared finances. When I buy food, it's me paying for it. I try to go to the grocery store twice a week, so I buy most of the food. Since I eat way more than her, this feels fair to me. I don't think you're the asshole. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. And it just takes me back to my first question. Is your girlfriend, or was your girlfriend, completely unaware of your appetite before you guys moved in together? because I don't understand how you guys have been together to the point that you're ready to take the next step to live together. You move in together. Within 2 months, she's policing your food intake. You're eating too much. Bitch, were you not aware of this before we moved in together? Honestly, your girlfriend's behavior is a bit concerning to me, and it makes me think of a few things, because for the life of me, I can't figure out how this is affecting her in the negative. It's not like she's, you're eating her out of house or home and she's going broke trying to keep you fed. You said that you buy all the food because you know that you eat a lot more than her, and to you, that's fair. That makes perfect sense to me. Your girlfriend telling you that you're greedy because you ate more than she thought you should eat is a bit fucked up. And that makes me think that she's repeating things that are being said around her or to her. Like, it's not an excuse, doesn't make it okay. That could be her reason, but not her excuse. At the end of the day, I just think this is a very weird hill to die on. She could just be a controlling bitch, but personally, I don't think it's that black and white. You're a big guy. You're active. You work out a lot. You have a physical job. It's expected for you to eat like a fucking horse. Honestly, I truly feel like there are other issues here.
You want to know who has genuinely changed the dating? So sorry, I just hate when I mispronounce words. The dating game for me, who genuinely changed it for me. My best friend's boyfriend. The reason why is because now I get an inside look in the male's brain of like the dating world. Let's call him Justin. I'll be like, Justin, tell me if I'm fucking crazy right now. Like, tell me if I'm fucking crazy. And he'll be like, yeah, you're fucking crazy. Or he'll be like, no, like that is crazy of that guy to do that. Also, he gives me the best fucking advice because he's a straight man and he's on, like, he wants to see me win. He doesn't give a fuck about these guys. So he's gonna be brutally honest with me. There have been like several times where I was like, Justin, like this guy came over yesterday and like we were just making out and then he like came all over my hand and like then he left in a hurry and hasn't texted me since. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, this man's in my head now since he hasn't texted me. It's dead ass a true story. That man came in my hand real quick. I'm so evil for mentioning that and I don't give a fuck. My best friend will be sitting there too and I get her advice and then I get his advice. So it's like I get the girl's advice, obviously, like the girls are the girls, but then I'm like, from a male's brain, like it's just such a different world in there. My best friend will be like, oh, that happened because he just like really likes you and he's embarrassed to text you. And then Justin's like, no, he probably actually just like got what he wanted from you and that was that. I said, Justin, fucking relax. I'm still a woman at the end of the day, so I have feelings. Like, he's not wrong. I will say sometimes the honesty, like, from Justin does hurt. Because, like, my dumbass thought it was a great idea to, like, let's go around the table and, like, let's play our red flags. Like, everyone say our red flags. When Justin, like, mentioned my red flag, like, I haven't stopped thinking about that since. And every time I see him, I'm like, remember when you said that about me? Like, remember when you said that about me? So having a straight man, like, help you in the dating game is not for the fucking weak. They're really fucking honest. And sometimes that really hurts my feelings. But it's like, whatever. I'd rather that than just be like out here clueless thinking like I'm doing the damn thing. And there's been several times where Justin had to like humble me. I'm like, no, like I don't give a fuck. Like I'm doing it like this. And Justin's like, if I was him, I would think that's so weird. Like I wouldn't want to speak to someone who acted like that. And I'm like, oh my, and then my best friend's like, he's not wrong. Like he's not wrong. But Justin is now just so crucial to my dating game. He's also crucial to like my best friend's dating game. Not the one he's dating. That'd be fucking weird. Nicole. I'll be like, wait, let me ask Justin. Like, let me get Justin's opinion. And I FaceTime my best friend and him and like I get both of their opinions and I'm like, well, Justin said this. Like we're all in a group FaceTime. I'm like, God, Justin's not wrong, Nicole. Like Justin's not wrong. But it's a little fucking dangerous because like now I get a look inside the male's brain and I get to have a little bit more calculated decisions, like, ooh. But he also makes me feel really justified when I'm like, no, I'm leaving him. He's like, yeah, you should fucking leave him. I assume this is like what having a brother would be like. I don't have one of those, so I assume it would be like something like that. But it has changed my dating game, and I highly recommend getting a straight man on your side who just wants to see you win. Like, it's game changer in the dating game.
Am I the asshole for telling my fiance what his stepmother tried to do after she asked me not to? Nope. Nope, because when you get married, shit like this, no secrets. Absolutely not. Nope. Help. But what was it? What did she ask you not to tell? Well, wait, let me find out. I don't know yet. My fiance, Jamie, 28 male, has a stepmother, Ellen. Jamie isn't close to Ellen or to his dad, and this is why she approached me instead of Jamie. 3-ish weeks ago, Ellen showed up at our house and asked me if I could help her surprise Jamie with a dance for the two of them at our wedding. A surprise mother of the groom. No, that's not how it works, Ellen. She told me she had hoped that he would ask, or that he would honor her as the mother of the groom in some way. But as more time passed and she heard nothing from him about the wedding, she realized he wasn't planning to dance with her or make her feel special. So you're going to take it upon yourself and try to force... Bitch, I mean, girl, no, you're not the asshole for... No, you're not the asshole for telling... I'm pretty sure it's more. I'm pretty sure there's more, but no, you're not the asshole. Bitch, Ellen told me she loved him since he was 3 years old when she first met him. And becoming his mom officially had meant so much to her, but he never acknowledged her as the sole mother figure since he was 5. And she felt like it was only right and fair that on his wedding day that it happened. You don't get to fucking decide this, Ellen. You don't get to decide this. For context, Jamie's parents divorced when he was 1. His dad met Ellen when Jamie was 3 and married her when he was 5. Jamie's mom died 3 months after the wedding. Then Jamie moved in with his dad and Ellen full time. I knew Jamie would hate it and never agreed to dance with Ellen. She acknowledged as much and told me how much it broke her that he always rejected and denied her as his mother. So she wanted to do something where he wouldn't say no and they could have a moment and she could have that mother-son moment he refused to give her his whole life. Ellen is terrible. She wanted to do something where he wouldn't be able to say no. She wanted to force him into a position that made her happy so she could have this fantasy moment that he's deprived her of. This lady is disgusting. She told me how much it hurt her that Jamie never returned any of the love or affection for her and disliked her in a way that stung worse than anything because she tried to give him the love and affection and mothering that he needed, and nothing she did was good enough. She's always lived in the shadows of his mom. I could see how upset it made her, but I still said no. I knew Jamie wouldn't want to, and that was enough for me. She tried to convince me, but couldn't, and then asked me not to say anything. You came to the fucking wrong person. I didn't agree or disagree. I didn't want to fight with her, but I did tell Jamie. Good shit. This lady is terrible. He didn't need a mother. He needed a friend. He needed a fucking friend. You don't get to decide that you are his mother figure. Jamie wasn't happy, but he said nothing at first. Then Ellen asked him directly, and after telling her no in the clearest way possible, he also read her the riot act for going behind his back and trying to force this on him via me. And of course, she was pissed that I told him. She accused me of making things worse between them. Jamie told her I'd done nothing wrong other than to support him, and that was not making anything worse. But her refusal to accept that he will never see her as his mom is doing a good enough job of that. She sent me a text a few hours after the confrontation. She told me that I knew it would make things worse, and I told him anyway, which made me untrustworthy and a troublemaker. I blocked her after showing Jamie the text. Am I the asshole? First of all, how's she gonna call you untrustworthy when she literally went behind his back to his fiance to try to get you to help her organize a situation where he would be forced to have this mother-son moment with her after she knows and acknowledged that he would never willingly dance with her? That's crazy. Y'all know when you point fingers at people, it's you know, they be pointing back at you. Like these 3 motherfucking fingers is pointing at her hard as fuck while she calling his fiance untrustworthy. That's just absolutely disgusting. This lady is hilarious. Fucking hilarious. I wish I could laugh all up in her face. Get my 5 goddamn chuckles out. Ha 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 ha. It never ceases to amaze me that these women acknowledge that these kids do not like them. They acknowledge it. OP said, I knew that he would hate it and never want to do it. And she agreed. Ellen agreed with her, like, yeah, I know. And that's why I want you to help me put him in a position where he can't say no. This lady, like, oh my God, I cannot. I fucking cannot. And then she refuses to see where she went wrong. Now it's everybody else's fault. It's everyone else's fault that he wants even more of nothing to do with you than he did before. Before it was just a little bit of nothing. Now he wants all the nothing to do with you, and it's everybody else's fault except for yours. You mean to tell me that you don't think at all, you don't think even in the smallest measurement that you were wrong for going behind his back to his fiance to try to force him into doing some shit? Like, you don't think you're wrong at all? That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, don't be surprised if your invitation to the wedding shows up in the mail.
wrong for not forgiving my husband after what he has done? The story happened a few months ago, but I am an emotionally sensitive person, so I am still very sad and shocked. My husband and I have been married for over 2 years. My husband runs a business, so for the past few years, I have been staying home and taking care of our child. A few months ago, we discussed buying a house, and I overheard him talking on the phone with his father about putting the house under his name. I didn't say anything about it because I thought it was his own money and he wanted to make his parents happy, so I reassured myself in that way. But I was truly devastated when I found out that he listened to his father's advice and put the house under his parents' name, and then transferred it to his name separately so that the property wouldn't be legally connected to me during our marriage. I was surprised how he could go along with that idea when we were living together, raising children, and never had any conflicts. I couldn't keep my calm and caused a scene, and the house buying plan was postponed. After that, I cried a lot, and he apologized and took me shopping for things to make up for it. But until now, whenever I think about it, I feel undescribably sad. I can't forget it, and I can't forgive him. What should I do, everyone?
Am I the asshole for throwing my mother-in-law's addiction in her face? I, 29, am married to John, 29, 3 years married, dated for 7 years. Without going into too much detail, I have multiple disabilities that leave me needing a wheelchair on occasion. It's genetic, so I decided early in life that I didn't want to have kids because of it. I don't want to pass it on, and it would be a huge risk to my body. My mom passed away when I was born, and she also had it. Oh, I'm sorry. John has always understood/agreed, as he never saw himself as a dad. He and his brothers went into foster care due to his parents' substance abuse. They were found alone fending for themselves. Gosh, that is awful. He's not sure about his father, but his mother is back in his life after being clean for the past 2 years. I'm happy for her, as it is a huge problem in our state and not easy. My mother-in-law has always been quirky, but sometimes makes comments about my disabilities. Recently, she has been asking when we were having kids, as she is desperate to be a grandma. I explained my side multiple times. John has also explained his side, how he has always said no to kids and that we spoke about it multiple times before marriage. Lately, she has been very persistent, which I ignored. On New Year's Eve, we had a small party, and since it was my home, I didn't need to use my chair. My mother-in-law came, and when she saw me, she was visibly upset. She's mostly seen me in a chair, especially in the wintertime, as it can affect me more, and said that seeing me out of the chair surprised her. Again, I ignored it. It's something I'm used to. In my friend group, we do a New Year's Eve wish and share it out loud. When it was my mother-in-law's, oh God, I can already see where this is going. When it was my mother-in-law's turn, her exact words were, "I wish for my name to finally put John first and give him the family he deserves." And I froze. When I asked why she would say that, she said that she felt like I was lying to John about my illness and faking it to avoid giving him a kid, and called me a bad wife. Jesus, lady. Okay. I explained that I could pass away like my mom did. Oh, man. I'm so sorry again. And she said that it happens, and if it did, that she would take care of the baby. I admit that I was impulsive, but hearing her be so casual about it made me rage, especially since John wasn't intervening. That is effed up. John, red flag. That's horrible. That is your mother. You need to step in. Also, no. We're just gonna leave it there. Apparently, she and John had been speaking about it, as she believes he has to pass on his legacy and that I'm holding him back. I effing lost it. I said, there's no legacy to pass. You chose drugs over your kids and then left them. Even if there was a chance of me having kids, I wouldn't leave them to a drug addict that thinks my kids are there for her to try again. Stormed out of the room, and I went to bed crying. I'm sorry that you're crying. You said everything that you should have. Good for you. Yesterday, John said that he had been reconsidering the idea of kids because he wanted to be a better dad than his. I told him that if it was important, we could talk about fostering/adopting, but he said mother-in-law said they wouldn't be blood related, so it didn't count. Pause. I have so many things to say. I don't think they will fit in this video. But to anyone who has adopted kids or been adopted, your family is valid. Okay? Jesus. He and a few of my friends think I took it too far, and while I somewhat agree, I also feel like the idea of putting my life at risk because she wants a redo shouldn't be so casually glossed over. Am I the asshole?
The person who sent me the story wants to remain anonymous. When I was around 7 or 8, I was sexually assaulted by someone on my mother's side of the family. He would make me sit on his lap and he would touch my private area. And the worst thing is, my family knew that I would sit on his lap. And I think they knew that he touched me, or at least I think they knew. My mom is a single mother, so she's always working hard, and I didn't think she would really notice anything, and I thought it was normal until I grew up. I'm 12 now. I'm scared to tell my mother because I feel like she wouldn't believe me because he was such a good family friend, and I feel like I would be a disappointment. I've only told a close friend about this, and not even my sister knows. My sister and I have a very good relationship, and we usually tell each other everything.
Am I the arsehole for divorcing my husband and leaving him with our child after finding out that I'm not biologically the mum? Story time. So I've been with my husband, who we will call Steve, for nearly 10 years. Married for 6. So 2 years ago, we were blessed with a child via surrogate. Now, we wanted to make sure that the relationship that we had with our surrogate was going to be quite close. And one of our closest friends, who we had both been friends with since high school, offered. After 2 failed IVF pregnancies with her, the third one was successful. She carried our baby boy to term for us. Now, when our little boy came, I was so busy with obviously becoming a new mum and getting used to that life. And I had to go back to work after 4 weeks of parental leave. But I was just far too busy to be noticing any sorts of warning signs here. At the time, I was working 1 full-time job and 2 part-time jobs to make sure that all of our bills were covered. I was the primary breadwinner, and I was making sure that all of our legal fees would be covered so that we could adopt the child. I noticed that our surrogate, who we will call Amy, started to come around our house more. My husband would be talking more one-on-one with her. So all of this sort of came to a head recently when we took our son and he had to have some blood tests. We found out that he had a blood type that was actually impossible for me and my husband to create. Immediately, I'm thinking, no, this has got to be the fertility clinic's issue here. They have implanted the wrong embryo. This cannot be correct. I started lining up lawyers. We looked into getting a DNA test done. It showed that I was not the mother, but my husband was the father. I was having consultations with different lawyers to make sure that I could actually sue the practice. And it was just as we were getting to the final stages of sending off paperwork, etc., that my husband confessed that he had actually slept with Amy. Not once, but on a few different occasions. So what I thought was my son, conceived by a surrogate via IVF, was not my son at all. My husband had conceived a child the natural way, knowing full well that I could never ever do that. When we ended up having a conversation about this, my husband said that he didn't even think that pregnancy could result in what they were doing because he pulled out. Babe, so you weren't even just trying to get a baby out of it, you were just cheating. And I left alone. I left my son with my husband and moved into my parents' house. My husband and my surrogate keep calling me, telling me that I am immature for leaving the child, and keep asking me how I can walk out on my son like that. They tell me that it isn't blood that makes a family. So what do you think here? Am I the arsehole for giving up my parental rights to a child and refusing to pay child support? I don't want to look after an affair baby. So what do you think I should do here?
My husband's crazy ex-wife showed up at our wedding. Now, when I first met my husband, he told me right away that he had a crazy ex-wife, which was immediately a red flag for me because when a man tells me that he has a crazy ex, I immediately think, what did you do to make them crazy? But in this case, it was all on her. He told me that she actually wasn't crazy until the divorce started, that they had a really great marriage, or so he thought, until he walked in on her and his best friend together, and he immediately knew that they didn't have kids together, and he didn't want to try to make this marriage work. He could never trust her again, so he ended it, and she would not take no as an answer. She started showing up wherever he was. She wouldn't sign the divorce papers. He said that she just made it a absolutely terrible experience to get divorced. And he told me that a lot of his relationships since haven't worked out because she's been absolutely crazy and she shows up on dates where they are. She just makes it impossible for him to move on and live his life without her. And let me tell you, he did not lie about that one because as we continued dating and into our engagement, she would show up wherever we were. We would be out at dinner and she was just at the table next to us. We would just stop posting on Instagram. You know, sometimes you're out at dinner, you take a photo of your food, you tag the restaurant. Yeah, we could not do that in our relationship because if we ever did, she would be the first to know and she would be there. And we tried blocking all of our Instagram accounts, but she would just create fake ones so she could always keep tabs on us. But I absolutely love the man. man. And even though this was a really terrible situation, it was just not something that was a deal breaker for me because he was perfect in every single way. And this wasn't his fault. He was having to deal with this just as much as I was. So it's something that we just went through and got through as a couple. And after the engagement, it really did send her into a frenzy. She was showing up more and more. He was getting so many text messages from tons of different numbers. About 2 months before the wedding, my then fiance and I both started getting text messages from different numbers. Guess who it was? Basically saying that we needed to cancel the wedding or else. Or else what? What do you mean or else? Well, we found out what she meant by or else because we didn't think anything of it. We were just ignoring it. We were like, you know what? She's trying to scare us. She's trying to stress us out. Planning a wedding is already stressful enough. So we just continued to block the numbers and moved on with our lives. But I guess we should have taken her more seriously because on my wedding day, I am walking down the aisle. I look beautiful. I am walking to my future husband and the look on his face should be like, he should be crying. He should be crying. But instead, he looks absolutely shaken. I was like, what is wrong? I thought that maybe he hated my dress, which it's impossible. My dress was beautiful. All of my bridesmaids are also looking completely shook. So I'm like, do I have a giant stain down my dress? Like, what is going on? And that's when I see that all of the wedding guests are starting to turn around to look at something behind me. And I wish I didn't turn around. I honestly wish I just would have kept walking forward, but I did. And that's when I saw my husband's ex-wife walking down the aisle behind me in her wedding dress. The wedding dress that she wore in her wedding to my husband. I'm sorry, what kind of unhinged person does that? And did she tell any of her friends that she was gonna do that? Because if that was something that I was ever gonna do, and the minute I said that to any of my friends, they would have absolutely kept me in lockdown during the day of that wedding. Okay, normal people don't do that. But my husband's little sister jumped into action. I've never seen someone move that fast. She grabbed that girl by the back of the hair and she dragged her out of that ceremony. She was really in superhero mode. I would not have been able to react that fast. And the wedding guests turned back around. I turned back around and I went and got married. But that is how my ceremony started. It kind of seems like that was her last big gesture she was gonna do because since then we haven't really heard from her. Sometimes on our wedding anniversary we'll get a weird text message or we'll see her at a restaurant we're at, but it's gotten a lot better and honestly we haven't seen her in about a year, so hopefully it's done for good. But truly, one of the craziest things ever, who does that? Who does that? My ex crashed my wedding to scream that he was still in love with me, and I let him do it. This happened last year and it is exactly as chaotic as it sounds. I was getting married to my fiance, let's call him Patrick, who was the most incredible guy in the world. Smart, emotionally intelligent, cared about me. Basically the exact opposite of my ex-boyfriend, let's call him Matt. Matt was a narcissist, a serial cheater, just honestly the worst. And finally, I got up the strength and the courage to leave him, which was the best decision. But Matt didn't like that. Matt does not like that. Matt was always obsessed with the fact that I would never move on, and even though I left him, I would always come back someday. Yeah, no. The man is the definition of delusional, and I did everything that I could do. Block his number, have no contact with him, but yeah. Of course he found out that I was getting married. Still, I don't know who told him. So my wedding day comes around and everything's going well. I'm getting ready, but one of the venue staff comes in and they look very stressed out. They're like, hey, there's a man at the front gate that's just freaking out and saying that he's your fiance and that he needs to get into the venue, but he's not on the list, so security isn't letting him in. And the venue staff knew who my fiance was and they knew it wasn't this guy, but I knew exactly who it was. I was like, yeah, no one else but Matt. It's Matt. And at first, I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's going to ruin my day. He's going to cause this scene. I had no idea what to do. But then something in me just flipped. And I looked at the venue employee and I said, you know what? Let him in. And to no one's surprise, during our cocktail hour, Matt storms in like he's the lead in some rom-com, screaming, she's making a mistake. She's supposed to be with me. Everybody is silent. My mom drops her champagne glass and they're just looking at this man, making an absolute idiot out of himself. Luckily, my fiance actually knew what Matt looked like, so he goes right up to him and is like, hey Matt, so good to see you. We actually have some extra space if you want to join the wedding. I hope you have a good time. And my fiance goes, but you should probably sit in the chair towards the exit because it's going to be hard for you to see the woman that you let go get married to a man that actually deserves her. Matt tries to argue back, but my maid of honor, who is 5'2" and full of rage, gets right up in his face and is like, you had your chance 2 years ago, buddy. Get out. And Matt left. He was embarrassed. He honestly looked heartbroken. He really, truly thought in his heart that that was going to work. Like, we have not talked in years. I don't communicate with you. No, you're horrible. Why would I ever get back with you? And at our reception, we had a special little chair set up just for him that said Clown of Honor, just in case he did decide to come back. But he didn't, and I haven't heard from him since. Absolutely 0 notes, 10 out of 10 wedding.
Am I the arsehole for outing my co-worker? Story time. So I work with this girl who is basically like a Regina George of our office. A few months ago, she ended up announcing that she was in fact engaged. She shows up to work with the fattest rock on her hand, saying that her boyfriend Steve, who none of us have ever met, by the way, or seen a picture of, proposed in front of the Eiffel Tower as it was flashing. So the office ended up pulling a little bit of a congratulations engagement party that afternoon. HR got some balloons in, we got a nice little banner. This is when Girly Pop starts to pull the bride card, leaving early for dress fittings. She's handing off work to me because I'm not in a relationship and I wouldn't understand how exciting this era is for her. I was absolutely fuming, but I kept it cute. This was until last week. She went to my boss and told her that I was missing deadlines and she felt that I had really dropped the ball. So I get pulled in for a disciplinary meeting. And this is why, Huns, you keep an email chain of things, because I had receipts. This was my final straw. So now what you've done, Amy, is you've pissed me off. And I start to do a little bit of detective work, because if you can't tell, I thought that this whole thing's a little bit shifty. Go onto her Instagram and I get the picture of the ring that she's posted. Amy is a square French tip kind of girl. Her nails in the picture, long, oval, bubble bath 2 coats, topping with chrome. Not her usual nails. So this is when I get the spectacular idea to reverse image search the picture. Call me Inspector Gadget. It was a stock image from a jeweler's blog. I decided to look up Steve. No digital footprint. So this is vile. This is absolutely vile. Ugh. I decide to DM one of Amy's old school friends, who tells me to be aware because she makes up new boyfriends and has been since 2014. So at the next team meeting, after Amy made some snide comment, she's all like, some people don't understand the stress of wedding planning. And I say, yeah, well, it must be hard planning for a wedding with a man that doesn't exist. Dead silent. Sharon from HR choked on her tea. And my girl hasn't been back in the office since. And tomorrow I have a meeting with HR to talk about my bullying. So what do you think? Was I wrong here? What do you think?
My doctor told my husband, 30 male, and I, 31 female, that our baby has many birth defects. I want to abort, but he does not. This was a planned baby, and I'm absolutely devastated. Me and my husband met in college and have been married for 6 years now. We have one son who is now 4 years old. I know some people are going to wonder, but yes, we did discuss our moral and political views before even getting engaged, and we're both pro-choice. When we were 21 and 20, we made a stupid mistake that ended in a pregnancy. We are both flat broke and not at all ready for kids. I decided to terminate, and he fully agreed with me and supported me. He loves our son so much and is an amazing father. He confided in me that he loved the idea of having a daughter as well. Luckily, we're in a good financial place, so I agreed and we started trying for baby number 2. We conceived fairly quickly and were overjoyed. We also soon discovered that we're having a girl. My husband was so excited. As soon as he was told that, he went all out and started to plan her nursery. He asked our son to help him pick which shade of pink he wanted, which crib to get, and what the theme should be. It was all so adorable. I don't want to reveal any personal medical history, so forgive me for being vague with the descriptions. At our last doctor's visit a few days ago, we were given the news that our daughter has severe birth defects. They think that she could possibly survive the birth, but any life that she gets to experience will be painful for her. There have been medical cases of babies with the same conditions to survive from early childhood to even the teenage years, rarely. These poor children suffer with so much pain and are uncomfortable their entire lives. They are very low functioning and need around-the-clock care, as well as several uncomfortable surgeries to try and give them a better quality of life. We were both heartbroken and cried for hours together in the car. Then we drove home in silence. Neither of us said anything until my husband began to quietly mumble his thoughts. He was going on and on about how we needed to schedule another doctor's appointment so we know what medical equipment we need to buy for her. We should renovate the nursery again so we could care for her more easily. He said that he'd definitely have to talk to his boss so he can take a longer paternal leave. He wants to be by her side in the NICU until we can take her home. He talked about how we'd have to ask his mom to babysit our son more often while she's a newborn. He even said that maybe we could sell one of our cars, move to a smaller house, and take our son out of private school so we'd have more money to pay for our daughter's care. I was silent until he asked me what I thought. I was blunt and said that I think we should terminate the pregnancy. Now I feel bad for saying it that way, but I was still frazzled from the news. This made him very upset. He began to cry and asked why I don't want our daughter, even with disabilities. I mentioned our previous abortion. He said it was different because it was unplanned and we had no way to take care of the child. Now we're in a pretty good place financially, so theoretically we could shoulder the cost of our daughter. I have a bit of personal history with this type of situation. My best friend in high school was at my house all the time because her parents were way too busy with her severely autistic older brother. They did love her, but she was pushed to the side her entire childhood. I told him the story. He said that we'd do better by our son and daughter. My best friend's parents were stupid for having a second kid after they already had a disabled one. He then seemed hopeful for a minute and asked if I was just afraid. He promised that he'd be by my side the whole time and we could do this together. I told him it's not about fear. Our daughter will be in pain constantly if she's born alive. It would be a short and painful life for her. I love this baby so much already. I don't want her to suffer like that. He began to yell that even if she doesn't live long, we could still pour our hearts and souls into making her life as fulfilling as possible. I didn't respond as he stormed inside. It's been a couple of days now and he won't even look me in the eyes. He sits in the nursery for hours. Our son is very confused. I know he's grieving, but I really don't want to go further with his pregnancy. I love him so much. I don't know what to do. Oh, that is hard. This is really above my pay grade. I think you should go to like counseling, therapy, like grief counselor. They have all that stuff. Of course, it's hard to get rid of your baby, but like you have to look in the future too, where if you know that child is going to have a very painful upbringing, everyone's going to suffer. But more importantly, the baby will. Right? You're going to suffer, the mom's going to suffer, the brother's going to suffer from lack of attention. You're going to suffer from, the financial burden of it and just spending all that time with her, making sure she's okay. And then for her just to pass away at a young age and in pain, that's the worst thing as a parent. Like when I was younger, my mom would always say, like, whenever I was sick, she would say it in our language, like, I wish God could give me your sickness so that you feel okay. That's how parents feel. Like, this is hard. After I made my original post, my husband and I rushed to get a second opinion. Nothing changed as it was still our original diagnosis. Once I learned that, I scheduled the termination for as soon as physically possible. I didn't tell my husband at first. He kept on raving about how we could give her as much love in her life as we can. I feel bad for this now, but I snapped and angrily told him I was terminating the pregnancy, that I know how he feels, but I will not allow my daughter to suffer just because he wants to love her. He was very angry with me after I put my foot down. After he realized his pleading wouldn't change my mind, he didn't speak a word to me. I was terrified that he'd go and leave me all alone with the scraps of our family. I tried to explain it to my son, but I think he still doesn't understand. Then, the night before the procedure, he stepped into my room and apologized for everyone and promised to be more supportive of me from now on. I was so happy and relieved, I started to sob and he held me all night. My original plan was that my mom would drive me to the hospital. Then, once it's done, a close friend would take me home. Since it was only the night before, he said he couldn't miss a full day of work, but really wanted to drive me home. I agreed to let him, and then the procedure was done in the morning. My son is having a long sleepover with my best friend's family. I don't want him to see me like this. The next morning, the termination was done. It went fine with only minor physical pain, but the emotional toll was crushing. After I was done, he didn't show up to get me. I waited for hours, and he wouldn't answer any of my calls. I ended up having to call a friend out from work to take me home. When we got there, I just saw one note on the counter saying he can't do this. What the fudge? He left you? A few of our daughter's special toys were removed from her nursery. My entire life has fallen apart in a matter of days. I asked my mom to watch my son for a little while. I still can't contact my husband. Everything feels so pointless. Oh my God. Please tell me if another... You know what? I get it, you're both grieving, but I think that's so incredibly selfish as your husband to go. Guys will never understand how it is to hold a baby in your belly and then for you to go get it terminated. People don't understand how excruciating it is physically and mentally and emotionally is to have to do that. And for him to tell you I'm going to pick you up and then not, that's cowardly behavior. And that sucks. Imagine going through one of the worst experiences of your life and the only other person who can relate to you is your spouse. And him not showing up is like utter betrayal. Oh, I'm so mad for you. I'm so mad.
Is it normal to just wear white to weddings now? Had multiple people wear white to my wedding. Hi all, we had our wedding this summer and all caps, so many people wore white. My mother-in-law wore an entire white gown with just a small flower pattern down the one side. We did a mother-son and daughter-father dance at the same time, and in those photos, the flower pattern isn't showing at all. And she also looks like she was just in a wedding dress. I had one of our friends also wear a cream dress with no pattern on it at all. A friend's date wore a white dress with no pattern on it at all. And my dad's friend's wife also wore a white dress with flower embroidery. Very bridal. Almost the same flowers as mine, LOL. My grandmother also wore a white dress with some multicolored flowers on it and a pink cardigan. Not nearly as bad, but not something I would ever wear to someone's wedding on my own. I didn't really notice this, except my mother-in-law's outfit, until I got my photos back, because the only thing I was looking at that day was my husband, LOL. Is this just the new normal now? Are traditions fading? I don't know if this should bother me or not. Our dress code was just a suggested copy-paste on our website. It stated it was formal and had a phrase at the bottom that said, "Please no white." But I'm sure nobody read the dress code.
It doesn't matter if you have a goddamn dress code.
Oh my God, the fact she did!
Is it not? Is it not just common sense?
Am I the asshole for embarrassing my fiance at dinner after he joked about my upbringing? Hi Reddit, I'm Andrea, 28 female. I'm originally from Colombia, but have been living in the US for about 10 years. My fiance, David, 30 male, and I have been together for 3 years, engaged for 6 months, and until now, I thought we were on the same page about respecting each other's background. For context, I grew up in a small town in Colombia, and while we didn't have much money, my parents worked tirelessly to provide for my siblings and me. I'm incredibly proud of where I came from. It shaped me into the strong, resourceful person I am today. Recently, David and I went out to dinner with his friends, a group of mostly professionals in their late 20s, early 30s. These are people I've met a handful of times, and while they've always been polite, I've sometimes felt out of place because of the subtle comments they make about my accent or my exotic background. I usually brush it off, but this dinner was different. During the meal, one of David's friends was sharing a story about their recent trip to Europe, talking about authentic experiences and local food. Out of nowhere, David, my fiance, chimed in with, quote, "Well, Andrea doesn't need to travel for authentic experiences. She grew up eating off banana leaves in the jungle, right, babe?" The table erupted in laughter. I was stunned. Not only was his comment wildly inaccurate and frankly ignorant, but it was also deeply humiliating. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. I calmly smiled and said, "Actually, David, I grew up in a small town, not the jungle. And while we didn't eat off banana leaves, we did learn how to respect people's cultures, which you seem to have missed." Ooh, got him. The table went silent. David turned bright red and mumbled something about just joking, but the vibe for the rest of the evening was noticeably tense. When we got home, David was furious. He said I embarrassed him. Oh, please. In front of his friends, and that I, quote, blew a harmless joke way out of proportion. I told him that his comment wasn't harmless. It was condescending and made me feel like I was the butt of a joke in front of people who already saw me as different. He's been cold ever since, accusing me of being too sensitive and saying I should have just laughed it off. I feel like I stood up for myself in a respectful way, but now I'm questioning if I should have handled it differently. So Reddit, am I the asshole for calling out my fiance at dinner?
No, she's not being the asshole. I think that was a really great response. And if he's willing to say stuff like that to her in front of a group of people, then he should be able to expect to take it right back.
Like you could dish it.
Yeah.
But when you get a little chirp back, you can't take it?
Am I the asshole for kicking my mother out for throwing away my son's baking things because she believes that baking is only for girls? No, not at all. My 14-year-old son loves to bake, and he's really good at it too. He started with simple things like cookies, but now he can bake just about anything, from bread to pies, even cakes. Sometimes friends and people we know will ask him to bake them something, and he'll charge them a small fee. Okay, all right, King, we love an entrepreneur. My mother has always hated the fact that my son loves to bake. She doesn't understand what kind of boy enjoys doing things that are meant for girls. Someone who just enjoys it simply because they fucking enjoy it. Baking does not have a gender. So what the fuck are you talking about? You cannot look at baking as a whole and say that's a girl or that's a boy. That's a girl thing. That's a boy thing. I'm sorry, but I didn't think you had to have certain equipment between your legs to put dough in the fucking oven. Ironically, his younger sister hates baking. I tried explaining to my mother that there's nothing wrong with my son's love for baking and that she's being sexist. But my mother is stubborn and always makes sure to mention just how much she doesn't approve of it every chance she gets. You're the asshole for not stopping her from coming around before this. If you know that she cannot hold her fucking tongue and she's always got something to say to your son or about the fact that your son likes to bake, you're an asshole for not stopping her from coming around before now. Why did she have to hurt your baby before you snapped into fucking action? My mom was visiting with us for a few days and I came home from work to find my son distraught. When I asked him what was going on, he told me that he came back from a friend's house only to find that his baking things had disappeared. When he asked his grandma, she said that now he can find a new appropriate hobby. Bitch, get the fuck out. Get out. Because one, how you feel about what the fuck my kids do is completely irrelevant. But bitch, you came into my house and had the nerve and goddamn audacity to take something that I bought for my child and dispose of it. Get the fuck out. You'll never be allowed back in my house again. Never again. My son has a specific kitchen cabinet where he stores all of his baking things. And sure enough, it was empty. They weren't in the garbage either. I asked my mother what she did with my son's things. She proudly told me that she got rid of them because I was clearly not going to do anything about it, and that I was a bad father for allowing it to go on as long as it did. It was approximately $200 worth of items collected over a period of time. A hand mixer, a scale, measuring things, pans, etc. I told my mother that the only thing that I've allowed to go on way too long is the constant disrespect for my son, and that she needs to apologize to him and either bring his things back right now or replace them. She stubbornly said that she's not going to do that. So I told her first thing in the morning, she needs to leave and she's not allowed back here or around my children until she can learn to respect their choices. She huffed and puffed all night and then left in the morning. She was originally supposed to leave on Sunday, the day after my son's birthday. She even took the gift that she bought him and left with it. Good! Because 9 times out of 10 was going to be some toxic shit that he wasn't going to fucking like any goddamn way. My stepdad called to let me know just what a piece of shit he thinks I am for treating my mother this way and for kicking her out like a random stranger. No, I kicked her out because she's my mother. A random stranger would have got beat the fuck up. I told him that my mother did this to herself and hung up the phone. So am I the asshole? No, I don't think you're the asshole for kicking your mother out. It was something that 100% needed to be done. It was something that absolutely should have been done a long fucking time ago. But it's been done now. And you acknowledge the fact that you should have done this a long time ago. No, you're not wrong. Because your mom is absolutely fucking disgusting. Your mom's views are completely outdated and absolutely fucking disgusting. Some of the best bakers, chefs, and chocolatiers in the world are men. They're men. And some of the masterpieces that they created they're just that. Masterpieces. And your son is excelling in this art, in this craft at 14 years old. And instead of her being a proud grandma, showing it off to any and everybody who will listen, she's upset. She's being a fucking hater because in her eyes, it's not manly enough. No, you will never be wrong for protecting your son. You should have done it a little bit sooner, but it's been done now. You'll never be wrong for that. Get your money back. Get your money back. Even if that means taking mommy dearest to court, do that. Be the villain in her story. Make sure your son knows that grandma's not going to get a pass just because she's grandma. Absolutely not. Take her ass to court.
My fiance, 27 male, asked me, 26 female, to sell my investments for his pilot training. Am I being unfair for refusing? Is this a stupid decision? My fiance, 27 male, and I, 26 female, are getting married next year. We've been together for 4 years and have a joint account. Both of us are working full-time right now, but he is trying to get into flight school to become a pilot, which would cost around $94K. We discussed how we can finance it. We have financial help from our parents with our wedding, fortunately. We realized if we use our current savings and try to save every penny for like 10 more months, we would not need a very huge loan, just a reasonable amount, with maybe $2K in interest rates. If we save longer and try to side hustle, and if I get a raise, maybe we would not even need a loan at all. Right after that, he told me he knows how we could finance it without a loan and without living scarcely for the next few months. if I sell all of my investments. I have currently $40K in investments, which I started years before I met him and stopped investing after I met him. These were savings from summer jobs, internships, money presents from relatives, which have grown very well due to investing. I have never been a big spender. I never planned on touching this money unless it is for an emergency or a down payment for a flat or house, so I refused. I told him I would only maybe sell 10K. But I do not see the point since we could afford it by working and saving too. But I did not know if that is wrong from me since we are getting married soon. But it just feels wrong, and I take great reassurance in having these investments ready for emergencies or for a potential house investment. And what happens if I lose my job during his pilot training? Then the 40K investments would act like a safety net. Little backstory to evaluate if I am being fair or unfair. I completed a very expensive master's, still not even a third of Pilot Academy, which my parents paid for, fortunately. We did a long-distance relationship during that, and he occasionally paid for my or his flights before we had a joint account. While I was only studying during my master's, we paid for groceries, etc. from his salary and a small budget my parents gave him. His parents' support is sometimes there, sometimes not. Example, they paid for his sister's private education, but refused to pay anything for my fiance's education in the past. Also, he owns a flat in his home country, which does not have a good economy, that I helped renovate a lot. He always told me everything he owns is mine as well. And that is true as far as we use the rent, which is not much, like 300 euros to help pay for groceries. However, when it came to the decision to rent the flat out to his sister, he completely went against what I said. I was against it since she had lived there before and completely trashed the place and damaged many things. My boyfriend and her were constantly fighting. I think it is fair since it's his flat, so he should have the last say. But then again, I do not really think he fulfills his promise of everything he owns is mine too, because he did not respect my input. So what's your opinion? Am I being unfair to him? Is this a stupid financial decision? Or is it already generous of me to pay for his education from my salary and our savings so far?
She has done nothing wrong in this situation.
How is she spiraling? I'm spiraling because she's spiraling because this is crazy. Spiraling because
This story time is how my toxic ex-boyfriend stole $5,000 out of my bank account to give to a girl he was cheating on me with. So I've been with my ex 3 years prior to breaking up. We met at a party. He seemed pretty cool, and from there, he was really nice and different from any guy I met. Any other guy I talked to didn't seem interested in me, but him. It was like he was obsessed with me. He even said that he loved me after 2 weeks of talking. I thought it was cute, but I wasn't trying to get serious so soon. He came off very strict of what he wanted, and one of those things were me. And after 6 months of meeting this great guy, he completely changed. He became physically and emotionally abusive. I even tried to leave at some points of the relationship. One day, he asked if I could spare him some gas money because he needed to pick up his mom's medicine. So I trusted my boyfriend of 3 years and gave him my card to take the money out the ATM. When he came back and gave me my card, he went ghost for 2 days. And of course, I was upset and I blew up his phone, afraid of what happened to him. When I checked my bank statement, it showed that he took out $5,000. If y'all want to know what happened after that, this is part 2 of how my toxic ex-boyfriend stole $5,000 out of my bank account to give to a girl he was cheating on me with. So after he ghosted me for 2 days, I checked my bank account and my balance came up to $5,000 total. And it seemed like he went to different ATMs because he took a little amount and it all added up to $5,000. I was so upset, I tried calling and texting his friends, but my messages weren't going through, almost like they blocked me. Then I went ahead and called his mom, and luckily she picked up. I asked if she'd seen him, and she said she just saw him today and that she thought we broke up. I was like, he told you we broke up? And she said yes. He even brought his girlfriend Kayla over. I was so furious. She even told me that he helped her move into her new place and that he paid for her first and last month rent. And it was near the mall in our area. And I knew exactly what apartment complex she was talking about. If y'all want to know what happened after that, let me know down below in the comments. This is part 3 of how my toxic ex-boyfriend stole $5,000 out of my bank account to give to a girl he was cheating on me with. So after he lied and told everyone we broke up, I found out he was cheating on me with another girl and used the money I gave him to give her her first and last month's rent. I knew exactly what apartment the girl lives in because his mom had told me. I went to the front desk and asked if there was a Kayla, and I lied and said it was for a family emergency. So the guy at the front desk was able to reach her. She had came down, she walked to the desk, and the guy at the desk pointed her towards me. I walked up to her and asked if she knew who I was, and she said no, and I broke everything down to her, telling her everything our boyfriend lied about. And she was so nice, she had no clue that any of this was going on. She even cried, but I told her to stop because I had a revenge plan and that he was going to get everything that was coming to him. And I asked if she wanted to join, and luckily she said yes. So if y'all want to know what happened after that, let me know down below in the comments. And this is when it gets juicy. This is part 4 of how my toxic ex-boyfriend stole $5,000 out of my bank account to give to a girl he was cheating on me with. So after I met Kayla, the girl he was cheating on me with, we created the ultimate get back plan, so she had to completely act like she never met me. She told him she wanted to meet up and go on a surprise vacation, and that she wanted to do something fun. And him being dumb, he agreed to it. She told him to pack a bag of his nicest clothes and bring his passport. He came to her place with all his things, and they got in a car. I was on the floor in the back seat, and he had no clue. So she drove really far from home and stopped by the gas station because she wanted to get frisky. She told him to take off his shoes. Him being dumb, he took off his shoes. She told him to get out of the car real quick because she needed to get the surprise from under the seat. And I popped up and he jumped back. Then I closed and locked the door. He was lost and got mad and started yelling at me, calling me all types of names. If y'all want to know what happened after that, please let me know down below in the comments. This is part 5 of how my toxic ex-boyfriend stole $5,000 out of my bank account to give to a girl he was cheating on me with. So after I popped up and surprised my ex, he was so shook he was not expecting it, and I quickly closed the door. He banged on the door telling us to open it up and give him his things. I pulled down the window and tossed him 5 cents saying, "Have fun walking 5 hours home with the 5 cents that you should have had before cheating on me." And Kayla quickly drove off. It was funny because he had on no shoes. When we left, we took some of his Gucci outfits he broke, cut them up, and tossed them out the window. Some of the clothes we kept and sold them to people we knew, and his passport and wallet and cards and ID was tossed out the window too. After the whole situation was over, we went to Kayla's apartment. She gave me back the money that my ex stole from me, which was kind of her to do, and we split the money that we made off of selling his clothes. And we're now friends. As for our ex, he could stay where we left him, the streets.
Am I the asshole for ending my pregnancy with my ex-fiance, even though this may be his only chance for a baby? I, 30 female, have been dating my now ex-fiance, 35 male, for 5 years. From my knowledge, our relationship was perfect. He was a gentleman, a sweetheart, kind and genuine, all the things I ever wanted. A little over a week ago, I started feeling pretty sick and nauseous. The possibility of being pregnant never really entered my mind, but I took a test anyway and it came back positive. I took another to be sure, and yeah, I'm pregnant. It hurts because I was so genuinely happy at the news, just being really giddy and excited. For context, my fiance has little to almost no sperm. Not sure of the medical term, but his balls are too hot, basically. My ex has always wanted to be a dad. That's been his dream since I met him. And when we both had fertility testing, he was crushed to learn about his infertility. He went on a pretty bad spiral briefly with alcohol. That was really hard to watch. Anyways, you can understand how excited I was to tell him all of this. I left work early and I headed home. I tried calling him, but I didn't get any answer. He was in our bed fucking an escort. Oh, hell no. Absolutely the hell not. I genuinely can't even explain the heartache I felt. Walking through the house, looking for him, and then hearing them together. The absolutely disgusting things she was saying about me. Apparently, she got off on the fact that he was cheating. I lost my shit, crying and yelling. I dragged her out by her hair and then just started screaming at my ex. He was apologizing and saying that he didn't mean to, that he was sorry and that it was just sex and he loved me. The fucking cheater handbook. I was so angry and hurt. I really shouldn't have, but I just blurted out that I was pregnant and I would be booking a visit to the clinic as soon as possible. He didn't believe me at first, so I threw my test at him and he started crying a little. Then he asked if I cheated. No, sir, there's only one cheater in the room and it's not me. It's not fucking me. I told him that I didn't, and it didn't matter either way because I would be terminating it, and then I left. He's been messaging me constantly, showing up at my parents' place, apologizing and begging for me not to terminate. It hurts because I wanted this baby too. It's not like it's an easy decision, but I can't keep it. I know that I'll always be tied to him for the rest of my life, and I refuse to let that happen. I'm grateful for my baby because they helped me find out about my cheating ex, but I just can't keep it. My ex has just been sleeping in his car outside of my parents' house. He caught me one time on the way to work and said that I don't even have to be in his life or the baby's, that I can sign away all parental rights and just let him have this opportunity. But mentally, I can't. I know that if I kept it, I wouldn't be able to just give it away. I booked an appointment next week, the earliest that I can do. So am I the asshole? I feel a bit morally conflicted, especially since this might be his only chance of having biological kids, which he desperately wants. Edit. Wow. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to have so many responses. I'm a bit emotional and it gives me a lot to think about. I would just like to add that I'm in no way doing this for revenge or for retaliation. That's not my thought process at all. It's purely just me, and I don't really care if it sounds selfish, but I don't feel like I'll be happy if I have this child. I'm thinking about myself, but I genuinely can't express how much I love him. So the hurt of possibly ruining this chance for him, especially when I saw how distraught he was when he was told that it's unlikely he'll have kids, is a lot to deal with. Honestly, I truly feel like this is a situation that is way above Reddit's capabilities, like way above our pay grade here. But I do feel like you should do what is best for you. I truly feel like you were doing the right thing by thinking about yourself, because when homie was balls deep in an escort, he wasn't thinking about you. He wasn't thinking about how this was going to affect you and how you were going to feel. He wasn't thinking about any of that. He was thinking about himself. So now it's your turn to think about you. Yes, this may hurt him. Yes, he may not ever have a chance to have a biological child, but this is something that he should have thought about before he decided to ruin his marriage. This is something that he should have fucking thought about before he decided to step out, because now all those possibilities are going out the window. You do what's best for you, but at the same time, think about how you're going to feel later on down the line. Will you regret this? Will this be something that's going to hang over your head for years to come? You make whatever decision is best for you. What is most healthy for you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, whatever is best for you, but you make sure that it's the right one.
This story time is how I caught my uncle filling on my cousin, in other terms, his daughter. So when I was 11, my cousin was throwing a party, then afterwards a sleepover. By the way, we're calling her Adrian, and she was turning 13. So the day of the party, me and my other sister were dropped off by my dad, and we were dropped off very early, maybe 5 hours before the party, and that's because he had to go to work, and my uncle didn't mind taking us all together to the party. Plus, we got to help them set up for the party. When we arrived, we went to Adrian's room, and she got her hair done. It looked so good. When we were talking to her, she just seemed so sad. And you know, when you're younger, you can tell when things are off. She seemed bratty, and she would say that she hated her mom and her dad. To me, I'm like, why? She had the perfect life. Fast forward, she throws the party, and when it's all over, we go back to her house for the slumber party. We ate snacks, played games, watched movies till we fell asleep. I'm a light sleeper, and when everyone was asleep, my uncle came in the living room, tapped on Adrian's shoulder, and told her she gotta go to sleep in her bed tonight. Let me know if I should. This is part 2 of how I caught my uncle touching on my cousin, in other terms, his daughter. So early before, I told you guys everyone went to sleep. We were all asleep in the living room floor in front of the TV, and my uncle tapped on Adrian, telling her that she needed to sleep in her bed tonight. I'm a light sleeper, and I was woke the whole time. Adrian was still asleep, so my uncle picked her up and took her to her room. I was confused on why she had to go to sleep in her room because everyone was asleep downstairs. So 15 minutes passed. I'm still waiting there bored. I don't know what came to me, but I was just curious to see if Adrian was up. I mean, she might have been, because I would have woke up if I was switched to a new room. I don't know. I just went up. When I got upstairs, I opened the door. Adrian was asleep, but she was completely naked, and my uncle was sitting right next to her, touching on her. I'm out of time. Let me know if I should make a part 3. This is part 3 of how I caught my uncle touching on my cousin, in other terms, his daughter. Like I said, I couldn't sleep, so I went upstairs to see if Adrian was up. When I opened up the door, Adrian was asleep, but she was naked, and my uncle was touching on her. I got scared and was about to run downstairs, but he ran after me, covered up my mouth, and sat me back down in the room. I started crying, and he said if I didn't shut up, he was going to beat me, so I shut right up. In the midst of it all, when he was standing up, I didn't notice before, but he had on no pants. I started sniffling, and the noise I was making had woke Adrian up. She looked at me, then looked at herself and saw that she had on no clothes. She jumped back and immediately wrapped herself up in a blanket. I started crying again, and my uncle said, if you don't shut up, girl, I'm gonna smack you. Then Adrian yelled at him and said, "Don't hurt her." And immediately he popped her and said, "What I tell you about talking back?" And from there, Adrian just sat there frozen, touching her face, and I stood right up.
Storytime on how I told my mom her boyfriend was sexually assaulting me and she didn't believe me. Okay, so boom, let's jump right into it. So I was 14 at the time and my mom had a longtime boyfriend. My mom and this guy been together for about 3 years. Unfortunately, my dad is in jail, so I only talk to him over the phone when he calls. I always got creepy vibes from my mom boyfriend and I told her about this. I told her how he would put his hands a little bit too close to my booty, and when he would hug me, I can like feel his down there area. And when he would kiss me on the cheeks, every now and then he would always do a mistake and kiss me on my lips. She didn't believe me because she never seen anything. Well, one day he took it extremely too far. My mom was at work and I was alone with her boyfriend. I always stay in my room away from him because again, he's creepy, but this night it didn't stop him from coming into my room and violating me. Like for part 2. Part 2 on how I told my mom her boyfriend was sexually assaulting me and she didn't believe me. Okay, so boom, like I said, her boyfriend came into my room and violated me. I tried to run away, but he pinned me on the bed and he started kissing me on my neck. Then he snatched my shirt off and my breast was exposed. At that moment, my phone started ringing. The ring distracted my mom's boyfriend, and at that moment, I took my phone and I ran out the house. Yes, I ran out the house with my breast exposed. By the grace of God, it was my dad calling from jail. I missed his call, so I had to wait till he called me back, so in the meantime, I called my mom. I told my mom everything and she told me shut up. She hung up the phone and did nothing. She even called me a liar. I ran to my best friend's house with my breast exposed and her parents took me in. Eventually, my dad called me back and he saved my life. Like for part 3. Part 3 on how I told my mom her boyfriend was sexually assaulting me and she didn't believe me. Okay, so boom, like I said, after my mom didn't believe me, I ran to my best friend's house with my breast exposed and her parents took me in. I waited for my dad to call me back from jail and he eventually did. I answered the phone and I cried telling him everything of what just happened. My dad from jail became my hero. He sent a lot of his friends to my mom's house to handle that guy. Of course, we pressed charges and he's going to be serving time in jail. All my dad's friends helped me pack and they all brought me to my dad's mom's house. My mom came home to an empty house and my dad's mother has been granted custody of me. My mom was horrible. I hated living with her. Her boyfriend was physically abusive while she was verbally abusive. She didn't believe me and that hurt, but my dad believed me and saved my life. Can't wait to see him in a year.
Am I the asshole for not letting my ex inside my apartment when she was drunk and saying, I don't care if my ex misses our son. She made her bed and she can lie in it. I, 26 male, have a son, 6 months old, named James, with my ex, Rose, 27 female. He was completely unplanned. We had been dating for 5 years and I was planning to propose. But Rose didn't want our son and she wanted to end the pregnancy or put him up for adoption since being a mom wasn't a part of her current plans for life. I disagreed with both options, so we broke up and we agreed that I should just have custody of the baby. We went through the tedious, painful, and long process of getting Rose's parental rights removed after she moved out of our previously shared apartment. Rose eventually gave birth with me in the delivery room, and she handed him off to me as soon as my son was cleared to be taken home. I hadn't heard from Rose in the first months of James's life, so I deleted and eventually blocked her number. Rose said that she didn't even want to be known as a friend of mine to James or to continue any sort of relationship with me, so I figured it didn't matter. It doesn't. She made it clear that she didn't want to be a part of your life or the baby's life. There's no need to have her number or for her to be able to contact you when she needed to. You don't want to be a part of our lives. Stay away. Last night, Rose showed up drunk outside my apartment, crying about how she wanted to see her son and she wanted to be a mom now. I hate to say it, but I shut the door in her face, as you should have. As you fucking should have. First of all, ma'am, you're drunk. Do not ever show up to my house intoxicated or under the influence of anything, expecting me to allow you to be around my child. Second of all, ma'am, this is your decision. You made this decision, baby girl, so I'm gonna need you to go home, sleep it off, and come back to your senses. I shut the door in her face and I had a mutual friend, Hannah, pick her up from my apartment. I could hear her crying until Hannah came to get her. Later on, Hannah texted me and told me that I was cruel to just shut the door in her face when she was obviously looking for help. Where her family at? Where her fucking family at? You don't get to come back to the person you decided you don't want to be in a relationship with because you're having a child and they wanted to keep it, but now you want help. It's not my job to help you. I need to focus on the child that you didn't want. Unfortunately for you, you're going to have to go seek help elsewhere. Hannah texted me and said that it was cruel to just shut the door in her face when she was so obviously looking for help. I said that Rose has plenty of help from her parents and her friends, and I did help her by having Hannah come and pick her up. Hannah told me that I could have let her in and let her look at our son in order to get her to calm down. Absolutely not. This woman showed up late at night intoxicated. I'm not allowing her in my house where my 6-month-old son is sleeping. No, absolutely the fuck not. Hannah, I need you to stop. I need you to open up your eyes and be fucking for real right now. That's when I got irritated. And I replied to Hannah that I didn't care if Rose missed James. She made her bed and she can lay in it. Hannah stopped responding after that, but I do feel guilty because Rose was crying outside my door in a way that I haven't heard from her. No, you are absolutely not the asshole, and I'm going to let you know why I think you're not. Because if OP was female and the person outside the door drunk and crying was a male, everyone would be telling OP that she is 100% in the right to protect her children and not allow an intoxicated man in her house. And I feel the same goes for this OP in this story. You did the right thing by not allowing an intoxicated woman to come into your house after not hearing from her for 5 months, maybe longer. Absolutely not. OP, you did nothing wrong. You honestly did the most helpful and safe thing for her by calling a friend to come and get her. Because me, I would have left her outside. I would have closed the door, went and cuddled with my son and went to sleep. So you did the right thing. You helped her in a way that the only way that you could have helped her, because that's about all that she gets from you.
Story time about how I pretended to be deaf the entire quarantine. When quarantine started, I started an online course for a few subjects. To provide some background, these aren't my school classes or anything, and I've never met these people before. There are maybe 10 other kids in the class, and the teacher is actually pretty great. So the first 2 days go pretty well, but on the third day I mess up big time. We were in between a physics class that had already been going on for an hour and I'd completely gotten distracted halfway through. I have an incredibly low attention span, and this was already too much for me. When the teacher called my name to answer his question, I had no idea what he'd been talking about, so I tried to Google it. However, I have shitty internet, so it took a really long time to load, and the teacher was getting pissed as to why I wasn't responding and why I was typing. So, completely freaking out, I decided to text him on the Google Meet chat and make an excuse that my laptop's audio and microphone weren't working that day, and I'd been reading the subtitles, which took a long time to load, so I hadn't quite gotten to his question. In my immense panic, I phrased it somewhat vaguely and said, "I can't actually hear. I've been reading the subtitles and they take a long time to load." To which the instructor said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware that you're deaf." In my intense panic and anxiety, I just went along with it. Dumb as hell, I know. It actually worked out fine. I tap out all the answers that were sent to me and even bought a hearing aid sometimes and wore it in class. Now I say sometimes because I don't actually have the focus and commitment to remember to put it on every class. When asked about it, I told people in the class that even with the hearing aid, I can't hear much, so I don't usually bother wearing it. They bought it. Everyone in class liked me a lot and they found me very endearing. There's a girl, Carla, who said I had the most beautiful smile she's ever seen. So this was actually going really well for me. But, like most of my antics, this backfired on me big time. When I made this godforsaken decision all that time ago, I was sure I'd get away with it. However, about a week ago, the instructor decided to meet in real life and the lockdown in my country had been lifted. I spent all night watching videos and figuring out how to behave. I decided to pretend to also be completely dumb so I wouldn't have to speak in sign. It seemed very hard and I didn't want to try. So anyway, we meet up and everything goes well. No one uncovers my secret or anything. I spend the entire in real life meet with Carla, who's completely freaking stunning in real life. She's smart, funny, and she's kind. We keep handing each other notes on tissue papers and it's the cutest shit ever. I haven't been this attracted to anyone in my entire life. Toward the end of the meet, however, Carla hands me a tissue paper with one little heartbreaking sentence on it. "Will you date me?" That's when panic sets in. Part 2 of how I pretended to be deaf the entire quarantine. After pretending to be deaf in my class the entire quarantine and being asked out by a girl I fell for in the class, I panicked. I told her that I needed time to think and she was chill with it. So basically I prepared really hard for the date. I googled what the appropriate flowers for apologizing for your lives are and got her white orchids. I then put on my best clothes and set out. She came to the date with a cute little notepad and 2 pencils for us to write notes in, which melted me instantly. But I was so anxious and nervous at first that I couldn't bring myself to tell her. However, as we sat there waiting for our order to arrive, I kinda snapped because of the guilt and scribbled down into the notebook, "Hey, there's not an easy way to break this, but I'm not actually deaf. Or dumb." To which she replied with, "I know you're not deaf, but you are pretty dumb," with a smiley face. At which point I said, "What the F?" out loud. She then laughed and explained that she thought I was so cute that she Googled me long ago and found my Instagram, which has highlighted stories from concerts where I'm screaming and vibing. So she only asked me out to figure out how long I'd keep it going. So she was actually playing me the whole time. I was feeling pretty bummed that she only wanted to date me for that, but nevertheless, I apologized profusely and explained everything. I told her that I totally understand if she wants to end the date now, but she didn't. We had a great time and aren't officially dating or anything, but we do have a second date planned. She also told me that while she understands why I did what I did and that anxiety, especially social anxiety, is so hard to deal with, but she also believes that I was a little offensive, especially with the hearing aid. She explained to me why that was so insensitive, and I'd like to apologize for anyone that I might have offended. It really wasn't my intention. Also, for our second date, we're planning to volunteer at a center for deaf kids so I can redo myself. I'm also learning the basics of sign language for the visit next week. Storytime about how I was stabbed 10 times while protecting my girlfriend. When I was younger, I had a girlfriend whose family was affiliated with the gang the Latin Kings. One night I was with her brother, and her mother in a store in the north side of Houston, which is the hood. We ran into the son, mother, and sister of this other family that they had a problem with. As soon as they spotted each other, they started talking trash back and forth. It escalated so much that the man from their family called out my girlfriend. In the hood, it's common for a woman to fight a man. I was stuck at first because I had never seen anything like this until that moment. However, I didn't hesitate. When he started inching towards my girlfriend, I walked up to him, grabbed him, and started swinging. I wasn't aware at the time that he had a weapon nor that he was using it on me during our fight. This went on for a few minutes until his family broke us apart. Then he went back to talking trash to my girl, and he finished it with, "Shut up, B, before I stab you too." At that moment, we all got quiet. I looked down and saw a puddle of blood under me. That's when the realization set in of what had happened. I was barely in any pain, but that's probably because my adrenaline was on fire. They quickly took off and we went back in the store. My girlfriend and her mom were crying. I remember sitting there and looking at the blood, then taking out a cigarette and smoking it as I waited. I felt nothing but peace in that moment. It was the most peaceful feeling I've ever experienced in my life. I guess it's because I knew that this was fixing to be it and none of it matters anymore. I was okay with the thought of death. However, it seems that my story wasn't meant to be over yet. I was rushed to the ER by an ambulance. At this point, the adrenaline had worn off and the pain started to set in. Every time I moved my neck, it felt like it was breaking. They cut open my stomach so that they could fix the internal bleeding. The doctor also told me that if the wound on the neck was a little to the right, I would have been paralyzed, and if it was a little to the left, I would have died. He also told me that if the wound on my rib had gone a centimeter deeper, my lungs would have been punctured. I guess I got lucky there. The recovery took over a year, and it was a long and painful process. My family cried and visited me every day when they found out. I was charged over $10,000 for the ambulance ride, surgery, and additional medical costs. It left me in crippling debt before my adult life even started. A few years later, I went to prison. My girlfriend from that time and I had broken up as she treated me terribly, and after 2 years, I was done. Her brothers had told me in the hospital that if I hadn't stood up and did what I did, they would have sorted me out themselves, so either way I would have gotten hurt. However, this experience taught me to never stand up for anyone unless they're worth dying for. I never saw my ex again until she appeared on the MTV show Catfish. I also never ended up paying those medical costs, and I hope they don't pursue me. I recently got out of prison and I've come to appreciate life because of its adversity. After 6 years in prison, I've come to enjoy the simplest things that people take for granted. I'm happier now than I've ever been. Am I the asshole for kicking my wife's father out of our wedding? My wife, 26, and I, 24, got married in early July. We decided to have a small 40-people wedding where masks were required, even for vaccinated folks. It was a dry wedding because my father used to struggle with alcoholism and I didn't want to trigger an accidental relapse. This was years ago, but I just wasn't willing to risk it. Instead, we offered virgin drinks and soda. Well, my wife's father didn't like this. My father-in-law was old friends with my dad and they'd gone through addiction together. My dad had taken the steps to get clean, but my father-in-law hadn't and still struggled. He constantly begged us to have an open bar at the wedding, saying that he didn't know if he could sit through the wedding sober. We ignored his request and held firm on the dry wedding. Well, that's when things went south. The ceremony passes and the reception begins. Everything is going well until we notice that my father-in-law is acting weird. Turns out he had bought a case of beer and hid it under one of the tables before the ceremony began. He was pestering my dad to drink with him just like old times. I was furious, beyond furious. I immediately called him out for his inappropriate behavior and demanded that he left. He started screaming at me, telling me that I was a dumb B and the F slur. My father-in-law and brother-in-law left, but my mother-in-law was pissed. She acted as though I didn't understand that he was addicted. I knew that, and if he felt like he couldn't go one night without it, then he shouldn't have showed up. However, his behavior was completely unacceptable. My wife feels that I'm justified in what I did, but my in-laws won't even talk to me. So, am I the asshole? My last semester at a certain college, I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. No, he was 325 pounds, I was 120 pounds. While unconscious on the ground, I lived a different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years, we got married and almost immediately she bore me a daughter. I had a great job and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was 2, my wife bore me a son. My son was the joy of my life. I would walk into his room every morning before I left for work and doted on him and my daughter. One day, while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still in 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red with gold trim on 4 legs and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning, I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch only to use the bathroom at first. Soon I stopped that too and I wasn't eating or drinking. I stared at that effing lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me, but by this time my cognizance was breaking up and my wife was freaking out. She took our kids to her mother's house just before I had my epiphany. The lamp is not real. The house is not real. My wife, my kids, none of that is real. The last 10 years of my life are not effing real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper. It was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I became aware of pain. A shit ton of pain. The first words I said were, "I'm missing teeth," and opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out, and I was completely confused. At some point, a cop scooped me up, drag/walked me across the sidewalk and grass, and threw me face down in the back of a cop car. I was still confused. He took me to the hospital and I got CT scans and stuff. I went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children and dealing with the knowledge that they never existed. I was scared that I was going insane as I would cry myself to sleep, hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have, but sometimes I see my son, usually just a glimpse out of my peripheral vision. He's perpetually 5 years old and I can never hear what he says.
Oh, 15 straight minutes of wailing? Oh no.
Am I the asshole for telling my 28 fiance, 29, that I could not rely on her in a life or death situation? I have what I think is a very good sense of situational awareness. I'm a quick thinker and I tend to not panic in dangerous situations. My fiance, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. If I'm being nice, I would say she doesn't have any awareness of danger. If I'm being honest, I would say that she has the survival instinct of a panda raised in captivity. She had no sense of danger around her, doesn't constantly examine her surroundings for things that could be dangerous, and when things are bad, her reaction is to panic and scream. Friday, we went out on a friend of mine's boat and we got into a dangerous situation. We were anticipating light rain, but we ended up with a downpour, high winds, and high waves. While me and the other men there were trying to scrap things down and keep the boat from capsizing, my fiance screamed and cried for her dear life. She was in hysterics, and I get it. It was a scary situation. But her yelling and screaming that, quote, "We're all gonna die," and for God to save us, and literally crying, saying that it's my fault that she's on the boat since I asked her to come with. None of the other girlfriends or wives were doing this, just her. I'm sure the other women there were just as scared, but tried to keep it in for the sake of the men doing something about it. The downpour was really bad for about 15 minutes. So 15 minutes of wailing while we are trying everything we can to keep things all right. We made it back safe with little more damage than a few spilled White Claws. On the car ride home, I told my fiance that we needed to talk about how she was behaving during the crisis. Not only was it incredibly embarrassing in front of my guys, but it was distracting, unhelpful, and telling. I told her that today proved to me that if I was in a life or death situation, I could not rely on her to be of any help or do anything except make things more stressful. I said she needed to learn how to not panic and be helpful. She got unbelievably mad. She said she thought she was going to die and had reason to freak out. I told her that all of us were scared, but none of us were as ridiculous as she was. We argued the entire ride home, and she is still pissed off at me. I think I was right to say this, especially since we plan on spending our lives together and raising a family, and I can't be the only level-headed one. Am I the asshole?
This one's a little bit tough for me because
I will agree.
His reaction, she's panicking. It's something she's going through. Like, she's having extreme anxiety. That was her reaction. She wasn't doing it to get attention. She wasn't trying to be funny. Like, it's like she is deathly scared for her life. And so to be deathly afraid for your life and then have someone to tell you, like, fucking do better, you know, which is probably what she heard, even though he was trying to say it in a way that sounded like constructive. Like, he's just saying, like, I want you to be able to be a partner with me because it's like, it freaks me out thinking, like, if I were to fall off a cliff or if, like, holding on by one hand, would you just scream and run away from me? Like, you know what I mean? Whatever his concerns are going through his head are also valid, but it's like a really hard conversation to have because it's like two, like, future tripping anxieties in one.